Hello and welcome to this Microsoft SharePoint Full Course by MindMajix. In today's digital workplace, collaboration, document management, and seamless communication are essential for productivity. And that's exactly where Microsoft SharePoint comes in. It helps organizations store, organize, share, and access information from any device, anywhere. It's the backbone of many enterprise intranets, content management systems, and team collaboration solutions. In this full course, we will cover everything from SharePoint fundamentals to advanced concepts, including site collections, document libraries, workflows, integration with Power Automate, and SharePoint Online. According to Microsoft's own report, over 200 million users across 250,000 organizations actively use SharePoint to drive productivity and teamwork. Now let's talk about the careers. In India, SharePoint developers, admins, and consultants earn anywhere between 5 to 18 lakh rupees per annum depending on experience. And if you want to learn paid SharePoint course with certification, then check out our course where we will cover latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, labs, mock interviews, and more. Before moving ahead, I want you guys to like, share, and subscribe to our channel so you never miss any tutorials and courses from us. Now let's get started with our SharePoint full course.
We'll start from creating sites. So this is actually SharePoint Central Administration. To open this one, we have to open portal.office.com. If you want to create yourself, before going that, you have to create a trial account. Type O353 trial, or if you want to pay to Microsoft, you can pay it. They will charge around $20 per month for users. $20 per user per month. You can, if you want to buy, you can buy, or you can go with the free trial. Just enter the email ID and then enter the details and then enter the account name. Then you can create it. It will take around 5 minutes time to create a new account. Then you can create. So for that, we need to give you our phone number and email address. That's it. You don't need to pay anything, and they won't ask for your credit card details also. Simply enter the email address and then enter the details, and you can able to create an account. If you want to continue with that account, and you have to pay the amount. Once you create the account, you can able to see this window. And once you see this window, you can see option called SharePoint. Of course, you can utilize this one also. And this is Teams. Teams, nowadays Teams is using for the communication purpose, and earlier a lot of the companies having an internal communicator as a Skype for business. Now everything is moved to Teams. And Microsoft deprecated Skype for business, and people are using Teams now. Yammer is a collaboration platform, and it is actually an external company. And in the year 2013, Microsoft acquired Yammer. Yammer is an enterprise collaboration platform, something like Facebook, but it works under a enterprise. Of course, OneNote, everyone knows about it. If you want to write something as a notes, and you can utilize this one. This is PowerPoint, Office PowerPoint, and this Word, Excel, online Word, online Excel, online PowerPoint, and we have a OneDrive to store the data. Like that, we have a couple of apps also, but we are focusing on SharePoint. So once you hit this SharePoint, this automatically opens a site. And you can able to see the existing sites. If you have any existing sites also, you can able to see. If you want to create a new site, you can create from here. So once I hit this create site option, it shows up some options here to create. It's showing the two different types of templates. One is communication, one is team site, another one is communication site. And today we'll try to create a communication site, or if you want to go with a team site, team site is a very old one from 2010. Also, we have the team site concept, and team site is a place where you can collaborate the things. And communication site is a modern site. This modern site is used to create a kind of broadcasting things. If you want to announce something to the company, you can go with that. And if you want to publish the pages, you can go with the communication site. So today we'll create a team site, and then we'll discuss about the communication site later. And communication site having a complete modern look and feel, and team site also having a modern look and feel, and also classic look and feel. I'm trying to create a team site here. I'm creating a team site called my team site. You can give any name. Suppose you don't like my team site name, and you want to create an organization or enterprise site, and you can type enterprise site. A description is always optional. When you type a site name, it checks the site name is available or not. If it is available and it shows up this site name is available, because already somebody created with the same name and it passes a message, the site is not available. And here it's going to create an O365 group name called as enterprise site without space, right? The group names doesn't contains any spaces. It doesn't allow really. So that's why it is not allowing the spaces, and it passing in a message here, enterprise site at Rushan Solutions and dot on Microsoft.com. It's going to create an O365 group. And what is the site address when you enter like this? And here you can able to see there is no space between the space site name, enterprise space site. But here in the site address, there is no space. And here site description is always optional. If you want to go with the message, you can go, or otherwise you can skip that one also, it works. And here we have the privacy settings. When you drop down it, and you can able to see, is it a public site, is it a private site? Now it's not on a public site, it's a private site. Only members of the site can able to see the site, so you can select that. And Microsoft SharePoint supports multiple languages. It's multilingual. So if you want to create a site in a different language also, you can create these all the languages Microsoft SharePoint supports. Plenty of languages. Then click next, it will create site for us. That's it. It's asking for the additional members, and I don't want to add any additional owners. I don't want to add any members. Just click finish. If you want to add any other owners, you can. I have a couple of users. So if I want to add here, I can able to add. And if I want to add the members also, I can able to add. Come on, it's showing something. We'll see what is that. No error message. Now I'm trying to create an enterprise site. Click finish. It takes a couple of seconds to create, because it has to create a site, it has to add the users into a site. Yep, it's created. It's too fast. Now we can able to see this is a team site. It's having a kind of modern look and feel. Now when you create any of the site, it creates a page called home.aspx. Now it is on a home page. It automatically created, and it also creates a document library called documents. When I hit this one, it shows up on a kind of document library. And see, the name of the document library is shared documents, and the naming convention is very similar to the on-premise environment. Welcome to the new document library experience, I know, so we'll discuss that one later. And shared documents, when you create any kind of site, it creates a document library called shared documents in any of the environment from the 2013, 16, 19, and SharePoint Online also. Same naming convention. And if you want to see how many document libraries or how many lists were created automatically by the system, and you have to go back to the site contents. If you create any list, any document library, any page, that stores under site contents. Now see the site contents, what are the site contents are available. Here we have documents, here we have form templates, site assets, and style library and site pages. Page library contains only one page. We'll see what are the pages it contains. See home.aspx. This is a home page. When you create a site, that automatically creates a home page, and that is that. And we discussed about a document library here, the document library, and we have a form template, site assets, and style library. We'll discuss one after another. Before discussing this and how you can create a new apps to the site, that we'll discuss. So for that, here we have an option called new. When we hit this one, it shows a different types of apps were available here. We have a list type of apps, we have pages, we have document library, we have app, and we have subsite. But suppose I don't want to create anything from here, because this look and feel, if you feel, okay, this is very new, I don't know about this look and feel. So here also we have another option called add an app. So to see this kind of settings, there is a site action gear is available in the top right corner. So when you hit this one, you can see a plenty of options here. We have a add a page option. We have add an site contents that we already opened from here. And we have site information, and we have site permissions, we have site usage, and we have changed the look, and we have site design. We'll discuss one after another. Before discussing that, I'm trying to explain about an apps. So when we hit this add an app, and it redirects us to a different page. Now see, it's showing a couple of apps, same like on our mobile, but these all are reusable apps. There's nothing is an app directly you can utilize, but these all are reusable apps, which means when we hit this custom list, and it pops up a window. In this window, we can able to enter a list name here. So here I'm trying to enter a list name. I'm trying to give a name called what name we can give. This is enterprise list. So here we can able to give like enterprise list. Click create. Created a list called enterprise. It's a custom list. So before discussing about this list, we'll discuss about the apps. We have a couple of apps. So if you want to create a document library, you can hit this one and you can able to create. This is custom list we created. This is task list. We'll discuss one upcoming sessions what exactly the task list and what is document library, what is the usage of this. And the task list, we can create this task list to uh, enter the task, maybe assigning the task to the people, then people can able to get the emails when the work going to start or somebody assigned the task. And the manager also can able to get the information from the employees, and maybe a 30% or 50% of work is completed. Employees can able to enter that information in the task list, and the manager will get automatic emails and how much work is pending. And also, the great advantage of task list is there is a task bar also available. When you open the task bar, and you can able to see when the actual task is going to start, and is there any delay is happening in the task, that shows up in a task bar. We can able to open that and we can able to see. And this is about site mailboxes. If you want to maintain the site mails, you can able to maintain using site mailboxes. And this is form library. The same way document library will keep the documents, and form library keeps the forms. These are XML forms. Either maybe an info path forms, or maybe an other forms also you can able to store in form. This is wiki page libraries. Somebody wants to create a wiki kind of pages to broadcast the information. People can able to use this wiki page library. This is picture library. People wants to store the pictures, they can utilize this one. And this is a link list. If you want to store the links in a specific list, you can create this one. This is announcement list, and maybe the company wants to announce or a broadcast kind of things, and people can able to use this announcements list. So then all the emails will trigger to the people if somebody creates an announcement. And coming to the contacts list is useful to store the contacts. If you create this list automatically, there is some auto box columns are available. People can able to use that out of box columns. They can add the data into this particular list, and this is used for store the contacts. This is about calendar list. If any kind of events are occurring, and people wants to create a kind of event calendar, they can go with this one. And this is about promoter links, to store the links. And this is a discussion board. People can able to discuss a topic on using this one. And this is task list we already discussed. And this is issue tracking. People wants to create a kind of what we can say ticketing system. They can able to create here using issue tracking. And this is custom list we discussed. This is custom list with the data sheet view, which means people wants to create a data sheet custom list with a data sheet view. They can able to create. And coming to the external list, if people wants to get the data from an external data sources, they can able to create this one. And this is about survey list. And is there any company related survey is available? people can able to create a survey list, and then people or maybe the employees can able to give their feedback on the survey list, and that is about that. And we already discussed this. And the last one here is import spreadsheet. Spreadsheet, if you have a data in an Excel sheet and you want to get that data into SharePoint list, and you can utilize this one. And the side mailbox is also coming again and again. Okay, that is about us. Of course, when we activate the features, and we can able to see a multiple kind of features here. And we'll come back to the app which we created just before. So for that, we need to go back to the site contents. The site contents, we created a custom list. When you hit this custom list, it will redirect us to a different page. Now it's an empty custom list. It contains only one column called title. If you want to create a new column, then you can able to create from here. So here we have only title column. So I'm trying to create another column. To create another column, here we have an option called add column. The add column, we can able to see a multiple column types here. When I hit single line of text, and it opens a simple window for us to create the columns. Here I'm giving a name called EMP name, and description is optional. If you want to enter any description, you can able to enter, and the type is single line of text. If you want to change the type of the column, you can able to change from here. The default value, if you want to enter any default value, you can able to enter, but this default value concept we'll discuss after we are creating a couple of columns, and we'll see this option. If you enter any default value here, if you try to add the data, the default value will show up there. Now here I'm saving this one. So the EMP name is created. Now I am trying to create a new column. Of course, you can create from here itself. And also there is another option. When you go to the list settings, here we can able to see what are the columns are available to this particular list. Now here we have a title column, employee name column. Two columns were available. So if you want to create a new column, you can able to create from here. Use create column option. Enter the name here. I'm trying to enter address, and you can select the column type, and this column type is multi lines of text, and description is always optional. You can able to enter the description, or you can skip this one. And here we have an option required that this column contains information, which means if you want to make this column as mandatory column, you can click yes. If you hit yes, and it would be a mandatory column. If you hit no, it is not a mandatory column. And number of lines for editing for multi-line of text, and by default it's 6, and if you want to increase, you can increase. And here we have two types of text to allow. One is plain text. Plain text is something like this. If you enter something and you cannot able to edit this text, you cannot make it as a bold, you cannot able to add the color here. But if you go with an enhanced rich text, which means you can able to modify the text, you can add the pictures, and you can add the hyperlinks on the particular box. And if you go with the plain text, and it would be only the plain text, you cannot able to modify that using a rich editor. Now here we have an option called append changes to the existing text. If you want to do that, yes. If you don't want to, click no. We'll discuss that one. And here we have an option called add to default view. Now we'll discuss about view, and then we'll discuss about the default view. If you want to modify the text, and you want to filter the data, or if you want to show up only some columns, and you can go with them different views. By default, when you create a list, there is a default view created called as all items.asp. We'll discuss about that views. First, we'll discuss about the columns. I'm trying to create an address column, and it would be in a multi-lines of text, and description is optional. And I'm not making this column as a mandatory. And number of lines for editing is 6, and I'm using enhanced rich text. I'm not using an append changes to the existing text. Click OK. Now it will create a column for us called address. And we created two columns here, and I'm going to create another column. And the third column is choice column, and I'm trying to enter a data as here. The choice column is department. Select choice, and description is optional. Here required that this column contains information. I'm making yes, which means this column is mandatory column. And the choices, you can go with an IT, you can go with the services, you can go with the BPM, you can go with sales, and etc. etc. Now we have three different types of choices were available. The first one is drop down menu, second one is radio button, and third one is checkboxes. Drop down also accepts only single value, and radio buttons will accept a single value, but checkboxes can able to allow the multiple values. So this is very first time we are creating a choices, so that's why I'm going with the drop down, and later we can create a radio buttons and we can create a checkboxes as well. That is about choice column, and in the below we have allow fill in choices. But suppose I entered almost 5 to 6 kinds of departments. Imagine my department is not available. Then what I can do, if I go with allow fill in choices, then it gives us an option to enter the data, other data. So here default value is showing IT, and if I want to go with an BPO or whatever it is default value, so then when I try to add the data, it shows of BPO. Later we can change that is about the default value. Now coming back to this add to default view, now we are not created any views, so that's why no need to worry about this default view. We'll discuss deeply about views later. And column validation we'll discuss later. So I created a column called the department, and the type of column is choice, and description is always optional, and require that this column contains information. Yes, which means I'm making it as a mandatory, and unique values is we'll discuss about in the number column, because unique values are able to enter once in the list, which means if you have a value, if you enter already, when you're trying to enter the same value in another place, and it won't accept, it's a kind of primary key. Enforce unique values. If you are only go with the unique values, you can able to enter. We'll discuss this one a bit later, and we'll go with another real-time scenarios also. And these are the choices I created, and three types of choices were available: drop down, radio button, and checkboxes. And I selected drop down menu. And allow fill in choices if you want to enter other than these options, and you can go with this one. Now I selected a BPO as a default value. We'll see what happens. Now come down here. Here you can able to see employee name, address, and department. Total 3 columns we created. We'll test one after another. Later we'll go with different columns. Now to add the data, here we have an option called new. When we hit this one, it shows up the columns. Now the title, we are not created by default. When you create any list or a custom list, the title column will also add automatically. And coming to the employee name, and we created, and this is address, and this is an enhanced rich text, and we'll see, and the department is automatically coming as an BPO because we made it as a default value. Now I'm trying to enter a data here, Vishan, and then address for that, and here we have an edit option. So now see, I'm trying to enter Hyderabad, and I can able to modify this data. So we have some formatting options here, format text, and here this is very simple, just copy paste things. And here we have different font types who are available. You can change the font types. So before that, you need to select this, and you can change the font. If you want to go with a different font, you can go with a different font. And also you can able to change the font size as well. And here we have the font color option. If you want to modify the font color, yes, you can able to modify the font color. And other options also we have, and these options we already know, header options, and we have a code option also. If you want to write some code here, you can do that, HTML code. And we have options to insert the tables, we have option to insert the picture, we have option to link and upload the file, and also you can embed the code as well. But I don't want to go very complex here because I am working with a list. So I forgot to save the data, so that's why. And we did some font changes here, and we did some font changes here. And if you want to increase the size, you can increase the size to somehow 13 megapixel, and you can able to change the color. And then after that, you need to save the data. Now the header is coming here, and the department is BPO. We created 3 columns: name and address and the department. If I want to change this one, I can able to change services or something, or I want to write something here. Yes, I can write something here. And then attachments is by default. We'll discuss about attachments later. I'm trying to save the data. Now I can able to save the data. And we were discussed about a mandatory field. I'm trying to make something different here. Now I can able to enter data like this, and I'm not entering the address, and department is mandatory, but it contains some default value. I'm not entering a title. I'm trying to say I can able to see a message here. You can't leave this blank. Now I'm trying to add data here, and again I'm removing data, and it contains some default value, and removing, and see, you can see the message, you can't leave this blank because it's a mandatory field. Then we can able to create some other columns also, and we'll discuss one after another. See, 2 items I created. I'm trying to add a new column here. To add a new column, we have option from here also, and also you can able to go from a list settings. And this is in the modern look and feel. But suppose if you want to work with a classic SharePoint, maybe in SharePoint 2016 or SharePoint 2013, and that looks like this, and you can able to see the list option here, list in the menu bar, and you can able to see a create column option here. When we hit this create column option, we can able to see the same type of column types here. I'm trying to create a column as employee ID. Now it would be in a number column, and description is always optional. I'm making it as a mandatory field, and we'll discuss here enforce unique values. I'm trying to select this one, and you can specify a minimum number and maximum number allowed value. Now this is basically an optional. If you want to enter this one, you can, or you can skip this one also. Then it accepts a number of there is no limit. You can able to enter until that accepts, which means around 10 crores or 10 billion something number also you can able to enter here. But I want to restrict that in between 100 to 5,000. Then we'll see how it works. And a number of decimal places, these are the fraction points, and if you want to keep it 2 or 3, you can, but I'm going with an employee ID. Employee ID doesn't have any kind of fractional values or decimal places, so no worries. If you are going with any currency related, if you are going with any calculation related, and you have to specify the number of decimal places, otherwise no need. Now here I am specifying a value between 100 and 5,000, so no worries about that, and there is no default value, and this is not a percentage. If you select this one, it just, if you enter a 10 and it shows 10%, if you enter 20 it shows 20%, and this is not required because I'm going with an employee. Okay, so if any of the column as selected as an enforce unique values, then that column must be indexed. So this column must be indexed to enforce the unique values. Do you want to index this column? Yes. We'll discuss what is indexing, what is the advantage of that. I created another column and we'll create another column and we'll test two columns at a time. After that, we have the currency and I'm just simply entering salary. Go with the currency. Now done. Require that this column contains information. Yes, and is compulsory. So that's why I'm making yes. And salaries are not a unique values. Maybe a couple of people also having the same amount of salary. So that's why I'm not selecting this unique value. And if you want to enter any minimum or a maximum number for the salary, you can go with this or you can skip. And number of decimal places here, if you want to keep, and you can keep at 2 decimal places. And default value, I'm not entering any default value. And the final one is format. Which format you like? You want to go with the dollars, you want to go with an Indian rupees, or any other currency you want to utilize, you can utilize. Currently, I'm going with an US dollars. Click OK. These two are same kind of columns. Number and the salary are both same kind of columns. It accepts only numbers, but number column will accept only numbers, and the salary column will also accept numbers, but it contains a currency symbol in front of that. If you want to add the data quickly, we have a quick edit option here. And when I click quick edit, and it shows as an Excel sheet, and here I can able to add employee ID as 134, and salary you can able to give something $5,000. And again, I'm trying to enter the same employee ID. We'll see what error it passes. And again, I'm trying to give $4,000 here. And here we have an option called stop editing. We'll see. If you need to fix some problems before we can save your changes. Okay, go and fix them. And what is the error? You can able to see here a red symbol. When you click here, this list item could not be added or updated because duplicate values were found in the following field in the list employee ID. See, employee ID is a unique field. If you enter the same values here, it won't accept. If you change this one, it accepts. And before that, what I'm doing is I'm trying to give high number or something like 13,200, and I try to save this one. Again, it passing an error message, and this time the error is changed. The list item could not be added or updated because duplicate values were found. No, this is not a duplicate value, but it passing on the same error message. And here, when you hit, you can able to see the another error here. The value of this field must be between 100 and 5,000 because we given a limit for that, right? So that's why it is not accepting. I'm changing to 132. I try to stop editing. It will save the data. But you can see here when I enter the number, it's simply a number. But in the salary field, when I enter, it's showing with a dollar symbol because I just entered a digit and it added a currency symbol in front of that. So that's why this column is called as a currency column. Only simple difference between these two. We'll try to create another column here. The next column is date and time. You can go with the joining date, maybe something else. That's up to you. And I'm going with the joining date. It's a date and time. Here description is always optional. And if you want to make this column as a mandatory column, you can able to select yes, or if you want to skip, you can skip. And joining date is not on a unique value. Maybe a couple of people also can able to join on same day to the company. And date and time format, it's date only. And if you want to go with the date and time, you can go with the date and time. And display format is we have two types of formats. One is standard, SharePoint standard, and friendly format. And you can able to check one after another. And now first we'll check standard format. Here we have a default value option. If you want to go with a default value, none, you can. Or if you want to take the current date, maybe this will be useful to the HR people. Maybe somebody joined on that date, they can able to enter and the date automatically picks. Maybe they forgot to enter on that same day, and it's very difficult if you keep the today's date. And of course, if you keep the today's date also, they can able to change the date because default value can be changed when the time of data adds to the list. And if you want to go with a calculated value, you can go, but we'll discuss about actually what is calculated value and how it works. We have a column called calculated column. This one, calculated column, we'll discuss this one. The same fashion it works here. We'll discuss this one. So that is about date column, joining date, and I selected date and time, and it's a mandatory field. It's not a unique value. I'm going with the date only format. If you want to go with the date and time format, you can go. And display format is standard format, and then click OK. Now we have another column, and here in the classic look and feel, we have a new item option. We have a new item option here as well. When you hit this new item, and you can able to add the data here. Mr. Employee name is ABC, and its address is optional. See here in the classic, when you click here in the menu bar, it automatically adding a format text rich editor here, and you can able to enter the data, and you can able to modify that. I'm trying to enter a location as Bangalore, and it's BPO, or you can able to see this option. In the model account field, directly we are adding the data here, but here we have another option called specify your own value. Now you can enter. Of course, you can enter anything. And here we have an employee ID concept, and we already discussed. If you enter 134 again, it passes an error message, and now we are giving $6,000 as a salary. And for joining date, if you hit this calendar, you can able to see the calendar. If you want to switch between the months, you can do that, and you can able to enter date. And then later, if you want, later we'll see what are the errors we have. And now I'm trying to save it. See, these values already exist, right? Change this one, it accepts. And this is mandatory. We already discussed. If you skip this one, and this also passes an error message. This could not be blank. 6,000. Try to save the date. And we have a lookup column. So we'll discuss this lookup column later, because we are creating a lookup and we need to get data from some other list. This column only the difficult column compared to other columns. If you want to get the data from some other list, and you can use this lookup column, for that you need another list. So what I'm doing is now we'll create another list to create another custom list in the classic. Here you cannot able to see add an up option. No, right here we have custom list concept, and just create a company. Now every custom list contains a title column. So here we have title column. I want to enter a couple of company names here. So for that, I'm going with a quick edit, and I'm entering the Microsoft as a company. Etc. Now I created a couple of companies here. I'll go with Twitter, Tesla. Okay, it's enough. We have plenty of companies. Once we edit this list, and you can click here, exit, quick edit. Once we hit this one, it automatically saves the data into a company list. Yes, we have a couple of companies here. Now, going back to the actual list where we are. Sorry, I think I missed out that list somewhere. Now, trying to create a column here. Click create column. I'll give a name as company, or previous company or company, something like that. Click lookup. So once we hit this one, it automatically changes the options. And this one we know, where if you want to make it as a mandatory, and if you want to go with the unique values, you can from where you want to get the information. It automatically shows a company, but if you have a multiple list, that shows a multiple list. It's a company list. If you select this one, from which column you want to get the information. We have title column, we have add ID column, and these are the metadata columns. Now I want to get the information from the title, and here in the bottom we have an option called allow multiple values. If you want to add a multiple companies to a single users, then you can go with allow multiple values, but it's not required here for this. And here, along with this information, you want to get any other information from the list, you can go with this one. But currently, I don't want to go with anyone. And here we have a column formatting, and if you want to add any JSON code here, you can add the JSON code. But we'll discuss about this JSON code later, how we can inject the JSON code to the columns. And here the relationship is, we have two types of relationships were available. One is restrictive delete, which means if the column is deleted in the original list and you want to delete the value here, then you can go with a cascade delete. If you don't want to delete like that, if the item is deleted in the original list, you don't want to delete the item in this list, you can go with an restrict delete. Okay, this we will check one after another, but now I'm skipping this one and we'll discuss this one in the next session. Click OK. Now, when you try to add the data, and you can able to see employee company, Dell, Facebook, Google, IBM, Infosys, so and so, so and so. So we are getting this information from another list. So this kind of list is called as a lookup column. So to create a lookup column, just click this one. When you hit this lookup column option, it changes the options in the window. And here, from which list you want to get the data, you can able to select from here. From which column from this list, you can able to select from here. But suppose if I change this one to documents, automatically the information will change here. The same way, if I change the list from here, it automatically changes the options here. So that is that. And allow multiple values means if you want to allow the multiple companies at a time, you can go here. And along with this data, you want to get the data from any of the column, you can go here and you can select that. And this is about column formatting using JSON. We'll discuss about this later. And this is a relationship. If you want to restrict the delete, if it is deleted from the original list, you can go with this one. If you don't want to, if it is deleted from the original list and you want to delete here, and you can go with this cascade delete. And if you don't want to delete that, and you can go with the restricted delete. So that is about that. And that is about lookup column. So that is about creating columns. Today also we'll work with the columns. So to create a new column, we have an option under list menu. Click create column. We have created up to lookup, and then we have yes or no column here. So for that, we can go with a column called married and select yes or no column. So by default value it is yes, I'm making it no. And we don't have much options here. And it's showing additional columns. Settings, we have description, we have default value because we have only two values. So that's why by default we can able to choose any one of these. Then click OK. I'm going to create another column and we'll test both columns at a time. Next, we have a personal group. So for that, I'm trying to enter manager. I'm selecting personal group. So here we have all common options for the columns. The first one is required that this column contains information. If you make yes, and that would be a mandatory column. And the manager is not a unique value, and a couple of employees will share a common manager. So that's why I'm not selecting it as a unique value. The next one is allow multiple selections, which means if you want to select a multiple managers for a particular employee, you can go with an yes option. Or otherwise, it's better to go with a no because I am going to select a manager. And here allows selection of If you want to select only people, you can click this one, which means only users can accept, and coming to people and groups, and it also accepts some SharePoint groups. Currently, we don't know about the SharePoint groups. We'll discuss deeply when we are discussing the permissions. So that's why I'm not selecting this one. Now we are able to select only people. And here we have another option also. If you want to select from all users, which means there is Active Directory or maybe an Azure AD, you have hundreds of users, and you want to pick from all hundreds of users, or you want to pick from any particular group, which means is there is any specific group you want to pick the users from that specific group only. Here, the entire group, here inside the group you want to select. So now anyhow, we are not aware of SharePoint groups, so that's why skip this one. We'll come back to SharePoint groups later, and we'll see when the time we'll create another column, and we'll see how it works. And coming to show field, so here we have a name with presence, and if you want to show account name, or if you want to show work email, if you want to show other mail, or mobile phone, or SAP address, or department, like this you can select. But I want to show the name with presence. The presence will come from any of the communicator like Teams or Skype for Business. Now I selected name with presence. And if you want to add any JSON code, you can add the JSON code. Of course, we'll discuss deeply how the JSON code will work inside the column. Click OK. Before clicking OK, just give a column name for the people or group, and then description is optional, and this is not a mandatory field. If you want to make it as a mandatory, you can make. And manager, if you are going with a kind of manager columns, and don't go with the unique values, because multiple people can share a same manager. Allow multiple selections. No, I don't want to go with multiple selections. I want to go with a single selection. Yes. And I want to pick the user from user only, not from the group. And here also I want to pick the user from all users, not from a specific SharePoint group. And the field will show with the name and presence. Click OK. Now I'll try to add these two columns, and then we'll come back to that. I try to add a data for Mr. Mike, and address is New York. Coming to the department, if you want to change the department here, you can change it. And employee IDs, I'm giving 145, and salary around 7,000 rupees. Joining date is also mandatory, and you can click, and the company, you can give any company. Now see the married. I selected by default is no, so that's why the checkbox is empty. When I click, and here the output would be married, which means it's yes. Now coming to the manager, if I try to enter any of the names, something like Giri, it won't accept. No result found. And when I try to save the data, it definitely passes an error. We couldn't find an exact match. So which means what? If the data is available in any of the authentication provider, which is attached to your SharePoint environment, so then it accepts. Now when I try to enter any different name, it won't accept. So for that, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to enter a value which is already available. Now see, and there is a guy called Arya, and I added here. When I try to add another user here, see, you can only enter one name. If I enter more than one name, it is not accepting, because in the settings, what I selected only single person, single selection allowed. So that's why it's not allowing two numbers. Delete one, and then try to save the data. It will save. See, it is saving the data. So this is about, see, the married column showing yes, because I selected the checkbox, and manager column is showing the information. And you can able to see the small checkbox here, and this box shows the presence. Currently this user is not online, so that's why it's showing white color. If the user is online, it shows green color. If user is away, it shows orange color. So if user is in meeting, red color, user is presenting red color with a dash symbol. So like that, it shows the information here. Now We'll come back to other columns. We were discussed about personal group, and we are going to discuss about a hyperlink or a picture. So I'm not going to upload the picture. So I'm trying to give a link here. So for that, information link. Just I'm typing a information link. Go with the personal group. Sorry, we already discussed about personal group, and we are going to discuss hyperlink column. So when I select hyperlink column, now here we have a less options. Require thus that this column contains information. One is yes or no. Another one is format URL as a hyperlink or a picture. Now I want to go with an hyperlink instead of going with a picture. Click OK. Now when I try to add the information into this particular list, and the information link shows like this, or I don't want to enter all this data, then we can able to edit the existing column. Then we can see how we can add the data there. I try to edit the existing column. I can able to see here. Now I'm trying to enter the data here, http bing.com, and then the description is big. And when I save this one, it appears as a link. When I hit this one, it redirects us to the bing.com, right? So that is about a picture or hyperlink column. Now we'll go with another create column option here. When we hit create column, so we were discussed about hyperlink or picture, and we'll try to discuss about calculated column. Now to discuss about calculated column, we have two different types of inputs here. One is employee ID, another one is salary, another one is joining date. You can use any of these three things to calculate. Go back to the create column option, probation, and the date. Now for suppose the probation in the company, imagine it's 60 days or maybe 45 days or maybe 90 days. We'll see that. So I'm going with a calculated column. So here, once I select a calculated column, it shows all the columns which are already available in the list. Now we have a joining date, and I want to add more 60 days to that, and then the probation will end. Imagine in that company there is 60 days probation period. So I selected joining date plus 60. And what output I'm expecting? I'm expecting on a date and time output, because joining date is in a date type of column. So I'm adding 60. So then what type of output it provides to us? So now we'll go with the date and time I selected, and I want to display only date. Click OK. This is a calculated column. Calculated column always a read-only column, which means if you try to add the data inside your list, and this column will not appear in the new form, it just appears in the display form only. When you try to edit the data also, it will not appear in the edit form. It just appears on the display form only. So now you cannot able to see that probation date, probation end date here, and it's showing, for suppose I'm not added any joining date here, so it's showing 1990, and plus it's showing 60 days after 1990 January 1st. Say this is 228 1990, this is 228 1900, sorry 1900, and coming back to here, joining date is 4/8/2020, and it's showing 6/7/2020, which means almost 60 days. This is 8th April, and this is 7th June, and this is 5th May, and this is 4th July. So this way it automatically calculates. I'll try to edit these two guys joining date also. We'll see the output. And I'm selecting May 1st, and here I'm selecting June 1st. And will come out of this, and it automatically updates. See, The probation end for this is June 30th. This is May 1st and this is June 30th, and this is June 1st and July 31st. Almost 60 days, right? Not almost, exactly 60 days. So that is about calculated column. The calculated column will take the inputs from any of the columns and it shows the results here. And remember, calculated column is a read-only type column, and you cannot add the data manually inside that. When I try to go with a quick edit here, when I try to hit edit, and this is a column, when I click on this column and it is appeared, and you cannot able to add, it's a read-only type column. You cannot able to update or add the data inside the calculated column, but it automatically updates when you update the related column inside the list. So that is about that. Stop editing. So when you want to quick edit the data, you can go with the edit option here, or you can go from here. When you hit this quick edit, and it appears like this, and if you want to modify anything on the list in multiple columns, yes, you can do that. So suppose I'm trying to add the data here, I'm trying to add the data here, it will update automatically. And then if you want to change these values, you can change. That is about quick edit. When we click stop editing, the data will save. If you want to go back to quick edit, and you can go from here. And if you want to go back to view, you can go from here. And also from here also you can go. But suppose when I try to add the data, now I'm making this, and I'm going back to view, and it's updated and stored. So that is about quick edit and going back to the previous view. And we have another 3 columns we missed out: task, outcome, external data, and management data. These 3 columns depends upon other things, like task outcome will depend, it depends upon the workflow, and external data depends upon the external connections, and management metadata also depends upon management metadata, service application, or term store management tool. We'll discuss these 3 columns later. We are skipping these 3 topics. We'll come back to the list. Before going to discuss other topics, we'll discuss a couple of things here, and we'll skip a couple of options, and we'll go back to the list settings, and then we'll come back and we'll discuss. When you try to add the data, you can able to add the data from here. To hit this one, it will redirect us to new form.aspx. This is new form.aspx, and this form is used to add the data into SharePoint list. And if you want to see the data which is already created, and these are all the data which is already created, if you want to see, you can go from here. Here we have a option, no view option, right? And we are not able to see, and there is no view item option, but we have a view item option here. We have a view item option. When you hit this one, it will redirect us to disk form.aspx, and this one we call it as a display form. And the display form shows up the data. And if you want to edit this data, and you have an option here, when you hit this one, it will redirect us to edit form.aspx. And the same way, for suppose I don't want to go to the display form, and I don't want to open that, and you can go from here also. When you click this eclipse, and you can see edit item, and just before we missed out, we have the view item also here. If you want to see, and you can see this one, if you go to edit, and you can go to edit form, and this is also edit form. The second option we will see from the eclipse, and the third option we can see from the items menu. When you go to the items menu, here also you have an option called edit item. This is also redirect us to edit form.aspx. And for display form also we have 2 options. One is when you select this one, you can see view item here. When you click eclipse, you can see view item here. So like this you can go. And also we have another option here for new item, view item, and edit item. When we hit this one, it shows up new item option here, and this is important, and this is related to the content. I will discuss about this one a bit later. Again, this is also redirecting us to new form. These are the 3 forms which are available to the list. One is new form. New form is used to add the data into list. And the second one is display form. Display form is used to see the data which is already added. The last one is edit form. Edit form is used to edit the data which is already there inside the list. And for that, we have multiple places to do the things. And once you open from the display form, also you have edit item, and you have eclipses, and you can go to edit item, and you have the item menu. From here also you can go to the edit item option. So three forms were available: new form, edit form, and display form. Three forms. So that is about forms. And so if you want to delete any of this data, I have total 4 items, and I want to delete this ABC, and I have a delete item option here. When I click this eclipses, and I can see that the delete item option here, and when I go to any of this display form, I'm trying to open this form, I can able to see the delete item option here. But when you delete this item, it will not delete permanently, and it just asks a message to saying that, are you sure want to send the items to the site recycle bin? Yes, if you want, click OK, or if you don't want, you can cancel here. And the same way, if you hit anywhere, like you have the item here, if you hit this eclipse and if you hit this delete item option, and same pop-up message appears. When you delete from the menu bar also, same pop-up message appears. So 3 places we have delete item option in the same message pop-ups. When I click OK, it will delete from the list, but it will store in recycle bin. If you want to restore that back, you can do that. Of course, we'll discuss about recycle bin in another session, so no need to worry about that recycle bin. We have 2 stages of recycle bin. We'll discuss deeply about that. So that is about deleting an item. We have a couple of other options also here, like new folder option. New folder option is currently not available. It is disabled from the settings, and we can enable that. And once we enable, we'll discuss deeply about that. And we have the version history. Version history is also important. Shade with also important. This comes one after another. So now we discussed about how to add the data, how to update the data, how to delete the data, and how to add the columns, and how to update the columns which is already created. Now we'll go back to the list settings, and then we'll come back to these settings, because now these all are grayed out. For suppose when I select any of the item, the attach file is enabled. Of course, now there is an existing item. I want to update that. I want to add the information into that. So we have the attach file option here. When you hit this attach, because I already selected a item, click browse option. When I click browse option, it opens up window to get the information from the local machine. So for that, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to add any of the existing file into this. Okay, I have a test file here. I'm trying to upload into. So it's a rich text format, but no worries. It's uploaded. So when I want to see that attachment, now the attachment is not appearing here, but when I open the item in a display form, I can able to see the test1.rtf file which is added. If you don't want this, and you can delete that. Now we are not going to discuss that. We'll discuss deeply how you can delete the attachments. Of course, if you want to delete that, you can simply delete. When I try to edit it, we'll see is that attachment is available. Yes, the attachment is available, and you have the option called delete here. When you hit this delete, it will delete this one. Now see, are you sure want to send this attachment to site recycle bin? Yes, I want to do that. Now the attachment is deleted, but it's not deleted the item information, right? I'm trying to save this one. This contains some mandatory fields. Now the data is saved here. So that is about attachment. The alerts will discuss deeply, because for alerts, when you create an alert, and that sends an email to our mailboxes, and we'll discuss that one. And we have these options, and that is a bit advanced, and we'll discuss one after another. So before discussing that, we'll go to list settings, and we'll discuss a couple of options, and then we'll come back, and then we'll see other options. So anything left here? We work over new item, view item, edit item, and delete item and attach files. Couple of things were left, and we'll enable that and we'll discuss one after another. Now the enterprise, I feel this name is not suitable to the list, and I want to change that one. And also, my list is available under recent. I don't want to come under recent, because if you create a other new list, the recent list which is available will disappear and the new list will come here. So for that, I want to add that in a quick navigation. I want to change the name. So for that, we have a first option called list name, description, and navigation. Click this one, and I want to change enterprise EMP details. And before changing this name, and I want to explain about this list once again, and we'll see the URL structure here. Up to here, this is site name, and after that we have a list gallery, and then when we have another list, we have a list name called enterprise, and this is view. This is list name, all items.aspx is a view, and we can able to create a multiple views for this enterprise list. Now we are in a all items.aspx, and this view is a default view. When you create any list, it creates a default view called all items.aspx. The URL is enterprise, list/enterprise. Now, if you go back to list settings and you try to update this, and description is optional. If you want to enter, you can enter, or if you want to skip, you can skip this one. And here we have the navigation option. Display this list on the quick navigation, yes, and then click save. Once you hit save, say enterprise employee details list is available in the quick navigation. But if you go back to list in the top, you can see the URL is not changed. The URL is same. When you go back to list settings also, there you can see the URL, and this is the URL. The URL structure is not changed. It's not changed. Only it changed the name of the list. Now understand, URL is different and the list is different always. And we have another option called version settings. We discussed about this one, and we have version settings here. And when you go back to version settings, the first option is content approval. We'll discuss about content approval later. We'll discuss about version history. Version enables us to create a new version every time if the user is updated any list item. So here, create a version each time you edit an item in this list. I'm selecting yes, by default it is no. Why it is no? Every time it creates a version, it occupies some amount of memory. If the user doesn't require that for a particular list or a document library, it's unnecessarily wastes the system memory. So that's why Microsoft given it as by default it is no, but you can enable that. The next option is keep the following number of versions, which means if you want to keep only last 10 versions, if you want to keep the last 100 versions, you can enter the number. Or if you skip that, it stores unlimited versions. Every time if you modify it, stores an version, and it keeps in a memory. You cannot delete until the item deletes. So now I'm not going with any number of versions, but in the real time people might go, because maybe thousands or lakhs of users who are using the portal, and it is very difficult to keep all the versions. Then it occupies a huge amount of memory. If you have billions of items and all the items having an unlimited versions enabled, it's very difficult to keep complete data. So that's why Microsoft given a optional here. If you are not entering anything, it keeps unlimited versions, or you can keep a last 100 versions or 200 versions like that. And coming to the drop security is not enabled here, because drop security only enabled in the document library. Click OK. See, you must enter a number between a 50,000, but this is recently added to the online. Earlier it was unlimited, but nowadays 50,000 is a huge number, and you can go with an 12,000 or 10,000, whatever it is. Of course, 10,000 versions, it's It may be a huge number, but 50,000 also you can keep. Click OK. Now we'll go back to the enterprise employee details. Now it is appearing in a modern view. We can go back to classic. Now, when you select any of the item, go to items, and here version history is enabled now. Click version history. Now, if you select any of the item, you can see 1.0 version, because recently we enabled the version history. From this onwards, if you modify anything on this item, and it shows up a new version, we'll see that. And if you select the next one, go to version history, and this will also have 1.0 version. Now what I'll do is, for this second item, I'm trying to modify from execute or you can try to edit from the new page. And the address I'm trying to add India, and I'm changing the department from sales to marketing, and then something else I'm changing from there to somewhere, and manager, and adding new guy here, and then save. Now see, this item I updated. Going back to version history, see it's stored as a 2.0 version. Now address is updated, department is updated, employee company is updated, and manager is updated and modified by admin user. If some other guy modifies, and it shows about that. I'm trying to edit this again, and we'll try to add some link here. Click this one. Address is http://empire.com, and then display is entire course, and then click OK and stop it. Now go back to the version history, and this will store with a 3.0 version. It just updated information link with a link, and who updated it, admin user. Now I don't like these two informations, and when you try to, and here when you click here, you can see view and restore option, and when you hit this one, and we have view restore and delete option, which means current version you cannot able to delete. Remember that the current version you cannot able to delete it. You won't see that option. And also, if you try to restore the current one, you cannot restore the current version, because there is no changes with the current version, right? The current version is already there. If you want to restore any of the previous versions, you can do that. For suppose in the first version, I want to restore, and I hit restore. You are about to replace the current version with the selected version, which means what happens? See, it creates a new version. Now, it's done, I think. Yes, it's done. I restored 1.0, it's created with a 4.0, which means if you restore any of the versions, and it creates a new version as well. Now, it's very similar, and the same data we have with a 1.0, but it creates a new version with a 4.0. So which means what? If you restore any of the previous version, it creates a new version. So that is about that. Versioning enable as to keep the number of versions when you edit the existing items. So that is about versions. The same way, if you have any SharePoint versions, or if you go with the mobile versions, if you go with any other softwares, and they'll release the versions with the numbers, right? Here also we have the numbers. And coming back to the document library, if you enable the draft security, the minor version will enable, which means if something is modified as a draft, and that keeps as a version, that keeps as a minor versions like 3.1, 3.2, 4.1, 4.2, like that. So that is about versioning. Once you enable the versions, only the system will keep the versions, and you can restore the previous versions, and it creates a new version. So that is about that. Go back to list settings, and I'm going to advanced settings. We'll discuss one after another here, and we'll discuss about container types, and we'll discuss about permissions later. We'll discuss from here. We have an attachments concept. If you disable this one, we already have attachments in the list. Once you disable it, the attachments which is already there inside the list will disappear and you cannot revert back to the list. So for that, before discussing about that, I'm going back to the list. Inside the list, I think we have attachment to this one or the first one. I don't know. We'll go back to the first item. We deleted that attachment, right? What I'll do is I'll try to add an attachment to any one of these items. The first item will take and go to edit item. Here we have attach file option. Click browse. We have some test files here. I'm trying to upload first test file. Click open. Now we have an option to add the attachments. To save it, go to list settings, advanced settings, disable it. And also earlier we don't have a creating new folder option. We'll enable this one also. We have folders option, make new folder command available. Click yes. Come down, click OK. Now the message stating that disabling attachments and saving this settings page will result in the delete of all attachments. Are you sure want to disable attachments? Yes, I want to. So which means it deleting the attachments which is already have inside the list. Click OK. Go back to list. When you try to open this one, now you cannot able to see the attachment. Maybe we are confused. Maybe somewhere we added. You can able to see the other also. You cannot able to see that. And also when you edit any of the existing item or when you try to create any new item, you cannot able to see the attach option. See, earlier we have attachment option. Now we don't have. You cannot able to attach the files into the list item. And also in the menu bar we have items and the attachment file is option is available here, but it's grayed out, which means you cannot able to click this one to add the attachments. And also earlier we don't have a new folder option. It is grayed out. Now it is available. When you want to create a new item here inside this list, yes, you can able to create the folder. Basically, it won't take much time, but now it was taken. I'm just entering marketing. So like this, you can able to create the folders. So I created a folder here, and if you want to create, so if you want to create the items here, yes, you can able to create the items. And when you hit new item, it will open a same new form.aspx, and then you can able to add the data here, and we'll just fill it out only the mandatory fields. Salary, something like this. Joining data also important. You can select, and then this is also important column. And save it. Now the data is added under the particular folder. Folder also a content type, and this is marketing folder. When you hit this one, under that you can see the data, and under this also you can able to create a folder, which means the subfolder of that marketplace. And here you can create a sales, and then click save. And the folder is created under folder. This is a subfolder. When you open the subfolder also, You can able to see the same content. When you hit a new item, it opens in the same fashion. You can add the data. And if you want to create a new folder here, yes, you can able to create a new folder under subfolder as well. So this way we can create a multiple folders. We can easily create the subfolders and we can manage the data. Coming back to list, of course, from any of the folder, you can go to list settings directly. Click list and go back to list settings. We were worked with a new folder, we were worked with attachments. And the next option we have search related option, couple of options like search, index non-default views. Of course, we are not discussed about a views, and we have reindex list. And these three options we'll discuss once we come up with a search and index the views. And we have offline client availability. For suppose you have opened any Excel file or any Word file or a PPT file which is already created and uploaded into SharePoint document library somebody, and now you want to work on that particular document. When you open that opens in your client application. So now you need to travel and your work is not completed and you don't want to upload that. So you can disconnect from the internet and you can work on that list, or you can work on that particular document. And then once you connect it to internet, once you save that, it automatically saves into your SharePoint. It not saves into your local machine. So that is about offline client availability. But this option is morely work with a document library. In the list contains only columns, so you no need to connect with any of the client to work with offline. Okay, that is about offline client availability. That works morely with the SharePoint document libraries, because they that contains some documents or PPTs, and you can open and you can connect the internet and you can work on that. So we have another option called quick property editing. Basically, it's enabled. We'll discuss about quick property editing. When you go back to list, there you can see the items were available and you have a quick edit option. And when you hit this quick edit, and you can able to see the list items in a spreadsheet view, and there you can add the data, you can update the data, and you can save it out. So the same option, when you exit here, this is in the modern. In the classic also, we have this option in two places. Here one is quick edit option here, and also you have that quick edit option in the list. This one, we discussed about this, right? If you hit this one also shows up in the same style. When you hit this one, this one also shows up in the same fashion to update the data. Now, I don't like this one. I don't want to give an option to the end users to quick edit the list. So for that, we have an option under advanced settings. Here we have quick property editing is yes, and I'm making no. And also I want to do one more option here. The option is we were discussing about quick property, and also we have dialog boxes. The dialog boxes are, when I hit this one, what it is doing, it is redirecting us to a new page to display the data. And also when I try to create a new item, it is also redirecting us to a new page to add the item. But I don't like this. I want to display that in a dialog box. We'll see how the dialog box will work. Now this is quick property edit is no, and dialog boxes yes. I'm changing these two options. Click OK. Now refresh this list. Now we'll see, the first one is, where is quick edit? The edit item option is disappear from here, and when you go back to list menu, here the quick edit option is grayed out. And now we have only new item option. We don't have a quick edit option here, and we don't have that quick edit option here, and it's grayed out. This is first one we were discussed. Now when I try to add new item here, we'll see what happens. Now it is appeared in a dialog box. Earlier when we hit this new item, it was redirecting to a different URL. Now it's not redirecting, it's opening on the same page as a dialog box. This is called dialog box. For example, I'm trying to create this one. If I want to see the existing item, also it appears in this way. If you want to edit any of the existing item, it appears in a dialog box. So that is about dialog box. So we changed two options. One is quick edit, we disabled it, and we enabled an option to display the font in a dialog box, not in a different page. So that is about that. We'll come back to advanced settings. What we have, we'll see. So we have automatic management of indices. We have not discussed about the indexes yet, so that's why we'll skip this topic and we'll discuss deeply about indexes and how you can manage the automatic management of indices. The next option is list experience. This is default experience for the site, and based on the site, if it is in a site, if you select it as a classic, it shows up in a classic. When you go with a new experience, it always goes with a new experience. When you go with a classic experience, it always goes with a classic experience. Now, when I select a new experience, and this is the classic experience which we are working. When I refresh this one, okay, now still it is coming on that. Yes, now see, now it is in modern experience. Earlier, so here we have a return to classic SharePoint. We'll see. Now you can able to change this from the classic experience, but by default when you try to hit this URL, it opens in a modern fashion. But when you want to redirect to classic, yes, we have an option always to do that. So that is about that last option in the advanced settings. Okay, we have couple of things left and we'll discuss one after another. Before going to discuss about other options, here we have simple options. We'll complete that one, and then tomorrow we'll deeply discuss about views, and then we'll deeply discuss about other options. And here we have a delete this list option, and when you hit this option, it pops up an message stating that are you sure want to send this list to the recycle bin. If I click OK, it goes to the recycle bin. If I click cancel, it stays here only. Of course, it goes to the recycle bin. And later, if you want to restore your list back to the same place, yes, you can do that. So that will test when I hit this. Now the list will delete. It's not deleting permanently, it's just deleting and it's sending back to recycle bin. If you want to restore that, and we have a site settings option here. Of course, you directly have a recycle bin option also, but I'm showing from here. You have recycle bin option. In the recycle bin, we have 3 items. When you hit this one, see it is going to the admin recycle bin. We have total 3 things. One is employee details. Enterprise employee details is a list, and we have a test one RTF, and we have MR. This is something maybe the old one. Enterprise list. Sorry. What is this? Oh, this is item. A mystery is item, and this is a list. And if you want to restore from here, when you select here, you can see the restore option. But I don't want to go from there. I want to go directly from the site settings. Yes, we have that option also. When you go to the site contents or site information, of course, you can go from the site information or you can go from the site settings. We have all settings, and here we have recycle bin option. And when you open this recycle bin, you can able to see the 3 items which we saw earlier. Now select this one, hit restore. Now we have 2 things. I'm going back to site contents, and we have enterprise employee details. So we were successfully restored the list, and then we'll go back and we'll work a couple of things here. I will discuss about rating settings. When you hit rating, we have other 2 options we'll discuss later, but rating settings is very quick option, so we'll discuss in 2 minutes later. By default, rating settings is disabled. If we hit yes, and now it is enabled, we have 2 types of ratings. One is likes, another one is star rating. Of course, people might see that likes in Facebook, Twitter kind of things, and star ratings, you can see a kind of e-commerce site. When you try to buy any product, and you can see the rating of that product and rating of that company, then people will go. The rating depends upon the average count. Maybe 10 people given a rating to a particular product, and then that takes an average. So when I click this one, the rating option is added to the list. And if you want to add the rating, and you no need to update the list item. That automatically shows up say star marks, and you can directly now. I'm not putting any items in the edit mode directly. I can give a rating to 2 ratings here. I can give 4 ratings here. I can give 5 ratings here. If somebody given a 1 rating to this item, the rating will count to a 2, and the rating shows up directly with the 3 stars if somebody gives 1, because 5 plus 1 is 6, by 2 is 3. I suppose for this item, if somebody given 5-star rating, and this is already 4, and somebody given 5-star rating, total count is 9, by 2 is 4.5. It automatically shows a 4.5 rating. I think Sunil have access to this site. Can you please give a rating to these items? If you don't have, I give access to Sunil right away. So this is granting the permissions. Of course, we'll discuss complete permissions in a separate session, but I'm just giving the permission to Sunil. So it's done. It's done. It's done. I'm just coming back to the list. So we have 2 rating for this, Mr. Risham. For Anil, it's 4. For Mike, it's 5-star rating. You just give any rating to the items, then we can able to see the average. You can give the rating to these items. Maybe once you get a time, then open in the desktop. Of course, in the laptop also, you can. Sorry, in the mobile also, you can able to open this, because this is mobile friendly sites, and it contains a complete responsive design. You can able to open in mobiles. You can simply just give a rating once you get a 5 minutes or 10 minutes time, and then the next. That's it today. How we can give an individual item permissions. So for that, I'm going back to the document library. Now in this document library, we have couple of items, and another user also can able to see the items which is already in approved state. And also he can able to see some draft items also. Because we already provided full control access to this user, so he is able to see. What we'll do is we'll test the permission level once again in this document library. Now we know that how to test the permission level for an individual user. What I'm doing is to test that, going back to the permissions for this document library. Now you can see this user having a full control on this one, and you can able to see full control on design permission the user have. To check the permission, we know that from here we can check. To remove the user permission, we can remove from here. To edit the permission level, we can edit from here. If you want to grant a new permission to the user, you can grant from here. But still this user has a full control permission. Now we have couple of items here. I'll open in a new tab, and then we can easily see instead of switching back to that. We have couple of files were checked out are in a draft state. What we will do is we'll check in all these items, right click on it, and then I don't want to see that presentation. Check in. Okay, there is some difficulty to check in. Maybe this is checked out to some other user, I think. I don't know. We'll test from here. Okay. I think this is checked out to this user. I don't think so. I must fill out. Oh, I'm sorry. So to check in this one, we have
Each
some
side is
property editing
different
here.
user, right?
To,
Maybe.
to do that, we have quick edit option from here. Here we can add something XYZ. And then is there anything else? No, I don't think so. Stop editing. And we have some issues. I don't know why we have issues on this. Maybe this is checked out to this user. I don't want to test to whom it is checked out to. And we have another file also here. I'm just trying to do that. BBC. Okay, now I think it's good. Go back and once check in. It's working. 2.0. Click OK. And then check in this one also. Publish as a major version. And we have another document. We'll delete this document. I don't want check in this document. Click OK. We know that this is in pending state and this is in pending state. Is there any other are in pending state? And we'll go to approve or reject and then approval. Click OK. We already discussed about approval and rejected and what is the pending state. So these are the content approval states. Now I'm going back to the another list. Go back to the view. Don't save my changes. Now we have almost 3, 6, 9, 10 items, right? And here also we have 10 items, 3, 3, 6, and 10 items. Now I have an alert message. I want to go with the permissions for this one. If you hit this and you can see this eclipses here. So once you hit that eclipses and you have this shared with option here. And also the same option in the top also you can see shared with option. You can see from here or you can see from here also. If you hit this shared with option, it shows who can able to access. And this is shared with plenty of the people, enterprise members and enterprise visitors, Shivani, Sunil, some XYZ people. I want to break the inheritance from its parent library. So for that, hit this one. You can see the message stating that this document inherit permission from its parent. What is the parent of this document is new file location. Now I can stop the inheritance for this particular document. When I stop inheritance, it shows a message stating that you are able to create a unique permissions for this document. Changes made to the parent folder or a document library permission will no longer affect this document. Yes, correct. When I hit OK, it stopped the inheritance from its parent, but you cannot miss out any of these users. If you want to remove, you can remove. But suppose I want to remove this user for this particular document library, remove user permissions, and you are about to remove all permissions for this following user or a group to alert message. So I'm just clicking OK. Now this user is no longer available for this particular document only, not for the document library. This is only for the specific document, that is alert message. Now coming back to the another browser, when you refresh this page, you can able to see the 9 items only. Now see 3, 3, 6 and 3, 9. And we missed out a file called alert message. Now coming back here, the alert message file is available, but the user don't have access to this one. Other users can able to see this one, but that particular user we removed, those guys only not able to see. So what I can do is I can go back to the permissions again. Now this is, I'm sorry, this is complete document library permission. Now you can go back to the file, advanced settings. We have shared with concept here. You can go from here and you can go to advanced. Now the user is not available here. Instead of granting a full permission for this particular file, I'm giving only read permission to the user instead of giving a complete permission, and we have read permission level here. Just share it out. Now user have access to this. Come back to this. When you refresh this one, come on, it's asking the credentials. I forgot to save the credentials on this. Now stay signed in. Yes, no worries. Now see, user can able to see the 10 files, but here when I select any of the file except this alert message, when I go to files, I can able to see these options, and I can able to edit this one, check out, and I can able to view the properties, edit properties, delete. I can do whatever I want. But when I select this one instead of this, and see everything is grayed out here, I cannot able to edit, I cannot able to check in, check out, and I cannot able to edit properties. But other files I can able to do, because this file having a unique permissions. This is special from other files. Just before we were tested all the files, and that time the user have full control on the particular document library, but for particular this item user only have a read permission. Now if you want to grant the edit permission to this particular document, and we can able to do from here. And so where we are, I think we are on the same page. No, I think just refresh and we'll see. We are on that same page. Yes. Now, if you want to give the edit permission to this particular file, you can able to give from here edit user permission, and you can able to select the contribute or maybe edit permission from here. If you select and if you hit OK, now from this moment onwards, the user will get a edit permission. Go back to the Chrome. Now then refresh this one. Once you refresh, select this file, and you can able to see the edit option, also edit document and check-in document, and also we have an option. So in the same fashion, we have the folders also. If you hit this one, and you can go to Eclipse, and you can see the share option, and when you go to the advanced, and you can see shared with option. So again, you can go to the advanced permissions, and from there you can break the inheritance. The same way you could break the inheritance for the list items as well. See, this folder inherit permission from its parent, and if you want to break the inheritance, you can break the inheritance. This option also available for the folders. You can do that. If you go to the list also, I'm going back to the list. I have a company list. Inside list also, we have an option for individual items. Now this is in a modern look and feel. If you select this one, you can able to see this option. And here also you can have an option called manage access, and you can able to see who can able to access this one from here. If you want to stop sharing with the people, you can do that. So here we have a share option also in the modern. You can do that. If you want to edit the existing groups, you can do that as well. And we have list settings also in the top. If you want to go to the settings, you can go from here. So this is just modern look and feel. If you have any confusion with the modern look and feel, you can again switch back to the classic mode. If you switch back to the classic mode, and you can see the options here. When you go to the advanced, you can see shared with option, and then we have an advanced option. You can go to the advanced option. Here also we have the stop sharing option. You can do that, but when you go to the advanced, you can see the permissions from here. You can break the inheritance, and you can grant the permissions to the new users for an individual item.
If you create a folders also, you can break the inheritance in the same fashion. And when I go back to the new file location, here we already discussed about if you give a read permission, user can able to read, and if you give a contribute permission, user can able to edit and delete the permission, and user also can do the other actions. Instead of giving all permissions at a time, we can restrict the permissions also. So for that, I'm going back to site settings. So in the site settings, we have a site permission option, but this is not available here. When you go to here site actions, you cannot able to see. But in the SharePoint, if we go back to home, this is in SharePoint Online. The options were little bit changed, but in the classic SharePoint, in the SharePoint on-premise, we have an option called users and groups option. From there, we can able to change. But if you go to the site action gear, we can directly see the site permission option here. Actually, this option is under site settings in the SharePoint 2016 or SharePoint 2013. But here in the SharePoint Online, we can able to see from here. But when you hit this one, it's showing some options like site owners, site members, and site visitors. We don't have an option to see all the permissions, but we have another option here called advanced permission settings. When you hit advanced permission settings, it shows another window here. Here we have a couple of other options also. If you want to add a user to the site, you can able to add from here. When you hit grant permission, you can able to add the users like this. And here we have show options, and you can able to add the permission to this particular user. I am adding a contribute permission to this user. You can able to share complete site from here. This is complete site. If you give a permission to the complete site, and people can able to access the all the list and libraries, but which list contains a unique permissions, this user cannot add into that particular list or a document library. If you break the inheritance, if you add any user to the site, the user is no longer available to the particular list or a document library, and later you have to add the user into that particular document library. That is about granting permission. If you refresh, you can able to see the user which recently you created. This is about creating a group. Before creating a group, we'll discuss about a custom permission level, and then we'll come back to the creating groups. Next one is edit user permissions that we are discussing continuously. If you want to edit the user permission, you can able to edit using this option. If you want to change the permission level, yes, you can able to change the permission level also. Click OK. Earlier it was contribute, now it is edit. And next one is remove user permission. We know that if you want to remove the permission, you just have to hit this one. You are about to remove all permissions for the following user or a group to the enterprise sites. This is a username. When you hit OK, the user no longer available in the site, and the user cannot able to access that one. The next one is check permission. If you want to check the permissions for a user, maybe you have hundreds of users who are added here, and maybe hundreds of SharePoint groups were available. You don't know the user is in which group and what type of access he have. If you want to check that, you can check from here. I'm just checking the user from here. Clicking check now. Yes, user already have a limited access given directly. Limited access by default system will generate, and the read permission already have, and this read permission is coming from enterprise site visitors group. If you have any doubt, enterprise site visitors group, if you have a doubt on the user is there inside this one, you can able to check. Yes, user is available. If you want to add the users into group, you can add from here. Of course, we'll discuss about the groups later, and then we'll see. And in the last session, we were discussed about the permission level. By default, system will give you the 5 different permission level, that is read, contribute, edit, design, and full control. Read permission is used to read the items and download the items. And the contribute permission can able to add, update, and delete the items and documents, but it cannot handle the list and the document libraries. When you go to the edit permission is one level above the contribute, and it can able to add, update, and delete the list items and documents, as well as it can able to handle the document library and list. And design permission also about the edit, and it also contains a approve or reject permission, as well as it can handle the branding as well, and you can able to customize the pages. And full control also contains the design permission, as well as full control can able to give the permissions to other users. So these are the permission levels we have, but I don't like it. For suppose I just want to give a permission to the end user to add and update, but I don't want to give a permission to delete the items. So for that, we can able to create a new permission level here. Click add a permission level. Now I'm giving a name as add and update. I don't want to give a delete permission, so you can give the description here. If you type the description, it just stating that what permission level it contains, just saying that no delete option, no delete available. Now we have different permissions here. Manage list. If you want to manage the list, then select, but this is not our motto. And this is override list behavior, and this is add items. Yes, I'm selecting add items, and also I want to give a edit items permission to the user as well. So when you select add items, edit items, and view items, then user can able to add and user can able to edit the items, but user cannot able to cannot able to delete the items. And the remaining permissions also we have open items. Of course, if you want to select the open item, that's fine, because I just want to restrict the user to delete, so that's why I'm not selecting the delete option. And here delete version also I don't want to give. View application pages also I don't want to give. And we have site related permissions, manage permissions, view web analytics data. Lot of other permissions also available. When you are creating a new permission level based on your requirement, select these options. We have plenty of options were available. These all are actions, we can say it as. And if you want to create a new permission group and focus on these all and what the user requirement is, then select those things only and skip other things. Now we will selected a couple of things like add items, edit items, delete items, view items, open items, and view versions. Then click OK, click create. It creates a custom permission level for us. See, the custom permission level is add and update. Now we can utilize this add and update. So for that, what I'm doing is I'm going back to the new file, location, document library. Go back to document library permissions for this document library. This user contains full control. I'm removing, or I'll edit the user permission also. Before clicking OK, what I'm doing is now the user have complete permissions on this. User can able to do everything. User can able to upload. User can able to delete the documents. We select file, and user can able to see the delete option, view properties option, upload, everything now user can able to see. Now what I'm doing is I'm deleting these all. I'm just giving read permission and add and update permission. Now I'm not giving contribute permission. Click OK. Now the permissions were changed to this user. I selected add and update and read. Now when I go back to this user, refresh the browser. Once you refresh the browser, you can able to see all the items were available here, and the new item option is available, upload option is available. When I go to file, when I select any of this document, user can able to see the edit properties option, view properties, and edit document option also. But see, the delete document option is grayed out. Why it is grayed out? Because we restricted this user to delete the documents. So how it is coming from? It is coming from a new custom permission level which we created. So this way you can restrict the users to delete, but users can able to add and update the files. If you want to create only delete action, yes, you can create. If you want to create only add permission, you can create. So that is about creating a custom permission levels. To create a custom permission levels, I'm going back to homepage to see that when you select this site action gear, After this one, we can able to see the site permissions, and here we have a advanced permission settings. If you select advanced permission settings, it will redirect us to the permission page, and we have permission levels. These are the permission levels we have: full control, design, edit, contribute, read, and update permission. So if you want to create a new one, you can able to create from here. If you want to edit any of the existing one, you need to hit that one. For example, these are the one. If you hit this one, you can able to see the all actions here. And if you want to select any of the action, or if you want to add any of the action to that particular permission level, you can able to add from here as well. And if you want to delete the permission level, you can able to delete the permission level. You can select and delete selected permission level. And you can see these permission level you cannot able to select because these are the system default one. So that's why you cannot able to delete the existing permission levels, but you can able to delete the permission levels which you created. So that is about that, creating permissions and editing or updating permissions and deleting permission levels. Going back to the permissions page, and here we have an option called access request settings. We'll see this one. When you click this one here, allow members to share the site and individual files and folders. This is already selected. If you don't want to allow members to share, you can skip this one. And next one is allow access request. Yes, by default in on-premise it will be unselect, but here in SharePoint Online it is selected. And when you select allow access request, select who will receive all access request. Here we have an enterprise site admins. Of course, I think I'm in enterprise site admin. We'll see. No, you can able to see here enterprise site owners. Who are the owners? And Sunil is the owner for this one. But what I'll do is, instead of going with that particular group, we can able to change into a specific email address. So I'll copy my email address from here. Admin user. Okay, I'll type instead of copying. I think I'm not able to copy. Do we have an option here? No. What I'll do is I'll type this complete one. Admin attrition solutions ind dot on Microsoft.com. Admin attrition solutions ind dot on Microsoft.com. And I click OK. Now this setting is enabled now. So what I'll do is, and this user have a read permission here. This user have a read permission here. You can able to remove the user from here, or otherwise what we'll do is we'll go back to the file location and then document library permissions, and we'll remove the user completely, and then we'll try to access that page. We'll see what error it passes and what we can do from there. I'll select the user from here and remove user permissions for this particular document library, and we are working with that particular document library. When you refresh this one, I'm expecting an error message comes here that's stating that sorry, you don't have an access. I'm just asking to the administrator. I can type the message here. Hi, I want access for this document library to manage my documents. That's it. I'm just stating that thanks message. And when I hit request access, we'll see this complete message comes as an email or what we will get. Okay, now this message, okay, it's coming here. The message stating that sorry, you don't have access, awaiting approval. Well, let's you know about any updates. If you want to update your request, you can write a message here again. So we already sent an email. I feel we'll check. Yes, I got an email. see the message from this user, and below we have a message called accept or decline this request. Request resources so and so so and so. What they're requesting for the my file document library. This is actually the document library URL, but we changed into new file location. If you want to accept, you can accept from here, and who requested it, you can able to see this username as well. I'm just copying this username, and I can able to accept or decline this request. If I hit this one, see it comes into access request. Pending access request is so and so user. If you want to approve, you can approve. So once you hit approve, this is the permissions, and you can able to give a permission from here. Read permission. If you want to type a message, you can able to type a message from here. If you type a message, the message will go to the user in that format, and this is who requested it and requested for this new file location. Now here it is coming with a document name. Earlier it was with a URL in the email, and the status is pending. And once you approve, the user will get a permission. What permission user will get? User will get a read permission. If you want to change this read permission also, you can able to change the permission. If I hit approve, we'll see what happens. User can able to get the read permission or not. Now there is no pending requests were available. We can go back to this browser, and don't refresh the access denied page. If you refresh the access denied page, and you'll get the same error message again. So where we are, I'm typing this one, all item statistics fix. This is new file location. Now user is able to access this one, but this user having a read permission to this particular document library. If you have any doubts on that, you can always go back to library settings and then go back to permissions for this document library and see this user have read permissions. This is about that. And again, we'll go back to home page. We'll go back to the permissions, and we have another concept left there, that is site collection administrators. Here we have site permissions. Again, we'll go back to advanced permission settings. We are done with this one, and then this one is site collection administrators. Just hit site collection administrators. When you create any site collection, you can able to see when you are creating, only we can add two administrators. One is primary administrator, another one is secondary administrator, and later you can add n number of administrators to your site collection. If you hit here, you can able to add user as an administrator, and you can add other users into administrators. You can able to add this user, and then this user also you can able to add. Click OK. Once you hit OK, all users now administrators. See, these all users are administrators. So once you add a user as administrators, these people can able to create the subsites, they can able to delete the subsites, and they can able to handle the complete site collection. So that's why we add users as a administrators. So this is about site related permissions. And we have another interesting topic called groups. I'm removing these all users from the administrators. I don't want to keep all users as administrators. Now we have an option called create group. So this create group option available when you create a new subsite, or when you create a new site collection also, that creates three different groups. One is owner, one is a visitors group. Visitors group contains a read permission. Another one is called members group. Members group contains a contribute permission level. And the final one is owners. Owners group contains a full control permission level. Now here I'm trying to create a new group called demo group. and description is optional. You can type something meaningful. And so I don't want to go with the HTML formatting. That's fine. About me is that's fine. And who is the owner? And I'm creating this group, so that's why I am the owner. If you want to add another owner, yes, you can always able to add the owner as well. But for each and every group, only one owner is available. If you want to remove this user, and you can keep this user, or you can, if you want to keep myself, you can admin user, and you have to remove. Only one owner can accept for the group. And group settings, who can view the membership of the group, which means for suppose there is a 10 or 20 users are available, and who can able to see that one? Only members can able to see. Or if you want to select everyone, you can able to select. Then other peoples also who have a read permissions to this site, they can able to see the members. The next one is who can edit the membership of the group. To editing or adding the users, who can do that? Only group owner. Or if you want to give that permission to the group members also, you can able to give, but you cannot give this permission to everyone. But I'll keep to the group owner only. And membership request, allow request to join or leave this group. If you click yes, then the same way, just before we saw, when the people were trying to access the document library, they get a message that you don't have an access, please request the access, right? So if you want to give an option to leave or join or leave the group, and you can able to give an option to the end user to request, that is yes. By default it would be no. Auto accept request, which means if you request that, that automatically accepts if you select yes. But if you click yes, and if you click auto accept, so that is a bit confusion to the users. If you want if you want to add, you can able to add directly. If you want to leave, you can do directly. So if I click yes, there is no meaning to send the emails to the administrator. It automatically accepts. But if you click no, it sends to the request to the administrator, and then administrator review the request, and then they can able to accept that. So that is about this membership request. Just before visa, we can able to request the a membership for that particular group. This is same as a Facebook or any other social networking groups. And in the Facebook, if you want to join any of the groups, and you need to send a request to the administrator, once the administrator approves it, and you can able to add into that group, then you can get the updates from that group. So that is about this. If you select yes, and this will be enabled, and later people can able to request the membership, and admin review, and admin can able to accept. So once you create a group, if you add this group into any of the SharePoint list or a document library, and what permission level you want to give to that particular group, you can able to select from here. I want to give a edit permission this for this particular group, then click create. Before creating that, just see name is demo group, and about me is optional always, and group owner is admin user. And if you want to change this one, you can able to change, but here you can able to add only one user as an administrator. And the group settings, who can view the membership of the group? Only group members. And who can edit the membership of the group is owner. And membership request, allow request to join or leave this group. This is yes. I selected as a yes, and people can able to request the request to join in this group. Will see this one, and that will send an email to the admin at rishansolutions.ind.onmicrosoft.com. And see here, give group permission to the site. And what permission I'm going to give? I'm going to give a edit permission to the user. And we have a plenty of other permission levels also we were discussed, and we created a custom permission level that is also available here. When you click create, now only one user is available here. If you want to add other users into this group, you can able to add from here. So to see this one, first we'll go back to the peoples and groups page. Now I cannot able to redirect from here. So for that, what I'm doing is, again, I will go to the home page, come back to the permission levels. So here we have advanced permissions again. Now we have a group called demo group. If you want to edit this group, you can hit this one. You can able to see this group members. Now only one user we have. If you want to add the users here, yes, you can able to add, select, show options. I don't want to send an email notification. See, we don't have any different permission here. We can able to add the users only directly. And I'm trying to add another user, 2 users I'm trying to add. See, we are able to add 2 users, and we have some actions here. If you want to email users, you can email, select the users and email it. And there is a call or message option, but we don't have this enabled to us. And the next one is remove users from the group. If you select any of the users, you can able to do that. For suppose I'm selecting this user. If I want to remove the user, remove user from the group, and this is the user, click OK. Of course, you can select multiple people at a time, and you can remove the users as well. And leave group, remove yourself from its SharePoint group. If you have a edit permission of on this group, you can do that. Because I'm an admin for this group, I can able to leave, I can able to remove myself from this group, but I don't want to do that. If I remove, then I lost the access, and somebody will be, another user will be the admin of this group. I don't want to do that. And coming back to the group settings, we have view group permissions, so and so, so and so. When I hit this group settings, we will redirect to the page which we created just before. And this is a page we created the SharePoint group, and we have, this time we have less options. And now we have a demo group, and about me and owner we have, and group settings we have, membership request we have. If you want to change anything, you can able to change. And also we missed out the another option called permission related, and here you can able to see the permission. Now what permission level it contains, edit permission level it have. You can able to view this one. See, I can able to view this one and make default group, and we have list settings, but we just able to see the group permission. Can we able to edit this one? Let's test. Now the permission level is edit, and this is the site collection URL. When you hit this one, it is opening the site URL, but we don't have a edit permission option. We just have the permission level as edit, but I cannot able to update this permission into a different permission level. So you cannot do that. Okay, we don't have any other option. This is make default view. There is no meaning that making the default view, but if you make the default view, this comes in the top only. And here we have a list settings. This is most important. And when you go to this list settings, and it redirect us to a different page called people.aspx. People might ask where the user permissions will store. That stores in user information list. See, the list name is user information list, but the URL is people.aspx. Remember this, all the users permissions will store in a list called user information list, and the URL of that list and is 15/people.aspx. All people will reside here, and this contains the same columns. And if you want to add the columns, you can able to add the columns. And if you want to see, for suppose, what is this user information list, what it contains, if you go to here, you can able to see only a couple of options here, and it contains some groups: enterprise site members, enterprise visitors, enterprise owners, and demo group. Like this list having this information. You cannot able to see in a as a same common list, but this list looks in a different fashion, because this view is different, people.aspx, and this view is different. Now we are in a membership group number 5. If you change this number, you can go to a different, like if I am going to enterprise visitors, and still we are in a people.aspx, but group ID is 4. And if you go to the new one, demo group, which we created, the membership group number is 16. Like this, it will show. It will not show as the same common regular list. It show in a different fashion, but this is a user information list. All the users which we added to the site collection, that stores in this list. Remember that. So that is about groups, and we created a group. If you want to add the users, you can add from here. If you want to remove the users, you can add, you can remove from the actions. If you want to update this group, you can update from the settings. So this is about creating and updating a SharePoint group. And we missed out a concept called request access. So we'll see from where we can request that one. I'm going back. I don't have complete permissions. I'm going back to home. So we have site action gear here, and we have a site permission concept here, and we can able to see site owners, members, and visitors. But I cannot able to request this one because I cannot able to see that option, right? Cannot able to see. Why I cannot able to see? Because I don't have access to see the complete permission levels. What I'll do is, instead of that, now we'll go back to site permissions again. To go back to site permissions, we don't have a direct option here to switch to permissions. I'm going back to site permissions, go back to advanced permissions. And we'll grant permission to user. So now here I have a demo group option. You do not have a permission to this membership, but we have some action. We have a giant group option here. When I hit a giant group, and I'll get this box, enter justification and other request details here, and then you can able to submit the request. And what you are going to do, I'm sending a request from so-and-so user, and to join the group is demo group, and group description is optional. We send, I'm typing a message, hi, can you please add me in this group? Okay, then click send request. This is same as a access request for the site. Now I think the administrator will get an email, no reply at SharePointOnline.com. The message is, hi, can you please add me in this group? And here you can able to follow this. Click of the following link, add so and so user to the demo group. Now see if you can directly share, or you can type some message and then user will get that. Just granted, or if you want to send an email, you can send an email, then click share. So once you hit share, the user will add to this particular group. Now go back to your enterprise site. Hit this site action gear. Go to site permissions. See advanced permission settings. Okay. Open demo group. You can able to see the user is already added here. So this way we can give a permission, or we can able to add the users into a specific group. So if you create a group, and there is an advantage with the groups also. But suppose our document library having a unique permissions. Go back to library permissions. You can go to permissions for this document library. Now see, we have enterprise site members, we have enterprise site owners, and another user we have here. If you select this user, remove user permissions, now click OK. Now we have a couple of users in the group. When you try to grant a permission and type enterprise, no, we don't have enterprise now. We have a demo group, and select the demo group.
select this demo group and unselect this one, show options. I'm not going to send an email. One group will be invited, total 3 people in this group. But suppose we have only 3 people at this moment. If you have 100 people, 200 people also, you can able to give a permission here. Now we can able to change it. This group already having a edit permission. If you want to change the permission level also, you can able to change in this particular document library. You can invite. This way we can grant a permission to hundreds of people at a time to the particular list or a document library which contains a unique permissions. If you want to change the permission level also, you can able to change. And now this group is treating as a one single entity, but it contains a plenty of people. Now it contains only 3. In the real time it may contains hundreds of people as well. Once you add 100 people at a time to a specific group, if you have 10 or 20 list, you want to give a permission to 100 people individually, it takes around 10 to 20 hours of time. But in this way you can give permissions in 10 minutes to this particular group, and all the people also comes with that particular group. When I click share, all the people will get a permission to this particular document library. This just simplifies the complete action into a single set. Now when you refresh, you can able to see this demo group here, and these people who are inside this group can able to get the access. And this way, if you added this group into 20 list, later if you want to add a user into this 20 list, and then you can simply add into this group, and all the 20 list access he will get. For example, there is a department, imagine there is a management department is available, and there is a new manager is added, and there is hundreds of lists were available, and we need to give a permission to the manager, and that is very difficult to open each and every list which have a unique permission to grant the permission. If you add that user into a management group, then the user will get permission to all the list and libraries. So that way we will use SharePoint groups. So that is about granting permissions, working with the unique permissions, and working with the SharePoint groups. We are gonna discuss how to create a subsets and how it creates a new groups to the subsets. To create a subsets, we have to go back to site contents. When you go back to site contents, and you can see this site contains all document libraries and list page libraries and announcement libraries also here. And if you go to the next option here in the subsites, this is actually the modern look and feel, and we don't have any subsites yet. So if you want to create a new subsite, when you hit this one, there is an option called subsite. And in the modern, you can see here, and in the classic also, you can see the same option under site contents. When we go back to the classic SharePoint, here we have a new subsite option. When you hit this new subsite option, it will redirect us to create a subsite page. Now I'm giving a name called subsite. Description is optional. You can give any meaningful description here. And website address is, this is actually our complete site collection URL. You can give a subsite as a URL, and this is complete URL, and this is the name which we are giving for the subsite. And we have a couple of templates here. We have theme site, no Office 365 group, theme site classic experience, we have blog, and we have project site, and we have some enterprise templates also for subsites, that is document center, record center, basic search center, and VCO process repository, and we have Duet enterprise also. Inside this we have SAP workflow site, but we are not going to work with an SAP. And for that, I'm going back to some collaboration sites, and we have the project site and we have the blog site. I'll go with the blog site because earlier we were created a team site, and I'm creating a blog site here. We have permissions option here. When you go to this option, use same permissions as a parent site, which means it will no longer create any permissions for the subsite. It directly inherits permission from its parent site. Now, if you want to go with this option, you can go, but we want to work with a unique permission. So that's why you can go with the next option called use unique permissions. When you hit this use unique permissions,
it will create a new group for us. We'll discuss about that a bit later. Coming to the navigation part here, the first option is display this site on the quick launch of the parent site. We know that what is the quick launch. This is quick launch of the parent site. So if you want to keep this site in the quick launch of parent site, you can click yes, and we'll see how it works. And display this site on the top link bar of the parent site. If you want to keep this subsite in the top navigation bar, yes, you can keep that, and I'm selecting yes. So if you select yes only, you can able to test, right? So that's why I'm not clicking no. And here also, navigation inheritance, use the top link bar from the parent side. If I click yes, and the same top navigation bar of the parent side will also get into the subsite. That we'll see how it works. Only simple options. We have to give a title, and then description is always optional. If you want to give, you can give. The next one is website address, and it shows the complete site collection URL, and then you need to add some meaningful name to the link to link to the web link. And the next one is the template, and of course before template we have another option also, select a language, and we already discussed about the languages it supports. And we have the permission option next. Use permissions, use same permissions as parent site, and use unique permissions. Now we are going with the unique permissions because we want to see what unique permissions it will create for a particular subsite. And the next one is navigation, and I want to add this subsite into the quick launch, then click yes. And I want to add into the top link bar also, you can click yes. And navigation inheritance, and I want to use the same top link bar of the parent site into my subsite. So we can go with the same options what we have. Click create, and it will take a while to create a subsite. And before creating a subsite, it redirects us to another page called permissions page. And this permissions page, you can able to see it's creating a 3 different types of groups. That is site name space visitors, and site namespace members, site namespace owners. Now we have total 3 groups here. One is visitors, another one is members, and owners group. Members group, the visitors group will have a read permission, and then members group will have a contribute permission, and then owners group will have a full control permission. Now what I'm doing is I'm trying to add a user here. We already created some users, and we are going to test. I'm trying to enter a username. Yes, I added the user here in the visitors group. Once I add the user into visitors group, then we'll see this user will get a read permission or not. We'll check it out, and then click OK. It's creating total 3 groups. Remember it, this is most important in the SharePoint groups. If you create a subsite, and how many group, or if you create any site, how many groups were create inside the permissions. Total 3 groups, that is a visitors group, members group, and owners group. Click OK, it will create a subsite for us. Now it's creating. Yeah, done. It's already created in a while. See, this is a blog site. Now if you go to site settings, and the site settings, you can see a site permission option here. In the site permission, you can able to see 3 groups: subsite members, subsite owners, and subsite visitors. 3 groups were available, and we added a user into a visitors group. I'll try to open that user in another browser. I already opened this browser in the Chrome browser. I logged in with the username called Angel. Angel able to see this one. See, the user is Angel. If you go to the site action, you can able to see shared with and site contents. But suppose if I have any categories, or if I want to post anything, I cannot able to do that. We don't have any post option. We just have a read option. We have a like option and a comments option. That's it. But we don't have a edit permission to this one. If you want to give the edit permission, of course you can give that. We already discussed deeply about that. And coming back to the home page, and now I have only subsite option here. and I'm going back to my parent site. This is my parent site. In the parent site also, I don't have any top navigation. I just have a quick navigation, but in the quick navigation also I have this subsite is available. In the top also I have this subsite. If you go to the, no, this is not, I don't know. From the home page, I don't want to go to that. If you go to any of the things like site contents, I'm going to, and if I change this into, yes, this is a classic experience. Now I can able to see the subsite here. I'm trying to add one more link in the top navigation. To add that one, here we have an option called edit, and you can able to add a link here. And I'm just typing something like entire course, and then type http://entirecourse.com, and then click OK. Now save here. I have two links here, and I go to the subsite, and you refresh this one. See, the entire course also available in the subsite, which means what? Now, if you add something on the parent side, and the same top navigation bar also comes here. That's why we were selected top link inheritance from the parent side to the subsite. Now we can able to see this. So this is about creating a subsite and working with an inheritance concept, and working with a sorry, we can call it as a quick navigation, and this one is top navigation. Now we can able to add the subsite in the top navigation and quick navigation also. So that is about subsite and subsite groups and subsite permissions. Now we'll come back to creating a page here, and this is a parent site. Now I'm trying to create a page. To create a page, we have an option here in the, I'm sorry, we have an option for that. Now we don't have option here. When you go to home page, we'll see if we get option from there, or otherwise we'll see how we can create that. Still loading. When you hit this one, you have an option called add a page here. If you hit this one, we'll see where the page will create. Now it's creating three types of pages. Now we have one is a blank page, visual page, and basic text. You can go with any of these options, and this is a visual one, this is a basic text, and anything you want, you can go with this this. And I don't want to create like this, and I can go with a normal creating page. So this is actually the modern look and feel, complete modern look and feel page you created. Now we have a couple of options here to do that. Now here it's showing the enter the name of the page, and just entering the demo page or test page, whatever it is you can enter, and you can able to enter the text here. When you are trying to enter the text here, it shows some rich text editor. And if you want to add the bullets, if you want to add the hyperlink, if you want to add more, you can add from here. This is a normal text. We have bold, italic, underline, so and so, so and so. And we have the font size. We have font color option. We have highlight color option. You can highlight things using highlight color. And we have the paragraph option. We have the hyperlink option. We have the table option. And we can go with the table option here. When you insert a table and it shows up some columns, some rows and columns. If you go inside this one, you can get more options. And we have the table style, and if you go with this table style, and if you want to do anything different, you can do. And if you want to insert the rows, and if you want to if you want to delete the rows, you can delete using this one. And this is something like highlighter. So before that, and you can enter the data here, and I'm creating a table. Okay, so, and if you want to increase the table width and size, of course we can do that, but here I'm not getting much options for this. Okay, no worries. And we'll type ABC, and if you want to insert something here, you can go with this hyperlink option. If you want to insert the hyperlink, you can insert the hyperlink. We were discussed about a new site, http:// come on, why it is coming this. We'll delete something here. Okay. If you want to use any of this one, you can use text to displays. Okay, if you want to open that in a new tab, you can click save. Now the link is added here, and then you can save this as a draft, and later you can publish. Okay, this page we added some data here. Close it, and then if you want to publish, you can publish this page. In that way, we can add the links, and if you want to edit this page, you can again click this option from here. You can edit this page. When we hit this one, the page into a edit one. So until you publish this page, the end users cannot able to see the changes which you made. For suppose if I edited and I saved as a draft, other users cannot able to see the changes what I did here. So that is about that. And this is actually the web part. We can say this particular web part, if you want to edit this section, you can edit using this option. And also we have this option to move this section, and we have the duplicate section. If you create this one, if you want to duplicate the same kind of section, you can click this duplicate section option. If you hit duplicate section, it creates another web part with the same. See, I have created this one and it's duplicated here. If you don't like this duplication, always you can able to delete this one. We have the delete option here. If you hit delete section, it automatically deletes. And again, if you want to edit this section, once you hit on this particular web part, you can able to see this rich editor option here. And we have the paragraph option. For example, I'm typing some message here. I'm just trying to type some message here. If you want to edit this text, just before we discuss it, right? If you want to change the font color, yes, you can change the font color to red. And then if you want to increase this size to 21, 22, you can increase, and you can make it as a bold, and we have the bold option as well. And also we have highlight color, and if you want to highlight the background color, you can highlight the background color also. When we were discussed about this table, you can insert the table, and you can add the links inside that. And also if you want to see more options here, you can click this eclipse. Sorry, if you click this eclipse and it appears. If you click this eclipse again and it disappears. And we were discussed about a font style, right? And if you don't like this font, and you can change this to heading so and so, so and so. And we have a couple of options here. Full quote and so, heading 1, heading 2. You can change that. So what we left here, we were discussed about fonts, and we were discussed about that. And if you want to add any web part, see, we have this option. When you hit this one, this web parts will appear here. And if you just type a text, you can type. And if you want to insert the image, and we have a insert image option also. When you click this one, it's going to some section, and we don't have any images. For example, I'll see if I have any images in my desktop. I don't think so. So this is a logo which I have in my desktop. This is shop's logo. I can able to insert that from my local system. I want to upload from my local system. I don't have any recent, so that's why I'm just typing shop's logo. Click open, and you can add the image into your page. I'm trying to upload, and we have another option also. If you uploaded any images into your document libraries recently, you can do that. We have the web search. You can get it from the search, Bing search it is. And if you have some images in OneDrive, you can utilize. If you have any images in your site, you can utilize. The next option is upload, and the next option is from link. You can go with any of the option. The link also, if you have any images which you uploaded somewhere in the Google, and you can use that link also, that directly appears here. If you delete that from the source environment, that automatically deletes from your SharePoint environment. But these all options are different. I want to upload from my local computer. Now it's uploaded, it's coming up here, and you can able to see. Once you hit this one, you can resize this one as well. Okay. If you want to resize, you can resize. If you want to copy, you can copy it. And we have some other options here. Crop with a free ratio. I don't want to crop this one. Well, that's fine. I don't want to crop. We all knows about the cropping, right? I don't want to crop this image. We already discussed how to minimize and this is aspect ratio. Aspect ratio will be useful if you increase the height, it automatically increases the width. If you decrease the height, and it automatically decreases the width. That is about aspect ratio. This is about crop. And if you want to reset, you can reset. And if you want to align this one for a left or a right, you can align this one. And if you want to reset it, you can reset. And if you want to save this one, you can save. That's it. These are the options we have for the image. But when you upload it, just use your mouse to resize this one. And if you want to add the caption in the below, you can add the caption. This is my favorite logo. Yeah, okay, that is about that. If you want to use any alternative text, you can use, and we have an option add text over image. It is off, and if you want to add, you can on that and you can add the text over this one. But I don't want to do that. And if you want to change this one, you can change. And if you want to add from the link, you can add it. This is very simple image. You can easily insert the image and you can work with these images. That is about image web part. And now I'm saving as a draft. See, we were added an image, we were added a table, we added a text, and we can able to add more things also. So for that, you have to click this edit option. So once you hit this edit option, we have a couple of other important web parts also. And hit, and I don't like this much big size. You can decrease it. For example, in this one, I don't like this to occupy a complete place, and you can always able to edit here. When I come out of this, and if you go to this particular section, I have this edit option for this image. I don't like, so we are missing out something there. Okay, what I'll do is I'm trying to add something here, and I want to add in a 3 columns, not in a single column. Now I'll try to add something here. We have file viewer, we have link, we have embedded code, and this is the file viewer. You can upload your files here. Again, I have some XYZ file, or maybe a demo presentation would be fine. It looks great. See, just before we uploaded, and we have the recent option. When we hit the recent option for the documents, I can able to see a multiple documents. But just before, we don't have any pictures were uploaded recently, so that's why we cannot able to see that. So I'm clicking open option. Wow, it's opening. It's open. So this is a document which we uploaded here, and it always shows the slides if you have plenty of slides. And this is also Microsoft application, so that's why you can able to maximize this one. We'll see this one, how we can open and how we can open in a new window. That is about uploading in a document. If you upload a Word document also, you can able to see. If you upload an Excel sheet also, you can able to see that. Now I don't want to go with this slide, start slide, second slide, third slide. I don't like this. See, this is added in a second column. Just before we added this one is in a first column. Now it is in second column. This particular section we split into two parts. So that's why it is showing up on 2 parts. For example, if you hit this one, if you like to add more here, you can select these 3 options. and then close this one. If you try to add something here, see, we have another column also available. I'm trying to add, we done with the file viewer. We are going with the link. Link is very simple. I don't want to work with link, but it's fine. You can able to add, you can insert the link here. What link you're gonna add, and just paste the link or a page, and just I want to type http colon, just hope you can type .com, you can type it, and it's loading here. See, it's loading the link, and you can able to see it's technology experts, and it's showing some message, and we don't have any images. If we have the images on this site, it shows up an image here. Now we'll save this page and we'll publish it, and we'll see how this appears. If you want to publish, you can publish, but you can keep like this, and we have the table, and we have some message here, we have logo here, we have the presentation here, we have the link here. If you click this one, it opens in a new page. So this is about that. It's good, right? I'm just getting a message like we are facing some network issues like that, so that's why. Okay, fine. That is about that. And again, if you hit edit, now we are done with that. If you want to add any new sections, you can always able to add from here. And we have link option, we are done with that. We have file viewer, we are done with that. And we have some embedded option also. You can embed the external code here. If I select this embed code option, see, website address or embedded code, you can do that. Like it's showing some YouTube. So for that, what I'm doing is I'm going back to Google and trying to type SharePoint videos. Now I can able to get from here videos. If I go here and then type, trying to get, I'll get some YouTube video, and then I'll copy the embedded code and we'll add that in our SharePoint environment. We'll see how it works. I have some code here to develop a server-side coding. So to copy the embedded code, we can get on this one. You can right click on this one. You can see copy embed code. Once you copy that embed code, I close this one. I'm done with that embed code. You can copy that address here. That's fine. I added some code here. Now see, the video is appearing. We'll try to save this one. We don't have any other options. We have only one other option called resize to fit the page. Now it is on. That based on your page, and that appears if you open in the mobile device also, you can able to see that one. We have some message here, display the content from a secure website by pasting the web address of the site below. If that doesn't work, try pasting the embedded code from the site instead. Embedded code must be iframe based. Script tags are not supported. You can also connect to a list or a library, dynamically change your embedded code, and so on, so on. So we are done with that one. Just click save. Something happened, right? I saved that page as a draft and I clicked something else. See, now we can able to see the video here. And if you want to decrease or increase, you can do that. You can always do that once you edit this page, and you can see that if you hit this one, this works here fine. I'll try to play this for a while. It's loading. And here we have a full screen option. You can utilize this one, but earlier we don't have an option in the on-premise 2013. Now we have an option to maximize this one. I don't want to to that one. So I'm trying to save as a draft, and it's saved and still running. So what I'll do is I'll delete this one and stop playing. If we play the video on the session, what happens? Uh, most of the data it will utilize and we won't get much. So I'm deleting this one. You can able to see, right? And you can able to add the video also. Instead of adding the full screen, of course, you can always add the columns. We have the columns option. We have single column, two columns, three columns, or one third left or one third right. And you can select the background as well. I don't want to use this embedded code longer. I'll delete this one. So that is about embedding the code into your SharePoint page. We have an option here to add again. And the last one is highlighted context. I don't want to go with this highlighted context. We have all other web parts. These web parts are developed and created by Microsoft and they added here. We have this Asana, we have this Bing Maps. This is same like a Google Maps. I think people might know about it. This is Bitbucket, and Bitbucket is a kind of version control. And if you want to work with this version control, you can use. If you connect with the Bitbucket server, you can go with this one. And we have button option. We have call to action. We have code snippet, we have conversations, we have countdown timer, driver, document library, events, GitHub, plenty of apps available, If you want to utilize, and you can utilize these all. Peoples, you want to call the peoples, you can, and if you want to create a quick chart, if you want to go with the Power BI, quick links, recent documents, Salesforce also available. Wow, plenty of apps are available, and Microsoft keep on adding the apps into our web parts gallery. This is completely modern look and feel. You can you can test and you can utilize the web parts. There is no complexity here. You can select and you can utilize it. You need to change the options. We have the Microsoft Forms option. If you want to create any kind of what we can say quiz like forms you can create using this one. We have Microsoft Power Apps, and that is the latest one. And if you want to customize your list forms or a document library or a form library forms, you can utilize the Power Apps that we already discussed. But I'm not going to teach complete Power Apps, but I just explained about what is Power Apps here. So that is about page. And also we have a couple of quick options to see. And here we have a page details option in the top. And if you hit this one, it shows up complete details of the page and what thumbnail we added here. So we added a logo here, and the description is I'm creating a table ABC so and so. I was written for that. And the properties you can able to see there are no custom properties available, so it's showing up like this. And if you click this more details option, we have what when it is modified. That's it. We don't have a much options here, but understand this page also stores in a library called pages library. So if you are in a team site, it stores inside pages library. We'll see where actually the site pages were available. So before doing that, we'll save this one. And also we have a discard option. When you edit this one, you are doing something, and if you want to discard the changes, if you hit this discard changes, which means once you hit edit and you did some changes, if you hit discard changes, the new changes which you done before saving that will discard, that will not available. Something like I'm typing a message here called discard. Okay, I typed something. When I hit discard changes, yes, see the discard is not available because I discarded the changes. I'm not saved it. So that's why those things which I modified after edit option, if I hit discard, that's no longer available on the page. Again, you can hit edit option. When you hit edit option, you can able to see this undo option. If you if you are doing some mistakes or if you want to go back, you can always do undo. We have undo, right? This is very common when you are working with Word, or when you are working with Excel, PowerPoint. You can able to see this undo option. We can able to use Control Z. It's the same way it will work. I use Control Z, yes, that is called undo. If I add something, okay, if I delete something, I can able to undo that. So that is about undo. And we discussed about discard changes, the page details. It just shows the information on of the page, and you can save as a draft. If you save as a draft, and the changes will be available until you republish, that will not available to the end users. It is only available to you only to see that, and who have access to see the drafts, and they can able to see. Other people cannot able to see. Lot of the people will do these kind of mistakes, and they'll update the page and they'll save it. That's it, and they'll not publish it until they publish. This is no longer available to the end users. Remember that. And also, if you want to see about where the page is saving, for that we have to go back to site content again. If you go to the site contents, you can able to see the site pages option here. If you hit this one, you can able to see the page which is created just before. The demo page created 27 minutes back, and it is available here. If you want to delete this page, you can always delete from here. If you hit this one, we have the delete option. If you hit delete, and it asks a message stating that, are you sure want to send this item to the site recycle bin? If you hit delete, and it will delete, and it will be available in the recycle bin. Of course, if you want to restore back, you can do that. And we have other options also. We edited and we are not published it, so that's why still we can able to see the republish option here. We did the changes, we know that, and we saved as a draft, and we are not republished it, and this option also available here. And if you want to share this page into other people, you can able to share. If you hit share option, and it pops up a small window here to enter the name of the user. If I want to add the user here, I can able to add, and this is also people picker column. When I type on it, it shows a username, and also when I type a username, again it shows up. And if you want to add any of the users, and if you want to pass any message to the end user, like I'm giving access to you, if I hit send, that sends a email as well. And if you want to copy the link, you can copy the link, and you directly say you can directly able to send that. So copy is a normal copy option, and we have the Outlook option. When I hit this one, it opens up a Outlook. I don't want to open the Outlook here. It open. Okay, fine. It is opening, and it is copying the page link here. You can able to see, and to whom you are going to send these two users. I added there, so I can able to see these two users. And if you want to add some other users in CC, you can do that. And if you want to add some subject here, you can add, and you can able to send. The next option is only, I want to leave this page. I don't want to send an email now. Okay. If you select this, and we have copy link, we have delete option, and we discussed about share option, and I don't want to pin to top. I don't want to do that, and we already discussed about delete. And if you want to rename this page, that is a demo page. Earlier we have, if I want to change this name, I can able to change. Instead of demo page, I want to change it as new home page. It changes. It changes. Now it changes to new home page, and we have Power Automate concept. And Power Automate is, earlier it is called as MS Flow. Now we have a option that Power Automate. If you want to create a flow, you can create a flow. If you want to see the flows which is already created, you can see. Flow basically a concept of workflows. Earlier in the SharePoint 2013, SharePoint 2010, people calls it as a workflows. Even SharePoint 2019 also, we can call it as a workflows in on-premise. When it is coming to the online, earlier people used to call this as a flow, MS Flow. Now Microsoft changed this name into a Power Automate. So that's why you can able to see that automate option. And Power Automate gives a flexibility to automate the business logic. And if you want to create a flow, you can create using Power Automate, and that simplifies the work structure. For example, you want to create a leave approval workflow, or maybe a budget approval workflow that should have to approve in a multiple stages, right? So for that, you can use the Power Automate. You can use the workflows in on-premise. That is about that. And we have a copy to option. I don't want to copy to. If you hit this one, it will copy your page, and it will paste into somewhere. If you hit copy to, it shows an option, and this is a already copied new home dot, and this folder doesn't have any subfolders. And if you want to copy here, you can copy again here. I don't want to copy here, but it's meaningless if you are copying the same thing on the same page. See, you can able to see new home.aspx is the old one, and I'm also given a same name, so that's why new home.aspx, new home 1.aspx, it's copied here, but it's just a simply copy option. I don't want to do that. Select this page once again. If you select, and you can able to see the Eclipse here, and we have share, so we have preview option. If you want to see, we already discussed share, we discussed about copy link, and this is manage access. If you hit this one, and you can able to see how many people were able to access this one, right? And if you want to stop sharing, you can do that, but I don't want to stop sharing. If you want to grant the access, you can grant access from here. When you hit this one, and again you can able to enter a username, and people can able to edit, or people can able to read. Only two options we have. If you want to notify the people when you are adding, if you want to notify the people when you are adding, you can notify, or otherwise unselect it, just enter the name and grant access. And when I try to add a username here, and the grant access will be enabled, until that it will not enable. And you can change the can edit or can view, any of the options you can change, and you can grant the permission. It's access granted. If you want to add the users, you can add like this. And again, when you see this one, there is a copy option also available. When you hit copy, it copies into your clipboard. Later you can paste somewhere as an email, or you can send it through other ways, whatever you have, or you can add that into any of the page. I don't want to do that from here. When we hit again, we have the delete option we discussed, we have power automate option, we have rename option we discussed, we have pin to top option, we have copy. Okay, the page is pasted, and it is quickly with the pin to top, I think. Okay, I'll come back to this again. I think our page is missed. Okay, we have. I think the view is changed, so that's why we are confusing on that. So we have copy to option we discussed. This is version history. If you want to see the versions, we already discussed deeply about the versions inside a list or inside document library. If you made any changes on any of the item or a document, that creates a new version. And if you want to restore, you can able to restore that one. We have all the versions. We have the minor versions also. If you publish, that stores as a major version. If you save, it stores as a minor version, as a dropped, right? We have these drops. We are not published yet, so that's why we can able to see these minor versions only. We cannot able to see the major versions. If you hit publish, suppose if I republish this one, now it's publishing, we'll see how many versions it creates. See, the latest major version is created with a 2.0, and we have 1.1, 1.2, 1.2, so and so. Until you republish, it will not store as a major version. Now it's stored as a major version. Come back to the Eclipse, and we can see more options for that. We have alert me option, and alert me also we were discussed deeply. If you made any changes on this, if you want to get an email, you can able to create an alert, and then you can easily identify if anything changes on this particular page. So that is about that. And we have a make homepage option. We have more options also. We'll discuss about this one first. First of all, if I go to home, this is my home page. It is something different, and I want to change this into the home page which I created just before. So for that, I'm going back to pages library. To go back to pages library, we have site contents option here, and we have site pages option here. Now this is the one new home we are discussing. I think it just copied, but we published this one as a major version. Of course, you can do this one as well. And if I go to make home page, now this page is now the site home page. You can able to see the message here. If I hit home, now see this new home.asp as a home page. If you hit here also, this is actually the site URL, and it's not showing any page name here, but still you can able to see this is a demo page. Admin user, we added a table here, we added a image here, sorry, slide here, we added an image here, and we added a link here. We can able to see everything. Now this page is a home page of the site. In this way, we can add the pages as a home page. And what options we have? I think we have a couple of other options also for pages. We'll see that. Again, if you click this Eclipse option, and we have more options, we have more options here. And if you want to go to the properties, you can go here, and we already seen, I think, page properties. If you want to see the properties again, you can able to see the properties. We hit this one. The name of the page is new home 1.aspx, and the title is demo page. If you want to change this, you can always able to change this one. If you hit edit item, that shows the content type is site page. Of course, we already discussed about content types, and the name is new home.aspx. If you want to change this to my home.aspx, this is demo page, change it to site home page, then save it. And here the logic is, this is my home.aspx, right? It also changes the URL. For example, if I hit this one, if I try to open this, see, this is my home.aspx. It also changes the URL as well. Yes. So that is about that. We modified a different page, but no worries. We have workflow option. We have flows option here, and we have the workflow option here. Workflow is different. Workflow is for the on-premise. We can able to see that, and the same also workflows available, because Power Automate is a tool, but workflow we have the out-of-box workflows also. Like if we in the upcoming sessions, we'll discuss about how we can work with an workflows, how we can work with the list workflows, how we can work with the reusable and site workflows. There, I'll explain deeply what workflow option is available here. This is compliance details. If you have any complaints, you can able to see here, but we don't have anything. We are not added any complaints, and it just shows about the page. Retention stages, we are not added any retentions. This is name, content type, folder path, and exemption status and hold status. And we are not added any compliances to this page, so that's why it just shows an information on that. And the next one is checkout, check-in, publish. We already discussed. Publish we already discussed, and we already published this page, so that's why you no need to worry on that. I think this page we are just before we published this one, right? And if you go to, we have unpublished option, because this page is already published. The below page is not published yet, so that's why you are able to see the publish option. And this page, it's already published. If you want to unpublish it, you can unpublish it. If you unpublish it, and end users cannot be able to see the changes were done earlier. So these are the options we have. Final option is details, and if you hit this one, it shows up the page details. And the page name is new home.aspx. It contains only one image, so that's why it's showing that. And how many people can able to access total? I think five people can able to access what content type it is using, and what is the name of the page, and the title is demo page for this, and the activity, if you have any activities, you can able to see here, and it's edited 6 minutes back, and also it's edited new renamed as a 12 minutes back, and the file is edited 39 minutes back, so on, so on. So you can able to see the information on that, and the type of the page is ASPX file and modified 4 minutes back, and the path is enterprise site and site pages, the name of that one, and what is the size of this page is 19.5 KB. Now, that is about SharePoint site pages. We can call it as a site pages. So today we are going to discuss how we can work with the on-premise environment. So when you create your on-premise environment, so on-premise environment only works in Windows servers. Like if you are working with SharePoint 2013 and you have to install either Windows Server 2008 or 2012, or when you are working with the 13 also, you can install in 2016, you can install in 2012 or Windows Server 2016. 2019 also we have Windows Server 2019, you can install that, and SharePoint 2019 also works in Windows Server 2012 R2 or Windows Server 2016 or Windows Server 2019. Now I'm working with Windows Server 2019 here. So once you install your SharePoint environment, and you can see an option called SharePoint Central Administration. If you want to search, you can able to search from here. If you type SharePoint, and we can see SharePoint 2019 Central Administration. Once we hit this one, it opens SharePoint Central Administration. We'll see how it looks like. So this is the SharePoint 2019 Central Administration. This is same as SharePoint 2016 Central Administration, and also SharePoint 2013 Central Administration. Also, you can see same look and feel, but maybe the options might change. Couple of options may add from 2016 to 2019 and 2013 to 2016 as well. Now we have a couple of sections here. So here we have application management, system settings, monitoring section. We have backup and restore. We have security. We have upgrade and migration, general application settings, apps, and also we have O365 support also, and we have configuration wizard concept. We'll start from the application management. So we'll start from the application management. When we open application management, we'll see 4 different options. So the first option would be web applications, and web application is nothing but an IIS site. And we have another concept called site collections. Site collection is basically a root site, and which contains a couple of subsets. Subsets also contains subsites that we already discussed. In the same way, we have service applications. Service application concept, it gives a more functionalities to the SharePoint if you configure a service application. And I already configured a couple of service applications. We'll discuss that one. And we already I think we know about the databases. If you create any site collection, or if you create any web application that stores under a content databases, that we'll discuss. Today we are going to discuss about managing the web applications, how we can create a web application, and what is the advantage of it. Open manage web applications. We have a couple of web applications which already exist here. You can able to see almost 4 web application and 1 central administration here. To create a web application, we have an option here, new. I already have these all web applications earlier I created, and we'll create a new web application from here. To create a new web application, we have to hit new. Now you can able to create a web application from here. See IIS website. First we'll open IIS. How it will create IIS website we'll see. So for that there is a IIS in the system. IIS means Internet Information Service System, and which is a place where we can host our sites. It actually acts as an intermediate server between the client and the servers. Like client is a browser and the server is the machine where we host our SharePoint environment. And this is a VM name is Angel VM, and I hosted with
domain called Rishan Solutions. Rishan Solutions is Active Directory domain, and you can able to see a couple of sites were created here. And we can also able to create a new site, and like this it will store here. You can come back here. Now if you want to use the existing IIS website, you can, but I don't want to use the existing website because existing websites already hosted something. Now I want to create a new website, and I want to give a name as Rishan Solutions space, and you can give the port number. Once you give the port number here, like I'm giving a port number called, I don't want to use the 5-digit port number. I want to use a 3-digit port number only. So it should be meaningful, and you can give the port number here also. And this is about the host header, and we have the host header files inside system 32 in the Windows, and under that we have the drivers and etc. Under that we have a host header file. If you want to give the IP address name with a different host header, you can give, but that will see inside the system 32 file later. And here we have the path. We are hosting this Rishan Solutions in a physical path called c-inetpub www.wss/virtual directory/100. If you want to change the folder name also, you can change, but if you give the same port number, it is very easy to identify that particular file. Of course, if you create that one, you can able to open this physical path as well. What I'm doing is, to open this physical path, I'm copying this. If you go to File Explorer, paste it, or you can directly go from the PC and C and inetpub www.wss and virtual directories, and you can able to see this. These all are the folders which host the sites. And if you create your web application, there will be a new file will create with a number called 100. And also we have other options here. We have the allow anonymous access, and if you give the anonymous access, other people also can able to get the read access to the web application. Same as if you open a Bing site, if you open a Microsoft site, you can able to open, you are not logging into that, but still you can able to see that home page, right? That kind of access is nothing but an anonymous access. We don't have a read access to that page, but still how we are able to see, that is called anonymous access. They give an anonymous access to the pages, so that's why we can able to see. Now I am not allowing that because I'm working under a specific server, and this will not hosted outside internet, so it's not required. And we have the secure socket layer SSL concept. If you want to secure your sites, and you have to go with a secure socket layer. I was secured my site with HTTPS, but I created some of other web applications, but I'm not secured that because I don't have a certificate. I have one self-signed certificate for this server. I utilize it for the central administration, so that's why I can able to see the HTTPS here, but I don't have a certificate. But later, if you purchased a certificate for this web application, you can always able to add that certificate to your web application. That is also possible here. Next, we have the claims authentication types. We have enabled Windows authentication. Actually, we have a concept of authentication types. Earlier, we have two authentication types. One is classic authentication, another one is a claims-based authentication. But nowadays, from a SharePoint 2030, Microsoft giving only one option to utilize, that is a claims authentication type. And here we have another option called enable form based authentication, FBA. FBA is to create the database tables, and you can able to add the database tables here to run that authentication. Now it is an Active Directory authentication. I'll show you how Active Directory authentication works. But currently we are working with the Windows authentication. Form-based authentication is a kind of SQL authentication, and you have to create the tables and then enter the membership provider name and enter the role manager name here. But we don't have the form-based authentication enabled. We are working with the Windows, so that's why I'm not explaining deeply about this. This is about third-party authentication type. If you are Some of the companies will work with the third-party authentication. Then the third-party authentication also will support with the SharePoint 2013, 16, and 19 as well. And here we are working with the default sign-in page. If you are customized or if you create any page for login, you can always attach that page to your web application. Now we are not designed any custom login page, and this is a kind of development that we need to work with on a page, and we need to connect to the Active Directory. Then you have to click here and it will ask the URL of that page. And once you enter this page, when you try to open this web application or the site collections which is associated with this web application, and it will directly open that a custom login page. Then you have to enter your ID and password. Then it will redirect to the actual content. And here we have the public URL, and it is Angel VM. Then if you want to give your fully qualified domain name, my fully qualified domain name is rishansolutions.com:100. This is actually the URL. This is actually the public facing URL. When you try to open this one, it will open the content. And coming to zone, when you create a web application, it creates under a default zone. We have total 5 zones. That is default zone, custom zone, intranet zone, extranet zone, and internet zone. Every web application, when you create initially, it will create under default zone. Later, you can host that into a different zones. Like I created in this system as a default zone. Later, if you want to host this one in an intranet, you can do that. And we have the application pools concept. Application pools are resides in IaaS. This is basically used to host your sites to run the SharePoint application. It is used to run in application pools only. We have the worker processes under the application pools. The worker processors are executable file which is used to run the web applications. Now I am selecting application pool. The application pools will resides here. When you open, and you can able to see the application pools here. These are the application pools to run your sites. Now I'm coming back here, and this you can see which account it is running. Application pools for run with a specific account, and you can able to see here. And the database name are authentication, and this is the Angel VM database name. If you have any doubt on that, you can always able to open SQL Server Management Studio. I'm trying to open that SQL Server Management Studio. Open this one. Click this one. It will open database. See, it's trying to open the SQL Server Management Studio. So this is SQL Server Management Studio. I'm connecting to this server. If you hit, it will connect to the database instance. Once we connect the database instance, we can able to see the databases which are associated with this particular file. Of course, there is a plenty of databases which is already associated with the SharePoint, and we can always able to see that. And if we create a web application, all the web application content will be stored in a database that we can see from here. So now you can able to see these all the databases. Now what I'm trying to do is, here this is a server name is correct. I'm trying to give a name. I'm trying to give a meaningful name. ShansP underscore WSS underscore content, or you can remove the WSS, and I want to give underscore 100. So this would be an always unique name. If you give a same name which is already existed, system doesn't allow to give a same name for the multiple databases. Now I have come a couple of databases here, and I don't have any database which is underscore 100. We are giving Rishan SP underscore content underscore 100, and we don't have the same kind of database there in the database server. It will create a new database for us. And this database server working with a Windows authentication, so you don't need to worry about the SQL authentication. Your database server is running with the SQL authentication. You have to give that. And coming back to the failover server will useful to keep the same data in a different place. Like if you give a failover database server name, it will create a same database in another server also. If some point of time anything occurs in the primary database, maybe this this database server is crashed or this is not working, the data you can restore from the failover database server. Of course, if this database server is not responding, Microsoft SharePoint directly connects to the failover database to get the data or to post the data. So that is one more advantage with the failover server. But unfortunately, I don't have a different server to keep my database in a different place. In the real time, most of the companies, they will keep the failover databases to secure their data. For suppose that is a public facing site and they're maintaining a bank or they're maintaining any healthcare system, and that data is very crucial at the time when it is in a production. People were accessing, maybe it is a 5 minutes or 10 minutes downtime, okay, that's fine. If they lost the data permanently, that is very difficult to run the organization. So that's why they always go with a disaster management, or they always go with a failover database. And these are the service applications. We will discuss about the service application deeply in upcoming sessions. Currently we don't know about this, so that's why I'm skipping this topic. And you can always able to see how many service applications which is already associated with the farm, and you can able to see all the service applications will be here. And the very last option is enable customer experience improvement program. So if you have any difficulties or if you have any errors in your environment, that errors will directly collected by Microsoft if you click yes. And if you want to give any suggestions, or if you feel that there is a bug, and you can always report to the Microsoft, not from here, of course, from the Microsoft portal also you can do that. That is CEIP. CEIP stands for Customer Experience Improvement Program. Okay, we are trying to create a new IS website with a name called Rishan Solutions 100, and we are giving a port number 100, and we are not adding any host header here. This is actually the physical path. You don't need to add anything on this physical path, and we are not working with anonymous access. We are working internally, so that's why I'm clicking no. And coming back to the secure socket layer SSL certificate, if you want to add SSL, if you have, you can go, but if you don't have the SSL certificate, just keep no. And then go back to the claims authentication type. We have Windows authentication, we have form-based authentication, we have trusted identity provider. Windows authentication works with our Windows AD, and form-based works with an SQL database tables, and trusted identity provider is a third-party tool. And we are not designed any custom sign-in page, so that's why I'm working with the default sign-in page. And this is a public facing URL, that is angelvm.rishansolutions.com. and zones, we have 5 zones, but when you create a web application, it creates under a default zone. And coming to the application pools, we have existing application pools, or if you want to create a new application pool, you can able to create, but don't create a multiple application pools. SharePoint doesn't allow to create a multiple application pools to run. If you create a multiple application pools, it will throw us an error. So it's better to create a 2 or 3 application pools, and then create one application pools to run the web application, create another application pool to run the service applications. That's a good practice always. And this is a database server, and I'm going to create a new database called Rishan SP underscore content underscore 100, and my database server working with the Windows authentication. So you can utilize that Windows authentication. We don't have any failover environment, failover database server, so I'm not utilizing that. And these are the service applications going to associate with this web application. And then finally, we have the CEI program, but I don't want to participate in a customer experience improvement program. So just click OK, and it creates a database, and it creates a AS sites. It creates a folder in inetpub, and we'll see how it works once it creates a web application. It takes a minute or two. That depends upon the system performance. If you are using a high-end systems, it will take a minimum 1 minute or 2 minutes. If you are using a low-end systems, it takes more time. We'll see how much time it will take, and we'll come back and we'll create a site collection under it, and we'll see how it is. Okay, it's almost done. What we'll do is we'll go back to IIS and we'll see is that creates an IIS site or not. When you go to sites and try to refresh it, and I'm expecting, see, the Tuition Solutions 100 site is created here. And when we go back to the database and try to refresh the databases, and I'm expecting a new database will be created here. See, the new database also created here. And if you go to the folders, and here also there is a folder created with a name called 100. And we'll come back to the SharePoint. See, it's showing a message that, and it's stating the Microsoft SharePoint Foundation web application has been created. We'll see it's created or not. You can able to see, and you can able to see the URL here. I try to copy this URL and I'm trying to paste in a new tab. We'll try to open this URL. We'll see how it works. Now this site is created, but we are not hosted anything on this. I'm expecting an error message here on this page. Okay, it's taking some more time. Yep. Yes, we got a message that HTTP 404 error. The web page cannot be found. So we are not hosted anything on this. So for that, we have to go back to application management, and we have an option to create a site collection. We learned how to create a site collection in SharePoint Online, and here also we can able to see that option, create a site collection under site collection section. So here we have an option to select the web application, and it's already selected the web application which we created just now. If you want to change this web application, you can always hit this change web application option. If you want to create in a different web application, now it's showing almost 5 web applications. Now we created this web application. If you hit this, and it will go back. And if you want to click any other, you can able to click. Now here we have an option to create a site, and I'm just trying to create a site name called demo site. And this is description is always optional. Of course, if you create the site collection latter point of time also, if you want to modify this description, you can able to modify under site settings. We have that option. And come down, you can see the website URL, and we have the same URL. And if you want to go with any wildcard inclusion to add the URL, you can do that. But we are not created any web application root site, so that's why I'm trying to create within the same URL. And here also we have plenty of templates. We discussed a couple of templates in the online section, and here also we have the team site, blog site, developer site, project site, community site, and we have enterprise templates, we have publishing templates. These are the enterprise templates, and we have the publishing templates. I'm trying to create a publishing site, that's communication site. And here it's showing up a primary site collection administrator. You can give only the person who are already in Active Directory. You cannot give any other username. Most probably people will give their names only when they are creating, and later we can able to add a multiple site collection administrators that we already saw under site permissions. I'm trying to add a user called Afrishek, and when you come down, you can able to see another option called secondary site collection administrator. If you want to enter the secondary administrator, you can, or you can skip this one and you can go back to another section. We have a section called quota template. Quota template is nothing but we can limit the site collection to store a specific amount of data instead of giving an unlimited data storage. For example, if you create any accounts like an Outlook account in the Microsoft, or if you create a OneDrive account, Microsoft will give you a 5 GB data limit, or sometimes they'll give 10 GB, and Google Drive giving a 15 GB data space to utilize. The same way, if you want to restrict a user to store the specific amount of data, we have the personal site option. If you select the personal site, it's showing only 100 MB, but I don't want to go with the personal site quota. I'm just clicking no quota. No quota will give you an option to enter a huge amount of data, which means, for suppose you are SQL Server having a 1 TB data, for suppose other sites occupying around a 200 or 300 GB, the remaining 820 GB space you can occupy using this site collection. That much capability it have if you give a no quota, but Microsoft is not suggesting to utilize a single site collection which have more than 400 GB. So that's not a good practice always. Now coming back to this, and we have another section to discuss about the quota templates, because if you want to manage the quota templates, you need to create a quota. But currently we are not created any quota, so that's why I'm not going to discuss deeply about the quota template. Again, if you want to select the web application, you can able to select from here. Just hit and it shows a change web application option. You can do that, and we have a title section. You can give a meaningful title to that. And if you are creating your site collection for any purpose and you need to enter the purpose in the description, then other people can easily understand, oh, this site collection is created for this purpose. And this is the URL. And next we have an option called the template section. You can able to select this template. Of course, I'm trying to create a communication site, and we have other options also. And here we have two options. One is primary administrator, another one is a secondary administrator. So you can go with any of these options, but primary is mandatory. If you are not entering a primary, it won't accept. And the quota templates, if you give a specific quota to a site, only that amount of data you can able to add to that particular site collection, and you cannot able to add more than that. So that is about the quota template. We'll discuss deeply in the upcoming sessions. When you click OK, it creates site collection for us, and we'll try to open the URL. It takes a while. We'll come back. It's created a site collection for us with the same URL, which we try to open in another, tab. We'll refresh this one. We'll see how it looks like. It's loading something. Yes. We are able to create a communication site using that web application URL. This is actually the site pages and home.aspx. This we already discussed. If you create any of the site, it creates some site pages. The first thing is it must and should create a home page. So now it's created a home page here. This we know that how we can manage this one, how we can go to the site settings, how we can see the site contents, how we can add the page, how we can work with the pages, how we can modify the web parts on the page. That we discussed deeply on that section. It is same as SharePoint Online, right? You can able to see the same options here. And when you hit this one in the modern UI, you can able to see these options. We know how we can manage the subsites also. If you go to the subsites, you can able to see we don't have any subset. If you want to create one, you can go with the list, page, document, library, app, subsite. We already covered list, we already covered page, we covered I think document library as well, and app and subsite. Anyone no, we are not covered the app, and we covered this subsite. Anyone missing that section, please let me know, and we'll discuss that one, because we already covered this all in SharePoint Online. The same look and feel you can able to see here as well. Okay, I selected app. Now you can able to see it is redirected to the add an app page. In the first class, we were discussed how to create a custom list, right? The same way, the app also, these all are apps. List is an app, document library is an app, and custom list is an app. Everything is an app. So I'm going back to homepage. To go back to homepage, you can always hit this section. And coming back to this place. And we were covered how to create a web application, right? If you want to delete the web application, you can delete, or if you want to manage your web applications, you can manage from here. And this is a web application which we created. And this is the extend option. Extend option only gives a flexibility to the user to create a new entry in IIS but it will not create any database and it will not create any new content, but it just exposes the data which is already contained. So we can see that if you click extend, and we can able to see the same options just earlier what we saw when we are creating a new web application. The same options you'll get, but couple of options will miss here. We'll see what are the options it will miss and what is the advantage of it. So we already seen what we are going to create IIS website. We are not going to use an existing IIS website. We are trying to create a new one. And with a new port number, same host header, and same path, we have the anonymous access that we already learned. And we have the use secure socket layer option. We already learned. We have the claims-based authentication type. We learned. We have the default sign-in page, and we have the public URL. But see, we don't have an application pool concept here. We don't have an application pool. We don't have a database name. Why it is not showing a database name? Why it is not showing an application pool to run? See, only those options were missing. Why these options were missing? Because if you go to the extend, when you mouse over on it, and it's stating that extend an existing web application if you need to have a separate IIS website that exposes the same content to the users, which means it's not going to create any database. It utilizes the database if you select it. For example, this extend only enables when you select any of the web application. Now I'm not selecting any web application, means it will not enable. We'll come back because we are selected, we are not coming out of that. See, extend is not enabled because if you want to extend any of the web application only, it will enable. That means it will not create any it will not create any content. It just exposes the content of the previous web application. I selected 100. It's stating that exposes the same content to the users. This option is typically used for the external deployment where different users access the content using a different domains, which means it just having a different name and it exposes the same content. If you hit this one, and we forgot to discuss a concept here. Earlier we were discussed about the 5 zones, right? We have default zone, custom zone, intranet zone, internet zone, and extranet zone. Total 5 zones we have. If you try to create or if you try to extend any web application, now you can able to see the public URL comes with a different name, but here in the zone you can able to see intranet. Earlier we can able to see the default, and now we have intranet, internet, custom, and extranet, which means total 4 zones you can able to see except the default, because the existing web application already in the default zone. So that's why it's not able to create a new web application on the same zone. It will create a new web application in a different zone. It exposes the same content. Got it? It's just creating a new entry. If you create this one, it will take time. So I don't want to explain more because it's not creating anything new. It just exposes the same content. Just try from your end, create a extended web application, extending any of these web applications, then that also exposes the same data, which means if your web application contains 20 site collections and 100 subsites, and the new web application which you are extending the existing one, it exposes the same 20 site collections and 100 subsites only. So that is about extend option. And also we have a option called delete. If you select this one, if you directly hit this one, it shows up, it pop-ups a window and it's stating that delete content database and delete IIS website. If you click both no, it just deletes the entry from here and it will keep in IIS, it will keep in database. But when you are deleting, better to delete IIS website, but keep the content database. Because if you delete IIS website and it removes from your web application and it removes from your IIS, but still your data will remain in your database. Later point of time, you can create a new web application. You can mount the existing database to the web application, which means what? You won't lose your data, but your web application no longer available with SharePoint, but your data still remains in database. But your manager or maybe the company saying that please delete the content also, you can able to delete the content. But deleting the content is not always a good practice, because some point of time, if you need the data, you cannot revert back if you delete the content database. But if you delete the website, that no longer available with a SharePoint, but that content will be available in database server. You can take a backup and keep somewhere, and then later point of time, if you want to get the data back, and you can always get the data back from the database. So that is about deleting the web application. We have the two options. One is deleting content database and deleting IIS website. Okay, that is about that. And if you hit this arrow mark also, you can able to see a delete web application or remove SharePoint from IIS website. You can utilize any of these options. No, I don't want to utilize. And we have the general settings. The first general settings will go on what options we have, we'll see. And this is about the time zone. We discussed about a time zone inside site collection. This is basically an empty, but if you select any of the time zone for this web application, if you are creating any subsite or if you are creating any site collection, that will take this time zone by default. And later also you can change your time zone for an individual sites. You can change your time zone for individual sites, but if you select the time zone in a web application level, when you are creating a new site collection, that automatically takes the time zone which is selected in the web application level. If you select in the web application level, that comes into a site collections. Later you can change for an individual site collection. If you have a 10 site collections under one web application and you are selected some time zone here, that 10 site collection will create with this time zone. And later, for suppose you want to change the second site collection time also, you can able to change that from the site settings. That's not depends upon your web application, but you are selecting this means it takes the default, and when you are creating a site collections, it takes. And this is about user settings provider. Now, user profile service application we are not configured, and the web application will take the user profile service application settings directly for the users. And we know that default quota template, we are not discussed about quota template, but if you create any quota template, for example, I selected a personal site, imagine, and earlier when we try to create a site collection, it is not showing any specific template, it's just showing no quota. For example, if I select this personal site quota for this web application, we'll see how it works when we try to create a new site collection. Now I selected a personal site, it's just showing default quota template. When I try to create a site collection, I'm expecting this should be default. The users no need to select the quota template, this automatically shows up. We'll see how it works. And this is a person name, action, and present settings. We have the communicators that we know. Teams is a communicator, and Skype for Business is deprecated by Microsoft. And earlier we have Link and then Skype for Business. Now Microsoft suggesting to use the Teams, right? So for suppose I'm available in Teams, then I want to see the action. The person is available, the person is aware, the person is in meeting or something. I want to see that in my Microsoft SharePoint. Then you can always use this person name, action, and presence settings. If it is yes only, the user is available or aware or busy, you can able to see in your SharePoint without opening the communicator. So that is that. And alerts, we discussed about alerts deeply, right? How alert works, and when you change an item, when you update an item in a list or a document library or a page, and the alert will alert will be triggered to your email. So if you want to create the alerts for the users, or if you don't want to create alerts for the users on a particular web application, you can off this one. If you off this one, if you create any site collection or any list, the alerts will not be enabled. For example, I'm coming back here. I'm going to site contents. I don't think so. We have a list or library here. Okay, I have a document library here. Okay, in the document library, we have an alerts option. We'll see where the alerts. This alert me option is enabled when I try to create an alert, and I can able to see these options. We already seen this in SharePoint Online. This is enabled for us. I'm trying to disable in a web application level. And before disabling it, maximum number of alerts that a user can create. For an individual user, 500 is more than, and we have an unlimited number. Keep the 500 alerts. It's not sending a 500 alerts, it's a different type of alerts, which means in a document library, if I create an alert for an user, it counts one. And in another list, for the same user, I created another alert, that is two. That's maximum 500 it's showing. I think we cannot create more than 50 to 60 in any big organization also. That's very difficult to create a 50 or 60 alerts for a single user, right? So that's why it's 500, keep 500, or if you can off, or you can go with an unlimited number. I don't want to go with that. I'm trying to off this one, we'll see. This is about really simple syndication, but we are not working much with an internet-faced sites to go with RSS. This is blog API. We already discussed about a blog application interface. And if you want to run with blog API, you can select yes, or you can click no. And if you want to send in a usernames and password through API, you can click yes, but by default, Microsoft suggesting that don't send the usernames and passwords through APIs. And we have a browser file handling. It is very interesting concept. We have two things here. One is permissive, another one is strict. Permissive, stating that specify a no header are added, which provides a more compatible user experience if you're not adding any headers. And strict is adds headers that force the browser to download a certain type of files. The force to download improves security for the server by disabling an automatic execution of web content. Here, if you have anything which is malicious, or which you feel it is going to install something in your system, and then you can strict that. Or if you don't want that, if you feel okay, everything is trusted in your SharePoint site, and you can go with a permissive concept. It's just about the file handling. If you want to handle some kind of files, maybe it contains there is an executable file you don't want to run, or you don't want to download into a client system, you can strict that, or you can go with a permissive concept. And we have a web page security validation. This everybody knows, I think. But suppose if you try to access any secured site, or if you try to access any banking sector, if you logged in into your account, and later maybe a 5 minutes or 3 minutes, if you are not accessing your page and you are not using that page, that automatically expires. And you can see that the security validation, maybe the account is already logged out and you need to log in once again, right? The same way here also in SharePoint, when you publish this into internet facing people who are logged into the page and they're not using that page, after 30 minutes that session will automatically off and you need to log in again. Next one, if you want to send username and passwords using emails, you can go with yes, or if you don't want to, you can go with a no. And this is about the master page settings. We'll discuss about master pages deeply. We have two master pages, Seattle and Oslo. We'll discuss about that when we comes with a master page concept. And we know about the recycle bins. Now we have two-stage recycle bin that we understand. If you want to off the recycle bin, you can off from here and delete items in the recycle bin after 30 days. And if you want to increase this number, you can. If you want to decrease this number, you can do that. You can always, because this is editable. If I want to keep 60 days, I can. And here we have the second stage recycle bin concept. This is a bit interesting here. Now it's showing that add 50% of live quota, or if you want to off the second stage recycle bin, yes, you can off this one. What is the 50% of live quota? For example, we have the quota limit of 100 MB. Now my site is already occupied at 50 MB. Now what is the live quota of that site? 50 MB only. So what is the 50% of that live quota? 25 MB. That way it works. If you are not giving this kind of percentage, otherwise your recycle bin occupy a huge amount of data, more than what data you have. So that's why second stage recycle bin will occupy maximum of 50%. Of course, this is also an editable field. I don't like to keep the 50%. I just want to keep 30% of data only, live quota, which means you have a 100 MB live quota that occupies only 30 MB. So that way it works. And for example, I don't want to go with this recycle bin. I don't want to keep the recycle bin. See, if you stop the recycle bin, already maybe hundreds or 200s of items were there in a recycle bin that automatically deletes and you cannot revert back. That's what it is trying to say. That's what it's trying to say, which means you don't get the data back if you off your recycle bin, if any data is exist in your recycle bin. So that is about that. I'm clicking OK, and we'll see this recycle bin, how it is working. And maximum upload limit is 10 GB they are giving, but most probably companies will enter only 50 MB data or 20 MB data, because they don't want to upload a huge amount of data from the clients. Maybe the 100 people were trying to upload a 10 GB files. What happens? System will very slow and the end users cannot able to access. But Microsoft SharePoint 2019 giving enough flexibility to upload a 10 GB data also. And this is again, we know that customer experience program, but I don't want cookies. Everybody know, I think if you off the cookies and people were trying to enter the data and they are entered already, it will show up some cookies. But if you off this one, no cookies will display when you are trying to add the data, or no cookies will be stored in a browser. Okay, these are the options we discussed. We'll come back again. This is time zone, we know, and this is user profile service applications. We're not going to discuss today. And this is a personal site quota. I'm trying to apply for this web application. And then person name presence. This is connect with the communicator, any like Teams or Skype for business. It shows the presence of the user. And then alerts is off here, and we'll see alerts is off on the site collection or not. And RSS, we are not working with this one now. We are not going to with the blog API. We understand that if you want to handle the permission of strict related file handling, you can go with this. And security validation we discussed. After 30 minutes, automatically the page will expire and we need to enter the username and password. And if you want to send the username and password through your emails, like if you create workflows or if you create some Outlook kind of thing connected to the SharePoint, and you can work with this. And this is about master page settings. And this is about recycle bin is off, and we'll see that, and maximum upload limit is 10 GB here, and we are not using the cookies. We'll test one is recycle bin, another one is alert. The remaining alert, recycle bin, and quota template. These three things we'll test quickly. We are running out of time, but still we'll discuss about that very quickly. I'm going to application management. I'm trying to create a site collection in this web application. Come down, you can see still it is no quota. It should be personal quota, and it's not saved yet. I think I need to refresh. It should be one is failed. I think this one is failed. It's still showing no quota. Why it is showing no quota? I'm not sure about it. We'll see this alerts. Maybe the change is not reflecting immediately. It should have to reflect because we did the changes, and I'm trying to create alert. If it works, I think we need to see what we selected and why it's not working. And go to manage web applications, select this one, and go to general settings. Go to general settings and see what we did. I don't know. This is not, and alerts is off, and come down. I think we clicked cancel, or we clicked okay, or we changed in a different web application. I'm not sure. I think we selected this one only. I just want to check once again, is it settings were applied or not? Yes, it's applied now. I'm going back to application management, and then create a site collection from here, and then come down. This is a web application we were changed. Come down, see, you can able to see the personal site is by default. So people know what is to come back to quota template, and that automatically selects. Every time when you try to create a site collection, it shows up here, even though you can able to change, That is about that. I'm coming back to the site contents and refresh this site collection. This site collection under the web application, what we changed just before, and open this one and click this Eclipse. And I'm expecting this alert me option is available here. When you hit, and when I try to create this one, it's still not create. Sorry, something went wrong. The web application is not configured to send an email for assistant contact your server administrator. We are getting an error message, which means this is also disabled. Now I'm trying to delete something. To delete some content, I'm going to site contents. I'm trying to delete this documents, and we have a remove option. See, delete. Are you sure want to send items to the site recycle bin? It's still saying that site recycle bin. If I try to delete this one, document says failed. No, I don't want to make this as a failed. I just want to see the recycle bin should be empty. So for that, this is actually the system document library. I'm trying to upload this one. So that's why it's not deleting. It's in a system. It's not created by us. Now we created a item. We'll try to delete this one. And are you sure want to send the item to the recycle bin? Yes, I want to send to the recycle bin. The item wasn't deleted under exception. We are getting some exception. We shouldn't get the exception. It should not be available. Recycle bin should not be available, but I don't know why we are getting here. We don't have any permission, or we are in a hurry. That's why it's not deleting. If you are not in a hurry, it will delete. That's sometimes crazy. I don't know why it is not deleting. I'll check it out and I'll let you know. Maybe this file is in a checked out mode, or this file is not uploaded completely, or maybe the properties are okay. The central administration is opened here. So to go to the web applications, we have an option called application management here. Under that, we have web application related option. So to go to that, and it's not activated, the page is not responsive yet. Now see, this is application management, and we were discussed about managing web applications in the last session. We created a web application called 100. This is angelvm.christiansolutions.100. And if you select this one, the last session we discussed about a recycle bin, but we have some difficulties to with the recycle bin. We'll see why we have that difficulties today. I'm trying to open the same root site collection. Okay, it's loading. Meanwhile, we'll see some more options here. And in the last session, we were discussed about general settings, and today also we have a couple of other general settings also. I'm selecting this web application and then go back to general settings. We have a resource throttling option. Here we need to learn a couple of limitations of the SharePoint. Now we understand that list view threshold limit, we know how to create a view. So when we create a view, we see that items we can filter in the view. The same way, we can keep the limited items on the view also. If you are adding items into your list and you can add 30 million items, that's Microsoft saying that you can add 30 million items in a list or a library, but you can add 30 million items, but you cannot retrieve all the 30 million items to a specific view. That is not at all possible. So that's why the view threshold limit is only 5,000 items. If you have more than 5,000 items in a single view, if you have a more than 5,000 items in a single view, and you will get an error messages, you cannot add the data into your view because you are trying to add more than 5,000 items into your view. So for that, we need to overcome with other ways, and there is a possibility to use the metadata indexes, and there is a possibility to get the data using Search API, but you cannot retrieve the more than 5,000 items in a view. Of course, in on-premise, Microsoft giving an option to increase that, but this is not a good practice. What is actually the view threshold limit is when you try to open your view and it gets the data from a SQL table. To get the data from a SQL table, there is a query will run to get the data into your list. So what happens when it is try to get a data from the query, it is more than 5,000 items, the performance will degrade and your list will render in a very slow manner. So that is not a good practice. So that's why Microsoft suggesting to keep only 5,000 items. But of course, in a SharePoint Online, you won't have an option to increase this number. You won't have an option to increase this number, and it restricts you to add the data more than 5,000 in a single view. To overcome that, and we need to stop the getting more than 5,000 items into any of the views. So that we'll discuss again. And this is, we need to understand what is the maximum list view threshold limit is 5,000. And in on-premise, we can increase. For online, we don't have an option. And coming to object override, this is object model override will allow you to write the override of the list view threshold programmatically. If you are trying to write a query, you are using camel query or you are using any of the queries to get the data, So you can override using a query, which means I said, right? So if you can get the data using search queries, so you'll get the data from the search index, but this is related to the development. When you try to develop something, you can easily understand this one. But let it about this pointer. Coming back to list view threshold for auditors and administrators, for suppose I am a site collection administrator, I can utilize that to 20,000. See, it is 20,000. For a normal users, it is only 5,000. But for administrators and auditors, who have a full rights, and they'll utilize this until 20,000. And this is about the lookup. And we already discussed about how to create the lookups, right? And the list view threshold limit for lookups, it is 12. So list view threshold, why it is 12 means when you try to add a lookup field and it's getting data from another list. When you add the data, and you can see the item is getting data from another list. And the same way, if you are adding multiple lookup columns on the list, which means when you render your list, it getting data from the maximum 12 lists. So which means what, if you increase this number, when you try to open your list, what it happens, it has to get the data from another 12 list also. The query will run to get the data from another lists, which means when you are running one list, it is happening in 13 lists. So that's why they are given some limit for this also. This is actually the 12. If you want to increase this one, you can increase, but this is not also a good practice. And this is daily time window for a large queries. Why we need to work with this a large windows? Because, but suppose there is a site, and that is in that most of the users are in India, and then if you put a Indian Standard Time 12 in the midnight, and that's perfect time to run the large queries, because no one uses, maybe less users will use in the midnight, or maybe in the early morning, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, less users load into the site. So that's why you can keep that time to run the large queries. But if you put this in the morning, 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, what happens? The site is already using a lot of users. The burden on the system will be high at that moment. If you run the large queries at that moment, and people will get a latency issue, or people might face issues when they are trying to upload or when they are trying to see the data. So that's why people will keep this time as in the midnight, or maybe we can say it as an half hours. So that is about this. And unique permissions, that is 50,000 unique permissions we can keep. We already understand that unique permissions, but if you add any group, and that also considered as a single entity. If you are adding a single user, that is a single entity, but there is a group contains a 20,000 or 30,000 users under that group, that also contains that also treat as a single entity. Like that, you can add a 50,000 unique permissions for the list. This is about backward compatible event handlers. This is also related to the development, so no need to worry about this one. And this is HTTP request throttling is off. And this is also when you write some kind of HTTP request, like the SOAP request, or maybe a web service request that hits the server. If you want to keep it off, and you can keep it up, because you don't want to inject the external queries or external requests to your SharePoint environment, and you should have to keep off. And this is about the change log. And change log, how many days you want to keep the change log, that is 120 days. And this is normal count, and you want to decrease, or you want to increase, you can increase that. 120 days is very high. 4 months you are keeping the logs. So this is about general resource throttling options. We have the list view threshold limit of 5,000, and keep as it is. If you want to increase, if it's required, only increase, but it's not a good practice. An object override is, yes, when you want to write some queries to get the data more than 5,000, you can go with that. And this is the list view threshold limit for the auditors and administrators is 20,000, and lookup threshold limit is 12 lookup columns for a list. And this is daily time window for a large queries, and you should have to keep half hours when less load into the servers. And unique permissions would be 50,000 for the list,
and backward compatibility event handler is off here, and HTTP request monitoring throttling is off here, and change log is 120 days. And we have not changed anything, so that's why I'm clicking cancel. And come back to workflows. When you go to the workflows, and you'll see a couple of options here, but workflow, you need to understand first what is workflow. Workflow automates the business logic, and if you want to create any kind of work process, you can create using workflows. Now here we have total 3 options. One is end user defined workflows for all sites on this web application, yes, which means we can able to create the workflows, and we can use SharePoint Designer or any third party tool to create the workflows. And task notifications are alert internal users who do not have site access when they are assigned a workflow task, which means the user don't have an access. Still, if you want to notify the user, yes, you can do that. We have the option. If the user having a proper email address, we can able to do that. And the next one is allow external users to participate in workflow by sending them a copy of the document. And if you want to do that, you can make it as yes. And if you don't want to keep it as a no, some of the companies will use an of external users also. For example, for a banking sector, we are the external users, and they'll send the documents like your copy and your account statement. They'll send it to you, and that moment you want to keep yes, and you can keep yes. Currently, we don't have an external users to send it out, so I can keep yes or no, whatever it is. It doesn't mean. And coming back here, so we have these 3 options we'll discuss in the system settings. Just remember that we have outgoing email, we have a mobile account, and we have SharePoint Designer option. These 3 options you can able to see here. Of course, you can able to see here in the system settings. We'll discuss that under system settings. When you go back to system settings, we can able to see the same option there, and we can able to see the mobile account also there. It's still loading. Here we have the configure email account and configure mobile accounts also. This will discuss. And here we have the manage future options, and features we were discussed, right? Future is nothing but a set of functionalities you can activate or deactivate in various levels. In SharePoint Online, we have only 2 levels, that is site collection level and a sub-site level. Coming back to SharePoint on-premise, we have total 4 levels of features scopes were available. One is farm level, another one is a web application level, and site collection level, and sub-site level. So here, this is a web application level. We have a few features here, that is document set metadata synchronization, search, enterprise search. We have server side search, and we have SharePoint server standard web application features, and the video processing. And only the app that requires accessible internet facing endpoints is not activated, and this is need to activate when you are working with what we can say, when you're working with applications. When you activate app management service and you are downloading any apps, or you want to utilize the apps into your environment, you can go with the app that requires accessible internet facing endpoints. It doesn't, it requires there. Currently it's not required. We are not going to work with any apps. We are not developing any apps to do. So no need to worry about it. When you are coming to the development perspective, when you are developing any SharePoint framework, or when you are developing any client-side web parts in external, and you want to add it into your SharePoint environment, then you need to activate this feature. So next we have a managed paths, and this is very interesting topic here. And before discussing that, I want to go back to documents, and we missed out yesterday. I tried to delete something, and it's not deleting. I think today also will get the same one. I'm not rectified this issue. It's trying to delete, and no, it's not. I'll check it out. I'm not sure why it is passing the same error again and again. Okay, we'll discuss about managed paths today. Before discussing managed path, we discussed how to create a site collection. When you are trying to create a site collection, this is a web application which we created in the last session. Here we have one sites option here we have, and then we can add some name here to create the site collection under it. Now here we have defined managed paths option. This /sites is nothing but a managed path. So to create a managed path, you can able to go from here or you can go from the place where we are just before. Now this is define manage paths, and here it is showing the web application. Even though when you go back to manage web applications, from here when you select Prashant Solutions 100, we have an option called manage paths. Here it's showing the root. Root is explicit inclusion and sites is wildcard inclusion. So we need to understand difference between the explicit inclusion and wildcard inclusion. Explicit inclusion explicit inclusion is used to create a site collection once, and you cannot able to create a site collection using the explicit inclusion. But coming to the wildcard inclusion, you can able to create a n number of site collections using wildcard inclusion, and then you need to add a name after that. But explicit, it creates a site collection with the explicit inclusion only. You cannot able to create another site collection with that. So we'll see that with the example. Now I'll create two different types of managed paths. Number one is I'm trying to create explicit initially, and then I'll create a wildcard. Now I'm creating a path called system, and I'm selecting explicit inclusion, then click add path. It will add here, and I'm trying to create another one is called IT, and I'm trying to create with a wildcard. Click add. Now see, here we have two different managed paths. One is system, another one is IT. System is explicit inclusion and IT is wildcard inclusion. We'll see that with the examples. Now coming back to application management and trying to create a site collection. Now when I try to create a site collection, I have this web application. Of course, we created a managed paths under this one. And I'm trying to give a name as system. Title is, you can give your wish, and description is also always optional, but it should be meaningful when you are creating in the real time. But here I have three options. Let it about this sites wildcard inclusion. We have two inclusions. One is IT, another one is system. First, I'll try to create with the system. When I select a system, I don't have an option to give any other name here. But when I select IT, when I select IT, I'm selecting sites. And I select IT, I have an option here to enter. Now then I can able to add something here. So I'll try to create with the system first, and then we'll try to create that a bit later. Now coming back here, give me a minute. Okay, I'm trying to create a team site. Earlier we were created a communication site, right? And today I'm going to create a team site with this system. And here we have to enter the primary site collection administrator. So for that I'm giving my name here. So that's it. And then here we have a site quota. We'll discuss this one today. And we are using existing one, and we made the personal site quota is a default one, so that's why it's coming up here. And that's it. We already understand how to create this one, but we need to understand which manager path we are using here. I'm using a system. When I click OK, it will create a site collection for us, and we'll see how it creates and what is the advantage with this manager path. Okay, the site collection is created. I just copy this one or try to open this one in a new tab. And then again go back to application management. And here we have an option called create site collection. And when you hit this one, again, we are selecting that same web application. And when you come back here, earlier we have three options, sites, IT, and system. Now we have only two options. We'll see. I'll try to create with an IT, and I'm just adding a name called IT/SharePoint. And then again, selecting a team site, or if you want to create any other site, you can able to create. And I'm trying to create a developer site this time. Select developer site and enter primary administrator name. Then click OK. Now it will create a new site collection, and then we'll come back to web. We created this site. No, this is the site, I think. Yeah, this is a site. This is a team site we created, and we have the document libraries, and we have some pages, and we have something here. And I'm trying to create a folder. If you want to create some links, you can able to create, maybe see, create. Okay, that's fine. It is creating there, and it's created a developer site here. Try to open in a new tab. That's it, and come back to here. And we are working with the managed paths. For that, I'm going to create another site collection. And here I'm selecting same web application, come here, and still you can able to see the two options. Now understand, right? If you select the explicit inclusion, you can able to create a site collection with that, but later you cannot able to create any site collections using that path. But coming to the wildcard inclusion, it creates the path and you can create a n number of site collections using that. This will keep like this only. When you create hundreds of sites also, you can able to see these wildcard inclusions. But coming to the explicit inclusion, it only creates one site collection, and then later if you want to create or if you want to add anything, that would be subsites only, not a site collections. So that is about managed paths. We have two managed paths. One is explicit inclusion, another one is wildcard inclusion. Two managed paths we have. So I'm going back to manage web applications. We have service connections, but we are not discussed about the services yet, and that will come back again. And again, we have the authentication providers concept, and this we already discussed. We have two different types of authentication providers. One is classic mode, and another one is a claims based authentication. And the claims based authentication having a different concepts like Windows authentication, and we have form based authentication and trusted identity provider. These three concepts comes under a claims based authentication. Of course, classic mode authentication is no longer available with the SharePoint 2019. And these are the options we already discussed. And this is into what zone, this is into default zone. We are not enable the anonymous access. And this is client object model permission requirement. This is for the development perspective. So we need to work with the client remote interface permissions. And this is a sign-in page, and we discussed. And this is a client integration. If you want to do any integration with different forms or different clients, you can do with this one. This by default would be yes. And see, initially when we are creating this web application, it have these two options. For example, you have the custom sign-in page you designed. Again, you can come back here and you can change it once your web application already created. And if you want to add your form-based authentication to the existing web application also, you can able to add from here. So always we have an option to edit the things which we already done. And this is self-service site creation option. And of course, this we can discuss in a different place also. Of course, we'll cover this one here and then we'll go back to another option. Now, self-service management option is a good option to create a sites for an end users. Like I'm an administrator, I can able to create a site, but other people are not administrators. Then how they can create a site collection? They don't have a central administration access. I'm using my browser and I don't know what is the URL of the central administration. Still, I want to create a site collection. How it is possible? Of course, this is possible when you go to the any of the social networking like a Facebook or maybe a Twitter or maybe a LinkedIn. What they are giving an option to you, they are giving an option to create your personal site. How they are giving that option? They are giving that option with a register page. And here Microsoft still keeping that as sign up.aspx because this sign up concept is introduced by Microsoft initially. And when you are working with any old sites, maybe that is in 2000 early 2000, we saw a concept called sign up, and that is now it is changed to register something. So this is the URL for that. When you open this URL, we'll see what happens. Of course, it is not on yet, so this is actually off. We'll make it on. Now it is on the quota template personal site. We have only two quota templates. One is nothing, another one is personal site. We don't have no quota. We have the personal site option. You can go with this personal site, and then we have an option: hide the create site command or show the create site command to the users who have a permission to create the sites, or you can make it as show. And when users select the create site command, create a site that uses one of the new team site or a communication site template, and then see create sites under which web application. We are working with this web application. We have two different types of managed paths we have. You can able to give any one of this, or you can directly give the different web application. Now we are working with this web application. It's showing up, and here also if you want to give a different web application name, you can, if you select this one, and you can able to give a different web application option. But I selected this web application, so that's why I'm selecting this, and I'm giving an option to create a site collection under sites managed path. Okay, so this is the communication site, but if you want to give a classic site, you can go with this classic site. So if I select this one, this is unselected, and if I select this one, this will go away. I don't want to give an old classic site, old classic team site, and I want to give a team site with a modern look and feel. And this is also, if you select this one, prompt users to create a site collection under any managed path, but we already selected a managed path here in the top. And site classification, if you want to give the site classification settings option, you can give, and it's optional choice. When they are creating, they have the option, and this is required choice, which means definitely they'll get the site classification setting. And if you want to give a secondary contact, you can select required or not required. When you try to create any Gmail account, and that will ask a secondary contact, what is the need of secondary contact if you lose your password, or if you miss anything, and you can retrieve back from the secondary contact. And use the form at this URL, but I don't have any form, so that's why I'm not selecting. If you develop some form, and you can give it that. I'll copy this one first. So which means what we are trying to give, a option to the end users to create their own site collections without opening the central administration, Remember, that's what we are trying to do here. Self-service site creation management allows you to the end users to create their own sites. So for that, we need to give a URL to the end user, but we are not directly going to give a URL to the users, but they can able to click a button, and the button may be a register, maybe a sign up. Developers will take care about that button, and they'll give the link behind that. So when they hit, and that redirects to a page that we're going to discuss now. I'm just copying this one. If you copy this one, okay. If you click OK, now this web application have a capability to create a self-service site collection to the end users. Now I copied that one. When you come back, paste it in a new tab, you can able to see how they can create a site collection. See, they can able to create a site collection here, and we have the managed path option. I can able to change, but end users cannot able to change because I'm administrator. See, they can able to enter the title, description, and URL and site template name. And here, two things were missed out. To compare with an site collection creation. The first thing is they cannot able to add administrator. That is first thing. The second option is they cannot able to select the quota template. And the remaining options were almost same. They can able to enter the title, description, and URL and the template. Okay, so this way they can able to create their own sites. Now our web application giving a flexibility to the end users to create their own site, and this URL will be under any of the link, any of the button, and then when they hit, and they can able to open this one, and they can able to create their own site collections. That is about managing a self-service site collection. Okay, we'll discuss this blocked file types in a bit. Okay, then the very next topic is blocked file types. We done this one, so I'm selecting this one and we'll go to the blocked file types. No, nothing here. Actually, in the on-premise, in the earlier on-premise environment, they added something like exe files or ASMX files, SVC files. These are the developed files, and that may contain some malicious code. So that's why they're given that options directly. But here we don't have any option. I'm coming back to the site here and this site, and these all sites under the same web application. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to restrict the text files, so that's why I'm typing txt. See, file names that include the braces, for example file name .doc are blocked automatically. File that includes the braces are blocked automatically. We'll see. I'm just adding a txt file and then click OK. Why they given the braces or somewhere. I've done that. I'm going back to here and we'll refresh. We'll try to upload a text file. We'll see if we get any error message or it directly uploads or we get an error message. We'll test it out. Definitely the blocked file types cannot be uploaded to any document library under that particular web application. If you have hundreds of site collection, you want to restrict a specific kind of file, then you need to do that from the web application blocked file type setting. Now I'm trying to upload a file and I have plenty of auto installer files on my desktop. These all are text files. See, the type is text document. If I open this one, we'll see it is uploading. Yes, it's uploading. Now we don't have any error message here and we can able to upload file. We'll see what is the extension of the file and then we'll go back. I'm going back to more details. Come on, we'll try to open like this. 100% these are the text files. 100% these are the text files. What I'll do is I'm going back to the properties. No, these are the log files, not text files. LOG extension. If it is on a text file and it would be, so I'm trying to create a text files. So to create a text file, this is ABC text file and I'm just typing some message here and save it. Otherwise, empty file also throws an error if it is on a different extension. Also, if you are trying to upload an empty file, it throws error message because Microsoft SharePoint doesn't allow the file which doesn't contain any information. See, the abc.txt, the following file have been blocked by the administrator. It's stating this message. I want to restrict different files like .lock. So for that, you need to enter in a different line, click OK, and come back to system documents. Of course, this is also works. We'll try it here, not in that place, and I'll try to upload this one. Yeah, here also we are getting message. The following file have been blocked by the administrator. So which means what? If you want to block any kind of files into a web application, you have to come here and then go to blocked file types and then enter in a different line. Don't enter in the same line, enter in a different line. If you want to block your DOC files or DOCX files or a PDF files also, you can enter here and then click OK. Under this web application, if you have a number of site collections, also all site collections will restrict to upload. But remember that it just restrict to upload, but if you already have the files, for example, here I'm refreshing this document library, I already have 2 log files. I'm not getting any error message, which means only you'll get an error message once you block the files. And before you already have a files into your document library, that doesn't gives any error message because it's already stored in your database and it is rendering from the database. So no need to worry about the existing files. You won't lose the files. And this is about user permissions. In a web application level, we don't have any individual user permissions. We have an action permissions. Like I have an option here. I can able to upload the documents here, and I can able to update the documents because I'm administrator. But here I have an option, user permissions. So here we'll quickly learn about another concept. Now this is my site. I'm trying to create a subsite under this one. I have a new option and I can able to create a subsite. When I hit this subsite, and it will redirect us to create a subsite, and I have this page and I can able to create a subsite. What I'm trying to do is I'm restricting that in a web application level. We'll go to web applications, and here we have a user permission for web application. Now see, you don't have an option to add the users, but we have an option to restrict the actions. Now what I'm trying to do is we have a create subsites option. Okay, click that one, click save. Now I am selected a create web application concept. Again, I'm going back to a site collection. I'm trying to create a subsite. Now here we have an option new. When I hit this one, still I can able to see the subsite. Now I have this option. Again, it is coming up. I'm trying to create some ABC subsite, and oh, this is correct. Yes, I'm trying to create ABC subsite and keep all the settings. When I click create, if it creates, we need to check what happened. Yes. No, sorry, this site hasn't been shared with you, which means what, you cannot able to create a subsite. If I select this one and I'm coming back, I'm selecting this and go to user permissions. Earlier we missed out to create a subsite. Unfortunately, in the classic experience, you won't see an option to create a subsite, but in the modern, still they have that option. Microsoft is not hiding that option when you change the settings, but they are giving an option once you create the site, and they are giving an error message. That's not a good practice because people might confuse on that. Now I'm trying to create this one. We'll see. We'll get the same error or else it creates. Now it's redirecting. Yes, we can able to create a subsite now. This way we can able to restrict some actions from the web application level. To restrict actions, click user permissions. Okay, give me a minute. So that is about user permissions. We have a plenty of other user permissions also. When you hit this one, you can able to see these all. If you want to manage the list, if you want to add the items, if you want to restrict the add item also, you can restrict. If you hit this one, then click save. And you go to any of the site collection under this web application, we have this one here. And of course, we have a couple of also. And I have this document library. When you go to this document library, you have an upload option, and this time we'll try to upload a known file, which means like a DOC file or a PDF file. Of course, in this desktop, I think I don't have much files. I downloaded anything. Yes, I haven't downloaded something, but these are the big files, I think. Okay, this is a small file. I'm trying to upload this one into here. See, it is asking an ID and password. Why is it asking an ID and password? Yes, I'm entered this ID and password. No, it's not accepting. No, I want to upload a different file. Cancel. Come on. This is access denied. No, I'm not giving any access. We'll try to create a file here in the desktop. What type of file we can create, except that I'll try to create a bitmap file. Give ABC. And we'll try to open in the paint. It's not taking. Just draw something or type something here, and then you save it. It's an image file now. Now try to upload the image file, because earlier we tried to upload a executable file, so that's why it is asking that. Now I have another file in the desktop. I'll try to upload this bitmap file. Click open, and it's asking because we restricted to add the item, but still restriction is different. Why it is asking? I'm giving a correct password. This might be a bug in SharePoint 2019. This is actually the message. You do not have a permission to perform this action. This is actually message, but to show up this message, why it is asking the passwords again and again? Because we restricted item to add it into your SharePoint environment. But when we go to the classic environment, we'll see what it shows. See, when you go to the classic environment, and here everything is grayed out, new document or upload document. And when you go back to here, you don't have an option to add the document. It should be here. I'll go back to the same place, and I'm coming back to user permissions, and I'm selecting add items option, and then click save. So once you save that, where we are, and this is a document library, when you try to refresh this one, you can able to see the options with the same user, but it's not rendered it. No, it's not. Yes, now you can able to see new option is available and upload is available. When you go to the files, and you can able to see new and upload document. Microsoft has to improve their performance in the modern pages. The modern page, it is always asking for the ID and password. Later it is showing up that. And here in the classic, they did a great work. Like the new and upload option is grayed out when you did the changes in web application level. It should have to reflect in the modern as well. Okay, that is about user permissions. Next, we have a web part security concept. This is very simple. 3 or 4 options are available. 3 options, and you need to understand what it is exactly. Just it allowing user to create the connection between the web parts. If you have any connectable web parts, yes, you can able to connect between the web parts. That is this option. The second option is, if you want to prevent that, you don't want to allow the user to uh, connect between the 2 web parts, and you can always prevent that. And the second option is online web part gallery. If you want to access the online web part gallery in your system, you can click allow, but by default it is allow. And it is scriptable web parts, like a content editor, scripted web parts that's into a custom development, client side development. If you want to do, then you can allow, or if you want to prevent that, you can prevent that. So which means you don't want to inject any client side scripting into your sites, and you can prevent that. These 3 options you can see, and you can understand that. If you want to allow, you can, or if you want to prevent, you can. If you want to allow for the online web part, you can allow. If you want to prevent, you can. And the scriptable web parts also you don't want, and you can prevent, or if you want, you can allow. That's it. Only 3 options we have. You can see, and you can select it if it requires. And we have 3 options here. One is user policy. When you go to the user policy, also you'll see some policies here. Policy for the web application. Here the message stating that adding or updating a web application policy with the new users or groups will target a SharePoint search crawl over all content covered by that policy. This can reduce search crawl freshness and increase the crawl load. Consider using security groups at the policy level, and add or remove users from a security groups to avoid this. Now here we have 3 different types of group: entity authority, local service, search crawling account, and search crawling account, and search crawling account. Two crawling accounts we have. I was created this one when I'm creating a form. SP Search Services account, which having a full read, and I have another account called SP Search Content. These 2 accounts which I created in an Active Directory, I'll show you in upcoming sessions, which having a full read access. If this account doesn't have the full read access, your search will not perform better, because if it have the full read access on complete web applications, and it will read entire data, and it will make an index. I'm an administrator. I want to search complete data. Then how I can do that? Because my search account should have a complete read account, and then it will make an index. Then only I can able to search the data. Now, no need to worry about this one. When you are configuring this one, and you have to give these two accounts to have a complete read account. That's it. You don't need to worry about this one. If your search is not performing better, and you need to come here to add the accounts. But this will discuss when we are discussing search. Coming back to anonymous policy, we don't have any anonymous users to show because my site is not an anonymous site. And coming here, we have the zones, but this is not enabled because we are not given any anonymous access to this particular web application. And the user policy, see, we have total 3 policies, no policy, which means they cannot read or they cannot write anything. And here we have a deny write, has no write access. But still, if you are having a no write access, also we can give some pages like register page kind of things to the end users to write, and we can elevate that privileges in the coding. So as an administrator, you don't need to worry about that. And deny all, which means they don't have any access. But anyhow, this is not applicable here because we are not working with any anonymous access. If you work with anonymous access, then you need to come here and you need to select the policy for the anonymous users, which means the user doesn't have any identity to enter into the site. Still, if you give any pages to read them, like Google page, like Bing page, so and so, so and so. If you come with that, uh, with like that feature, then you can select this one and you need to select these options. Now we don't have any anonymous users, so no need to worry about this one. The last option is permission policy. So we already discussed about permissions, full control, and contribute, edit, and design. These permissions we discussed. But when you come here to the web application policy management levels, here we have full control, full read, deny write, and deny all. If you want to give these kind of options to the any end users, you have to select here to do that, or you can add a new policy level. Adding new policy level also we already discussed in the site collection level. If you hit this one, it will redirect us to create a new permission level. This we already seen. But here we have 2 different options. You want to grant all or you want to deny all. If you want to deny, you need to select. If you want to grant, you need to select in this line. Come on, permission policy. And if you have any existing permission level, if you want to modify that, you can hit and you can able to see this one, full control, what it contains. It's granting all. And if you have no access, I think it's denying all. Come on, it is open in a new tab. So these are 4 different types of permission levels were available, and where you are going to use in the user policies, and you are selecting any group or any user, and you can able to select this type of permissions from here. If you try to add a user here, for example, and you have the zones, suppose you have a default zone, and when you are going to the web application policy, now you can able to see a permissions, full control, full read, and deny write, and deny all. So you can able to select a group or you can able to select a person to restrict or to grant the access to the individual users on this web application level. So that is about the policy. That is about the permission policy. So these are all options we have for the web applications. So today we are going to cover monitoring section. In the monitoring section, first we'll check system health checkups, and then we'll go to the timer jobs. So coming to health analyzer, we have 2 sections here. The first one is review problems and solution. The second one is review rule definitions. If you go to the review problems and solutions, so it shows some, if system contains any issues or your form having any issues, it will show up. You will see that.
email has not been configured, so that we know, because we don't have the SMTP server. And also we have a plenty of other rules also to identify, but I configured in a proper manner, so that's why I'm not getting any errors. But we can able to see here couple of health analyzer rules were defined by Microsoft. We can able to see some categories here: security category, performance kind of category, and configuration category. And also more categories were there. We'll see how many categories were there in SharePoint 2019. We have the availability category and configuration category. Here we'll see one after another. Coming back to first page. On the first page, the first section is security, and here couple of rule definitions were there. The first rule definition showing that accounts used by the application our service identities are in local machine group. So we are not configured in that way, so that's why we are not getting any security issues. This is stating that accounts used by application pool or service identities are in the local machine administrators group. It will check in all the servers. For suppose if you are using any service application account that is in a local administrators group, and it passes an error in the first section. So when it will check in a daily basis, and it is not enabled. It's showing no, and repair automatically no. If you want to modify this one, you can able to modify from here. If you hit this one, this is not enabled, and you can enable from here, and this will check daily basis, is there any account which is used for the application pool, and that is in the administrators group. So if you want to see that administrators group, I'll show you. Click save. What I'm doing is I'll open Active Directory users and computers. This is the place where we can create the users, and this one we can call it as an authentication provider. So initially when we create a web application, and that there we can see the claims based authentication, and we are using a Windows authentication. Windows have an Active Directory to create the users and manage the users. Now here I have users and groups. You can able to see this all users. I have couple of users, 1 user, 2 user, 3 users, and 4, 5, 6, 7. Couple of users were there. If I'm going back to administrators group, and this is users, when I go to here, and there is a group name called built-in users, and if you want to see the members here, you can able to see. And I have a account name called Abhishek, and I have another account called Angel, and I have two different accounts also. These all are the groups. If you see a single person here, that is person. If you see this 2-person image, and those are the groups. And here all the images were within 2 people, which means those are the groups. And if you go to users, and this is a user and this is the user, and these all are the users, but these all are the groups only. If you see these 2-person images, and that is the group. Now we already covered this one here. If you go to the built-in administrators, and only 2 people were there, and I'm not using these 2 people to run any service application, so that's why I won't get any error message. So if you want to test that one, you can able to test. If we use anywhere these 2 accounts, we can get an error message. Click run now. It will test. If it identifies anything, it will pass us the error here. No, it's not passing the error, means, and we configured in a right way. And I'm going back to role definitions. So we covered one here, and we'll cover another one in the performance. But if you use a account which is in administrators group to run any application pool, the application pools were run to execute the client side request. For example, client side request means I'm trying to open a Rishan solution start come from my browser, something like I am using Firefox, I'm using Chrome, whatever it is, that we can call it as a client. If you try to hit the Rishan solution start come from your client, the request first it will go to the IIS server. In the IIS server, there is application pools to process the request.
Once it reaches the IIS and the application pools run the process, and it reaches the actual server to get the response back, and then once they get the response back, and it will send back to the client. So in this process, application pools who are responsible to get the data or post the data. So if you are using an administrator's account in the application pool, what happens if the client is injecting any query string, or they are injecting any malicious code, and that directly executes on the system and it breaks the system. So to avoid that kind of complexity, Microsoft suggesting that don't use the administrators accounts in the application pool to run. So remember that is about that. And the same way, we have a couple of things. Just read it out. And in the performance also, we have another one is application pool recycle when memory limits ex are exceeded, which means in the application pool, having some limit of memory. If you are using frequently, what happens if it reaches the maximum amount of data? What happens then? The application pools will not run. So for that, what happens? It refreshes the application pool. See, application pool recycle when memory limits are exceeded. If it recycles, what happens? The memory will free again. Then the application pools run the new processes. In the same way, databases used in SharePoint have fragmented indices. Databases exist on the server running in SharePoint. The paging file size should be exceeded amount of physical RAM in the system. This all you can able to see. This is related to the data. So if you have a less amount of data size, what happens? You cannot perform the actions. So that's why it is performance related. This is configuration related. The application discovery and load balancer server is not running in this server. So which means we are not using any load balancer. Load balancer means if you have a multiple web front-end servers, or maybe one server can able to handle more than 800 to 1000 uh, what we can call it as transactions per a second. If it is exceeded that, like per a second, more than 1100 1200 people reaching a single server cannot be handled that much of load. So what happens in the real time? If you are having in a small organization, that's fine. Okay, maybe 300 400 users reach that server at a time, but that's fine. If you are maintaining on a public facing internet site, and at a time maybe thousands of users hitting the same server, what happens? Server cannot process the request. That time users cannot get the pages immediately. Or if the users were trying to add the data, or trying to get the data, and they won't get the data, they won't post the data into the server. So to avoid that kind of situation, companies will keep a multiple web front-end servers. If some instructions coming to the server, around server reaches the 70% or 80% of usage, the new request will go to the another web front-end. This way, they might keep hundreds or maybe tens or hundreds of web front-end servers. That time we need to go with a load balancing. Load balancing is nothing but it handles the load and it sends the new instructions to the new web front-end servers. So that is about load balancing that we'll discuss if we get a chance. So there is plenty of configuration related, and if you want to read, you can read. And all are timer jobs. When you hit anything, that is a timer job. If you want to run that, you can run. And the schedule is this one is scheduled daily, and some other things were something like some of the health analyzer rules will run in a weekly basis, and some will run in hourly basis. You can able to see this one. These all are timer jobs. If you want to change the time, you can able to change. If you hit edit item, this is running in a daily base. If you want to change the schedule, you can able to change the schedule of this particular timer job. These all are health analyzer rules. These are developed by Microsoft. And if you want to develop something, you can always able to develop using Visual Studio, and you can host that into your SharePoint environment. And here, when you go to the review problems and solutions, now we have only one problem. If you hit this problem, Microsoft will give a suggestion for that. So you can able to see some sections here. The first section is title, and it just shows the information about that outbound email has not been configured, we know that we don't have the SMTP server to configure. The severity is severity level 1, and it is an error basically, because if you want to try to send an email using workflow, using alerts, and you'll get an error message because we don't have an SMTP server to send the emails. And this is under configuration section. The explanation is a default SMTP server has not been configured. One or more web applications do not have SMTP servers configured. Because of this, features such as alerts will not be function properly. That we know that. The remedy is configure an outgoing email server from the central administration. We know this URL because we went to the system settings, and there we can able to see that. And the explanation also written in the internet page go.microsoft.com and so on, so on, so. And we have only one server. If you have a multiple servers, what servers were failing due to this issue, they'll show here. And failing services is that there is a timer service to run these alerts. This service is failing, and if you want to see the rule settings, you can able to see this rule settings. Now I don't want to get this error because we know that SMTP server is not configured. We are not purchased a different server to configure the SMTP. So if you don't want to see these kind of errors, you can always go to the edit item. You can disable this one. Once you disable, and next time, not now, next time, you won't see that kind of errors. So here the configuration part is here. We have around 41 rule definitions. I think somewhere this is somewhere, I don't know, this is here. Mm, we'll go to the next page. We might see that rule definition here. I don't know where it is. I don't want to search a long time, but we'll see in the first page. Try to search with the outgoing emails or not configured. The message stating there, and I'm trying to get from the see outbound email has not been configured, and this is not enabled now. Just before we modified, this is not enabled. So that is about monitoring health analyzer. The next one is review job definition under timer jobs. If you go to the review job definitions, you can able to see plenty of timer jobs for here. We have, I think, around 200 timer jobs here, but this figure will increase based on your environment. If you have a 10 or 15 web applications, you can able to see plenty of timer jobs, because I have total 6 web applications. So that's why I can able to see each and every timer job 6 times. The timer jobs scope is web application. All the timer jobs will associate with the web application. So that's why if you have 10 web applications, you can see each and every timer job will be in 10 times here. And here would be the schedule. And some of the timers were disabled, and some of the timers were scheduled, like daily basis and hourly basis and minutely basis. And some of the timer jobs were disabled. Those are no longer in use. See, here we have a view option. If you want to see the service based timer jobs, and if you want to see the web application timer jobs, you can able to see. And if I select a service, I don't have a service based timer jobs. So that's why I'm not getting anything. If I select a web application, I can able to get all the timer jobs here. And one more thing here, when you go to the monitoring section, if you want to see what are the timer jobs were ran just now, and what are the timer jobs are in queue to run, and what are the timer jobs which are running now. If you want to see, you can able to see from here. And these are the scheduled one, and these are the running one. There is no running timer jobs now. And some of the timer jobs were in history, which means those are run just a minute back. You can able to see that. at 1:50 a.m. The timer jobs were run, and of course the time is the system time. You can able to see the system time also. It's 1:51 a.m. and these are the timer jobs who are going to run. And currently there are no timer jobs in a running state. In this way, you can identify this one. And also, if you want to see, um, this is related to this web application. If you want to see other web application timer jobs, you can always able to change from here. And there is a Russian Solutions 111 web application, and you can able to see what are the timer jobs for going to run and what are the timer jobs for run just before. So this is history. And here again, we have an option to select a web application related, server related, and job definition. And here the service we already seen, we don't have any service related timer jobs. And we already discussed about web application. This is the server related. Currently, I have only one server. If I select a server, here we get an option to change the server. And but of course, I have only one server to show, so that's why I can able to see this one only. In the real time, you can able to see the multiple servers configured here. When you hit this one, you can able to see the different servers also. And there also you can check if some if some timer job is failing somewhere. If you want to identify where it is failing, and you have to come here and then select the server and then change the server, and you can able to see what timer job is failing and what timer job is successfully ran. And here you can able to see the failed timer jobs, and then hit and you can able to see why it is failed. And this is the last runtime. And if you want to change the timer job schedule also, you can always able to change from here. We have a edit timer job option. It is running every minutely. You don't want to run in every minutely. And then you can able to change. Here the message is send out immediate and a scheduled alert. It is running in every minute, which means I configured my alert to run and I want to get an immediate alert. So then you can come here, and if you don't want to run immediately, you just want to run every 5 minutes, you can able to change. But if you have a good configuration system, better to keep in a minute, and that will check whatever the changes were happen in the system, or what are the changes happen in the list, and it will check and it will send out an email to a proper user. So this is about timer job. Once again, I'll explain about timer job. Timer jobs for come back. Timer jobs for periodical actions, which means this may run in a minutely, this may run in a hourly basis, or in a weekly or a daily basis or monthly basis also. We have a multiple schedules for that. And if you want to check any of the timer job, you can able to check from here to view job definitions. And these are timer jobs running in a minutely fashion. You can open this one, access web app export, and you can see these are also running in every minute. If you want to change the timer job schedule, you can able to change. We have minutely, hourly, daily, weekly, monthly also. And when you go to the hourly basis also, if you want to keep 4 hours, every 4 hours, every 6 hours, you can keep that. And the daily basis also, you can able to change at what time you want to run this one. The weekly basis, on what day you want to run, on Sunday or Monday, whatever day you want to select, you can able to select. That is about that. Come back to monitoring section again. We have the reporting section here. If you want to collect the reports of the system, you can able to collect from here. The first one is view administrative reports. If you have any administrative reports, you can upload here, and this just shows up on a document library, and there is no reports were uploaded here. So this is a place where you can upload the documents, which means administrative reports. If you want to upload, you can upload. And this is just an document library. But coming back to here, the diagnostics logging means if system having any issues to run any service application, you want to log that, you can able to log. Now nothing was selected here, nothing was selected. And if you want to select all, you can able to select all, and it will select everything. And we have an access service related, we have a business connectivity service application related, we have document conversation, and also plenty of search related also, visiographic service also. And also if you have any project server which is also which is attached to your SharePoint server, if you have any web content management, if you have any translation related things, if you want to log all this, you can able to log. And these logs will store in the log file. The log file will be in a 16 hive or a 15 hive based on your version. Now I'm using SharePoint 2019, so that is in the 16 hive. you can able to see. But when you are configuring your SharePoint form, you can able to change this one, because it will store in your root drive. Root drive is nothing but something like C drive or a D drive, where you install your operating system. Currently I installed operating system in C. I can able to show you that. And before showing this location, I'll show you about the least critical event to report to the event log. So we have a different types of variations inside our logging. So there is a verbose. Verbose is nothing but it's not impacting, but it is happening. And if you want to log that one, that is verbose. And information is saying that okay, this is happening, and if you want to focus on that, you can able to focus on that. That is about information. And the next one is warning. If something is going to wrong in this system, system always shows an a warning message. This is not a good practice, and then it shows an a warning message. And finally, if it is causing something and it is impacting any of the functionality, and that logs as an error, so it is not going to functional. The next one is critical. Critical means it is happening and it is causing the issue to the other events also. That is very critical, and you need to resolve that as soon as possible. If you select information, and it will not log verbose information, but it will log warning, it will log error, it will log critical. If you select warning, and it will log warning, error, and critical. If you select error, it will log error and critical also. So we have multiple options. Whatever you want, you can select, and the above things will automatically log, and the below ones not log, which means now the system will log the warnings, and it will log the errors, and it will log the critical events. The next one is list critical event to report to the trace log. In the trace log also, we have a same kind of approach. We have something like an verbose, medium, high, monitorable, and unexpected. If you select high, and it will also logs the monitoring and unexpected things also. I'm selecting high. The next one is event log flood protection. If something is going wrong continuously, and that is in something like an infinity loop, and what it will do, it will keep on writing the data in the log file, and it occupies a huge amount of data if it writes continuously. So if you want to protect that one, and you can always enable this one, which means if it is happening continuously, it will log 3 to 4 times, and then it will stop logging on that file, and then it shows that it is happening 100 times, it is happening 1,000 times, something like that, and it saves the memory. And coming back to the trace log, where it is going to store the trace log, and this is a location. We'll go to this location. By default, this is a location. This field is editable field. If you want to change this one, you can able to change always. The next one is number of days to store the log files, and I want to keep the 14 days. But if you don't like to keep the 14 days, or your memory is occupying, if within 14 days also it is occupying more than 100 GB, 200 GB of data, and you want to restrict your logs into a specific amount of data, you can go from here. And this is in the GB. I want to keep only 10 GB data. And if it is reaches to the 10 GB and I want to delete the old data, so I can keep that in. I can keep that is 10 GB. So when I click OK, it will save the changes. What we did is we selected all categories, and also we selected the least critical event in the event log and least critical event to report in the trace log. And this is enabled by default, and the path is already there. If you want to change this path, you can always change. And how many days you want to keep this logs? I want to keep maximum of 14 days. And if you feel and it is occupying a more amount of data, and you can select this one to restrict the log files to maximum of 10 GB. And when I click OK, the settings will store. Click OK. And then if you want to see the location, you can always go to your root drive. The root drive is nothing but the operating system installed. When I go to this PC, I can able to see the two drives here in my system, and one drive it is showing the Windows symbol, which means it is the place where we installed our operating system, and it's having around 67 GB free. When I open this one, I can able to see the multiple folders here, and there is a folder name called program files. All the installed files will store in the program files. Another folder name is called common files. Under that we have a Microsoft shared folder. Under that there is a folder name called as web server extension. Here you can able to see the 14 and 16 have, and when you open the 16 have, you can able to see the plenty of folders. These all folders were related to SharePoint because we installed SharePoint in our system, and these all files will create automatically, and it contains the SharePoint related files. Now there is a folder name called logs. Under that you can able to see the plenty of different kinds of folders, and also some log files were available. And these all are the normal event logs, and the diagnostics logging will be something like this. And we have a PC diagnostics, and when you open this one, and there is something in a different manner, but here you can able to see that information. INF is nothing but an information. If you have any errors or any critical events, this will change. If it is an error, then the information will change with an ERR. So like this, the logs will store in your 16 hive folder. These all are logging here, and it is occupying these files will occupy some amount of data, something like it is occupied only 376 KB. But when you go back to these things, these are the different logs, health and usage logs. We'll see this one, and each and every file, it is occupying minimum of 40 MB or 26 MB data here. You can able to see here when you try to go to the properties of this file, and this is occupied around 25 MB, and this is occupied around 76 MB. This way, the logs will occupy a huge amount of data in the real time. The real time, I have only one user, still it is occupying 74 MB data, and in the real time, plenty of users will use this system. And this would be maybe a 700 MB, maybe 600 MB, sometimes it would be a 1 GB also. So that's why people will not keep complete logs, and they'll delete after 7 days or 6 days, or maybe sometimes 14 days. And this is the one, configure usage and health data collection. And when you open this one, and here also you can able to see a different actions to event. First, you have to enable this one. By default it is already enabled, but if you don't want to log this one, you can disable always. And we have a different section to log. We have administrative accounts, we have analytics usage, and also we have the file input output, and also we have content related, we have database related, and also we have a SQL database related, and we have a REST API related, which means if somebody is trying to hit the SharePoint environment externally, and that will also logs. And we have the sandbox related, and we have a even logs related also we have. And if you don't want something like, you don't want the SQL input output usage, you can unselect. If you want, you can select. And where these logs will going to store, the same place which we are in just before we open, right? That is 16 hyphen logs, and these are the usage files. These are the diagnostics files. Come back here, and here we have an option, health data collection. And this health data, how it is collecting? It is collecting from a timer job. Here, health logging schedule. If I open in a new tab, I don't want to open on the same place. It will go to the job definitions. And also there is a two other timer jobs also were there to schedule the logs. If you click this one in a new tab, you can able to see, I think 2, and 2019 it is 3. I think, yes, 2019 it is 3, but coming to the SharePoint 2013, you can able to see the two different timer jobs also. One is data import and the data processing, and the next one also added for the data maintenance. And these all are the timer jobs. If you open any one, it will go to the timer job section. If you want to edit, you can edit, and if you want to disable, you can disable this one. If you want to disable this one, there is option here to disable it. And if you want to change it in the hourly basis or daily basis, you can always able to change, but don't change this one, because that Microsoft suggested and they given some time frame to do that. But if you are feeling that your system giving a bad performance when it is running, and you can always go and you can disable that. And where this data is storing in a database server it is, and this is a usage and health report, a database name. And this database server is running with a Windows authentication. That's why here it is selected Windows authentication. We'll come back and we'll discuss once again. Here, this section is showing that to configure the usage and health data collection, the first option is usage data collection. If you want to disable, you can disable. And we have the event selection. If you want to select some action to perform some action to keep the logs, and you can able to select. We have plenty of events to log, and these are the timer jobs to run the health data and log collection. And this is a place where it is going to store in the local system. The last one is the database server, where it is going to store in a database. So that is it about that. When you click OK, it will store, and the usage information will come up here. When you open this one, you can able to see some information related to the usage and what type of usage it is and what worker process are working on that particular event. You can able to see here. So this file having huge amount of data, so that's why. See the timestamp when it is happened, and the processor. We have the WS tracing, we have OWS timer.exe, and we do have another worker processor called w3wp.exe. You may be see somewhere in the below. There's a plenty of processors running, host control service is running, and OWS timer is related to the timer jobs worker processor. And no, I think there might be somewhere W3WP worker process were also there to run this request. This is the node runner. I think I'm not run any request like that. Oh, just before I saw something somewhere related to that W3WP. See here also you can able to see w3wp.exe. This is worker processor based for SharePoint, and most of your SharePoint requests run by w3wp.exe worker processor. And another one is distributed cache service.exe. If you have any distributed cache service, that will run. And I explained about this OWS timer is related to the timer jobs. We are here. The last one is view health reports. If you upload any health reports, you can able to see here. Now we are not uploaded any health reports here, so that's why there is nothing is running on this page. That is about monitoring section. Then we'll go back to the backup and restore section. Today we'll discuss how to take a backup of a site collection and how to use that in the different place or maybe on the same site collection. We'll see that. For that, first we'll go back to one of the site collection. We'll see is there any data were hosted there. I have a site collection here, 100. I don't think so. The data is uploaded here. When I go to site contents, I think I don't see any data. If we have some data and we can easily go and explain something on that particular site collection. Otherwise, we'll create some data and we'll see how it works. No subsites, only some of the document libraries were, yeah. There is a subsite here also, and the content is, I have document library, I have style library, I have events and site pages. And if you want to create any app here, and you can always go to here and then click add an app. We'll try to create some custom list and we'll try to upload some data into here. Now I want to create a document library to upload some files, and this is site backup. So I'm just giving a name called SB, and then create. And there is a document library called SB, and then I'm trying to upload the files here. Of course, you can always upload multiple files at a time or a single file. I have one file, two files, three files, four files, and I'm trying to upload 4 files at a time to my document library. We'll see how many will upload. If we restrict something, okay, 3 items were not uploaded here because we were done some settings, right? So for that, what I'm doing is I'm going to application management where we did this settings, and it is restricting to upload the text files and log files. To resolve that one, and we have to go back to this one, and this web application we are trying to use, and there is a blocked file types. There is some blocked file types, txt and log files were blocked, so that's why I'm trying to upload one text file and two log files, and it is passing an error message to us. So that's why I changed that settings. Again, I'm trying to upload the files again, and I have a text files, I have another two log files for them. Then now I'm trying to upload. I'm expecting it will upload automatically without an issue. Yes, I have total 4 files here in this, and then I'm going to site contents. In the site contents, I have a new document library here, and I have one subsite here. When I go here, I have a subsite here. So now I'm trying to take a backup from the backup and restore place. Here we have a section called perform a site collection backup. When we hit this one, it will open a window. Here it is showing site collection and what site collection you are taking. You are going to take a backup, but automatically we are using this one. So this is appearing here. If you want to change the site collection, you can always able to change. And here these all are the site collections were available. If you want to select any of the site collection, you can able to select. But if you don't want to take a backup from this web application, you can always able to change your web application from here. If you want to change the web application, then if you want to change the site collection, we have the options to do that. And now I'm selecting this one. This is a site collection. And now where you want to take this backup, I want to store this in my temporary drive. I have this temporary storage, and there is a file which I created. I think I deleted. I forgot. I'm giving a name as backup folder, and then open this one. Just copy this URL, select this one, and then come back to your central administration. And this is the location where I'm going to store, and give a forward slash, give a name to the site collection as my site, give extension as dot back. In the below also it is stating the example, and this is the location, and this is a folder name, and this is the name of the file dot back. The same way I'm taking the location as d forward slash backup, and I'm giving a name as my site dot back. It's not balance, it's back. See, you should have to give a same process. If you already taken a backup, if you want to override that file, you can able to override using this option. But now if you select, or if you don't select also, there is no meaning, because we don't have any file in that. So that's why I'm not selecting this one. Later point of time, if you are taking a same backup, or if you want to take a same site collection backup and you want to override the existing file, you can select this one. Don't worry about this option. Now we are selecting the site collection, and I'm going back here and click start backup. And we do have another option to take a backup using PowerShell. Now, when we hit this one, it will go to a different window, that is granular backup job status. And here you can able to see some options. A site collection backup is currently in progress. No export is in progress. Timer service is running. If you want to refresh this page, you can refresh. And if you want to delete the backup, you can delete from here. Okay, current job is no operation in progress. The previous job is already successful, completed at 2:17, and duration is 9 seconds. It was taken 9 seconds to take a backup, and recovery step it is saying here, and we'll see that the current export status is no operation in progress, because just before we have a delete option, and it is automatically refreshed, and it has changed some options, because in 9 seconds it is taken backup. Otherwise we can able to see some information here, but that's fine. It is done. And when you go to backup, and this page comes from here, check granular backup status, the same page. We covered this part, and we covered this part. We'll see how it is happened and where it is happened. When we go back to the backup location, we can able to see the file which is created recently in my site.back, and which is modified at 2:17 a.m. The type of the file is backup, and it's almost 4 MB file. we'll see how we can restore that one. So to restore that one, we have to go back to we can go back to three places. One is PowerShell ISC, or PowerShell, Windows PowerShell, or you can go back to SharePoint 2019 Management Shell. We'll see this one. When you hit this one, it is opening with an administrator. But if you don't have that, and you should have to open that with an administrator, right click on it and you can able to see run as an administrator, but it is running with administrator. Now, if you want to restore that one, you can able to restore. Before restoring that, I want to take another backup of the same site collection. To do that, we have a commandlet called backup -sp site, and then which site you are going to take a backup. I want to take a backup of the same site collection. I take this one. Just take until site collection URL, copy it, and then come back and paste here. And then where you are going to store. I want to store it in a D, so select a D / and give a file name, but don't forget to give a proper name, otherwise it won't take. And back up again, sorry, backup / I'm just giving my site copy .bak. I'm changing the name because already we have a backup name called mysite.bak. I'm changing the name as mysite copy.bak. We'll see it will create a same file with the same amount of data or not. Then press enter. It will take a backup in couple of seconds. Oh, it's done. If you go back to the place, and you can able to see the two files with the same amount of data, which means it is the same content also. Now I'm trying to restore the same one on that same site collection. Before that, I want to delete some data. I have a subsite named as ABC. So when I select this one, I cannot able to delete from here. If I select from here, can I? No, right? So I cannot able to delete this one. So for that, what I'm doing is I'm trying to open that in a new page. Then we'll go to the site settings. From here, when you hit this one, it will show a name called site information. When you hit site information, it shows up in a message here, view all site settings, or you can able to delete the site from there also. Also, if you come back into this, here we have a delete this site option. And again, if you go to site information, now currently we are not able to go because we already in this place. So I'm trying to delete this site. This is the subsite of the site collection, and it is going to the recycle bin. I think site will permanently destroy, and content and user information includes. Okay, it's showing that deleting the website will permanently destroy. It is not going to the document library. It is not going to the recycle bin because I think we disable the recycle bin for this particular web application. So anyhow, we'll delete permanently. We'll see what happens. Okay, this is deleted permanently, and I'm going to site collection. And site collection, I'm trying to see all contents. In the contents, we have this document library. And when we hit this Eclipse, can we delete from here? Yes, you can remove from here. And when I click this one, are you sure want to delete this one to the recycle bin? Yes, I want to go to recycle bin. It wasn't deleted. It wasn't deleted. We'll see what happened to this. And I'm trying to go to library settings. Delete this document library. Yes, the document library will be removed and its files will be deleted. Are you sure want to delete this document library? It's not stating about that recycle bin. It's going to delete. Now it's deleted. Now here we did two changes. One is we deleted ASP document library, and also we deleted that subsite. We'll see, can I get this subsite or can I get this document library using my backup just before we were taken. So to restore your backup, there is a command for that, and just type restore the same what we did above, and you have to type same thing almost. You have to type the same URL if you already copied, and you can able to paste that. But if you want to type, you can type .com:100/ and from where you want to take. And I want to take it from the backup which I was taken, backup / and we'll use the first one, mysite.bak.
Okay, back of my site dot back, restore SP site. The URL is correct. Everything looks good, but I'm expecting an error message here when I press enter. Yes, I want to restore, and we'll see. Yeah, we got an error message stating that there is another site collection which is within the same name. If you want to override that one, and you need to use the force command. So I'm typing the same message, and I'm just using the force commandlet after our command. So when I press this one, and it's stating that performing the operation restore SP set on a target so and so, then press yes or A for S to all, and then N for no, L to all, or S for suspend. And I'm pressing yes, or you can press A also, that works. And it will take some time to restore on that. We'll see how it works and it gives the correct result or not. It's completed. We'll come back here. Just refresh the same page. We got the document library, and also the document library contains 4 files and it is available. And you can see the timestamp also, which is modified 12 minutes back. When you restore something, and it will also keep the metadata same as it is. 12 minutes back we uploaded and we restored just now, but still it is showing 12 minutes back. And one more thing here, when we go to the site contents, and if you go to the subsite section, and you can able to see this one, and the subsite also available, and which is created 6 days ago. Now we have the same backup file, and we can able to restore. If you lost your site collection also, you can get it back. In the real time, what happens is it any crucial data, and people will write in some jobs to run every daily basis, and that will take a backup of the site collection. If something goes wrong, or somebody unfortunately deleted some site collection, and they can always able to restore it. Now we understand we have the site collection, we can able to restore. Now I don't want this process. For example, I have this web application. When I go to the web application, and to view all site collections, I can able to view some of the site collections here. The root site collection which is created, and I want a copy of the root site collection with a different site collection name. I want to create a restore site collection after this one using any of the managed path. That also we can able to do that using the same commandlet. But instead of using the force here, what I can use, I want to use the database server name, database server, and we know that the database server is Angel VM. And what are the database name? And I have a database. I want to utilize the database name. What is the database we have? This is new, or if you want to use the old, whatever it is, the database which is related to the site which is related to the web application, you can able to use. Now I'm using this one with the same restore SP site, and I want to change here the URL. Now I'm just typing sites. I'm sorry, we are in a wrong place, and I'm coming back to the path, and we have a manager path called sites, and I'm creating a site collection named as restore. I'm using restore SP site HTTP, and this is a new URL, and we already seen we don't have a site collection with a restore, right? We have sites as a manager, but we don't have a restore site collection. And if you want to test this one, you want to copy this one, you can able to copy from here, take a copy of this URL and come back to your browser and try to open in a different browser and try to open. You can see the web page cannot be found because we are not created any site collection with this name. So now we are trying to create from the backup. So for that, what I did is I typed restore SP site, and I given a URL and I given a path where the backup file is stored, and I'm taking the database server name and I'm trying to enter the database name. If we enter here, we'll see what happens. Is it gives a proper result, or it will give some error, whatever it is, we'll test. Just press enter. Yes, this time I'm pressing A. You can type Y also.
confirm, are you sure want to perform this action? Yes, I want to perform this action, and it is taking time. And this site collection contains a less amount of data, so that's why it will restore immediately in the new site collection, because if you have a huge amount of data, it will take a lot of time. And we got the success results. If you get an error, it will pass error like this, or if you don't have any errors, and it simply goes to the new line and it shows the command prompt. Come back here and then refresh this one. I'm expecting this will open a site collection. Yes, it is opening a site collection with a different name, and it also contains the same data which we have within a root site collection. And we can able to see the SP folder and other folders, and also we can able to see the ABC site collection which is here. And also if you create a new site collection with a backup also, it keeps the same metadata. Remember that. So that is the advantage with this backup and restore section. And we did a backup, and we checked that the granular backup. And so today we are going to discuss about workflows. So earlier sessions we were discussed about web applications and service applications related stuff. So to work with an SharePoint Designer workflow, we must and should have an SharePoint Designer to be installed in the system. So now I'm trying to open any of the site. We'll go with the root site of this one, or otherwise we'll go with a site which we have worked earlier. So for that, I'm trying to open a SharePoint Designer. SharePoint Designer 2013. We have the latest designer is the SharePoint 2013 only. We don't have other other SharePoint designers later. And to open a site, and we have this option. If you want to open the existing one, you can able to open this one. If you are opening this one, and you should have to go with the same theme site earlier where we are. So now I'm opening the site with the URL. Try to open site using SharePoint Designer. Click open. So I'm logging with an administrator with the password. We'll try with domain as well. Okay, and fine. Now the password and the ID is correct. Just before we entered only username and password, and that is not accepted. Now we tried with a domain name as well. We'll see what happens. It's taking some more time. Okay, meanwhile, we need to understand workflow is a kind of actions which automate the business logic. So if you are designing a workflow, means you are automating your process. So automate that, and we have 3 different options in SharePoint. One is list workflows, the second one is reusable workflows, and the third one is site workflows. List workflows will associate with the list or a document library, and reusable workflows with associate with the content type. So we discussed about content type in the previous sessions. Content type is a reusable type definition. You can utilize that a content type in a list or a document libraries to add the data or update the data. And it is taking some more time to open the same site. I don't know what happened to this, or maybe it have a same instance now. So meanwhile, we'll see what sites are, sorry, what list or libraries were there in the site. We'll see, is there any list? I think we created a list with a name called MMS here. We'll utilize this one. Open this one. It contains a title, it contains a metadata column. We'll see what we can do from this one. Still it is not opening. And what happened, I don't know. I was pasted the same URL is correct, and then click open. It will ask ID and password. Then I'm typing solutions / the username is Afreshake, and then I'm trying to enter the password, and I'm passing the correct password. don't know what happened. It is not opening. So it's better to work with an existing site because we already opened this one. I need to check the user don't have a permission or what's going on that particular. So for that, we'll go back to this and then we'll open that. Okay, enter team site. Okay, we have this team site here. We'll go back to the site contents. I hope multiple list or libraries will be here because I am using this one for the development sessions also. So I have a couple of list or libraries here. We'll open this one. We'll create a simple workflow here. So for that, here we have an option called list workflow. When you hit this one, you can able to see a multiple list. So which list you want to use? So we'll test that one and we'll come back. And I have a list name called new list or a new demo list. This contains title, site definition. No, I don't have much columns in this. We'll go back to site contents. And I have a list name called test list, and it contains multiple columns. Yes, it contains a title, product description, and location. We'll do one thing from the workflow, and I'm creating a list workflow here. To create a list workflow, so we have to hit this one. Which one we are working on? I think we are working on the list name called test list, and you can able to take the test list. So the platform type, when you click, you can see the platform type is SharePoint 2020 only. So we'll make it 2013 a bit later. Now I'm just creating a demo workflow and then click create. So once you hit click create, it will create a list workflow for us. No, it's creating a workflow for us, and it's given step number 1. In the step number 1, you can add some actions. To add some condition, you have to click on this red square. You can able to see two things here. One is condition, another one is action. So I just want to create an action here, and I want to update a list item. Click update list item. When I hit this, which item you are going to update, I'm clicking this one. Set this field and what field you want to do that. And I have a location field, and I can give a static value or I can give a dynamic value also, but I'm not giving a static value. I'm giving a static value and click OK. If you want to update a multiple fields also, you can able to update when once you hit hit add, and you can see the same thing, and you can take the current item and then you can add the field name and you can add the value also. When I hit OK, now it is done. It is a very simple workflow I'm created, and I'm checking for errors. Click check for errors, then click OK. And then we have an option called save, and then we have an option called publish. Once you save this workflow, it just saves into the SharePoint designer, and it's not gonna publish. And when you hit publish only, it will publish. So I'm saving this workflow. Then publish. Before publishing this workflow, I'm going back to workflows. I can able to see the workflow which is created here, that is demo workflow. When I click this one, I can able to see the workflow information. Now the workflow information, name of this workflow is demo workflow. And the description is we are not entered any description. If you want, you can able to click here and you can able to enter the workflow description. The type of this workflow is the list workflow. An associated list is test. You can able to see what list it is associating with. That is test list. And we have The platform type is which platform type you are using. It is SharePoint 2010. And then the settings, the way this workflow task will store, that stores under workflow task list, and the history of the workflow will stores in a workflow history. And this is most important. So when this workflow to be triggered, the workflow to be triggered manually, or you want to start this workflow automatically when an item created, or if you want to start this workflow when an item updated. So I'm not going to select the second one because I'm going to update the workflow. I'm going to update the item, not a workflow, I'm sorry. So we have the customization options here. When you hit this edit, it will go back to the edit, that one, we'll click a bit later. This is, if you want to see the associated list URL, or if you want to open that one, you can hit this one. If you want to open the task list, you can hit this one. If you want to open the history list, you can click this one. But we know the associated list is test list, the task list is workflow tasks, and history list is workflow history list. And I'm going back to edit this workflow. Click this one. Again, you can able to see this one. If you want to add actions, if you want to add conditions, you can do that. So currently I'm publishing this one. Once we publish, we'll see what happens. Let's publish it successfully. Go back to the list. Here we have the list, test list. We'll test this workflow a bit later. There is no data, only one item which is already created. I'm trying to add the data here. When we hit new button, it pops up on a window to enter the data here. I'm just giving a data name called demo, and product ID you can able to select something AC, TV, refrigerator, and description is optional. Location, if you want to enter something here, something like Delhi, and I'm not gonna add the attachments or whatever it is. When I try to save this one, it will save the location which we entered, and the description we have not entered anything. The product is TV, and actually we are trying to update the location from the workflow. When I refresh this one, I'm expecting the location is changed to Hyderabad. Now you can able to see what workflow which are running here. It is completed. If you want to add the history to this workflow also, you can able to add the history to this workflow. To add the history to this workflow, and after that updating the item, you can able to pick the current item location. So for that, I'm going to log to history list, and you can able to log this one. What message you are going to add to that one? Click this message, and if you want to take a function, and you can able to take that one. I'm trying to take the location of that current item. Click OK, and when you start the workflow, if you want to give any condition, you can able to give the condition here. So before adding this one, we can able to add a condition here. You can able to add if any value equals to value, or if current item field equals to value. You can able to take any one of this one, and the field which you are going to take is location. I'll take L. The field, what field we are using? Client ID, client demo workflow, label. Come on. Sorry, location. If current item location is equal to, so when you hit this one, you can able to see the function. Okay. If I don't want to update, or if it is not equals to value is Hyderabad. I'm passing the text. If it is not equals to Hyderabad, then only I want to update this one. So which is not under this if condition, I want to move this one to somewhere. So I can able to take this move up option, and then once it is done, and then you can keep in down here or you can keep up, which means now it is in this if condition. So if current item location is not equal to Hyderabad, then only I want to update the value. Otherwise, I don't want to update the value. I can do like this also. Check for errors, no errors, and then save, and then publish it. So once you've done this one, this is very simple. I was taken a if condition here. If current item location is not equal to Hyderabad, then only I want to update the current item. Otherwise, I don't want to update the current item. So if you want to log something here also, you can able to log. I'm typing log to history list, and this message is, I can simply type location is not Hyderabad. So then location is not Hyderabad. We are updating location to Hyderabad. So I'm typing the message here, and then once it is done, we can able to save and publish the workflow. Okay, you can check for the errors and click OK, and then click save and then publish and publish. So once you publish this one, it will publish to the same location where we are just before. And then I'm trying to add the data into this list. Here I have an option called title. Title is new data, and product is you can able to give any like computer, and I'm just typing description as for test. But suppose if I type a value something like Bangalore in the location and click save. So once you click save, the workflow now in progress. When you hit this one, now it will open the workflow. Now see the comment which I added, location is not Hyderabad. We are updating the location to Hyderabad. And at the same time, it is updated into Hyderabad. So that's what we written the log. The first log is location is not Hyderabad. We are updating the location. The second log is current item location. So what is the current item location? Earlier it was Bangalore, but the workflow is updated to Hyderabad. Now you can see this one. It is updated to Hyderabad. Not only this way, if you want to update based on the product, if you change the product and then you want to update the location, we'll see that in action. I don't want to go with the same location now. I want to take an if current item location. No, I don't want to go with the location. I want to go with the current item. What we have product, right? Product is not equal to, no, it's empty. No, it's equal to should be in the top. Equals to should be in the top always. Now, how many products we have? Even I don't know how many products we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but we'll use fan, AC, and TV. Based on that, we'll update the location. Now I have a fan, and then lock. I'll change. Fan is related to or belongs to belongs to Bangalore, and then update the current item location to, instead of Hyderabad, we'll go with Bangalore. Click OK. Okay, now I'll copy this condition. Now I'll copy the complete if condition. Copy this one. You can paste here. Now I have else if Then I want to paste this one here. Paste. Now this is outside of that one, so don't copy it like this. I'll delete this one. I have if statement, I have else if statement, I have else if statement, 3 statements I have. Now this is the fact, and this is AC. And now instead of that, I'm just changing the log as it's not fact, it's AC is belongs to Hyderabad, and then change this one from TV, and then change the log as TV is belongs to Bangalore. We'll go with the Delhi, and then the current location of this one automatically takes, and then we have forgot to update the current location for Hyderabad. Current item location is Hyderabad, and then click OK, and then click OK, and go back to this one. It will take current location and this one, and then update the current item. Click add, location is Delhi. Click OK, then click OK. I hope everything looks good. Yes, Delhi. So we have 3 different conditions. Okay, and also I want to learn a condition here. There is an option called pause. There is an option called pause. We'll see if the current item product equals to fan, then I want to log a message, then I want to wait for another 2 minutes. There is an option called pause for duration. So when I click this pause for duration, it is giving the 5 minutes. I want to decrease it to 2 minutes, but we'll see if it works in 2 minutes or not. This is another condition. And if it is a fan, I want to wait for another 2 minutes of time, then I want to update the current item. Okay, we'll see in action this one. And also we have a couple of options as well. We have a couple of actions. Delete item option is there. So for that, what I'm trying to take is, I'm trying to take an else if branch. In the else, I want to delete the item. Delete, not a record, it's an item. Delete item in this list. If you hit this one, you cannot able to set the properties. You can able to set the property as a current item, or maybe on a different associated task list, or a current list, whatever it is. I don't want to delete the current list. I just want to delete the current item only. So click OK. So if it is on a fan, that's fine. If it is an AC, that's fine. If it is on a TV, that's fine. Other than that, if you add any product, then that delete automatically. That's what I was written. I was written if statement, else statements, sorry, else if, and then I was written else statement here. I hope we are good here. I'm checking the errors. So we have an issue. Delete item, this list, this is current item, click OK. See, click OK. Now we don't have any errors. And then save this one, and then try to publish it. Okay, we have found some errors in the workflow. The file was saved and cannot be run. This is happen sometimes. So again, we'll check for the errors, and then click OK, and then save it, and then publish it. If we found any other errors, we'll try to remove some sections, and then we'll work. If you have any spaces, then it will not publish. Activity ID number 36 validation failed, cannot resolve activity ID number 18. Okay, we have some space issues here. I think we are good. We are good in the top. No, it's not required. I think we don't have any. If you have any spaces, it will not work properly. But there is a drawback in the SharePoint designer workflow. You cannot able to identify properly where the space is. Come on. I hope we are good with the conditions. Why it is not running? There is any space between this? No, these all are in a single condition. We'll try to copy this one. Let's copy it. And then I'll try to take another step here. And I'll paste complete thing. And then I'll try to delete this one. And then check for errors. And then save. And then publish. Wow. Now it's published successfully. I don't know, there is a space or whatever it is which has happened. We published it successfully. Now we have total 4 actions. We'll check in the real time. So now I try to add an item. So before that, I'm refreshing this one. And remember that workflows are asynchronous actions, and you can able to perform these actions once the items were updated or once items were added to the list only. So which means what the data is already committed in the DB, then only the workflows will triggers. So that's why workflows are asynchronous actions. So I'm giving a name called new item, and then I will select a first product as called fan. And then when you select a fan, and if you enter description something here, I'm entering something related about this typo. And I'm not updating the location. I've just updated the product and click save. And once you hit save, and workflow will start, and it shows that it is in progress. When we hit this in progress option, we can able to see the messages here. Fan is belongs to Bangalore, and pausing for 2 minutes when it is started at 2:06, but it has to complete a 2:08. We'll see is that occurs in an exact time or it waits more time. If it waits more time, what could be the reason behind that? We'll see that. Now still it is pausing for 2 minutes, and once it is update the value, what is the value we are going to update? We are going to update the location, and location should be Bangalore. So for that, I'm going back to the list. Now still it is in progress. Now it's waiting to continue the workflow, because we given a action name called pause for 2 minutes. That's what is happening, because it is a fan is belongs to Bangalore, and we have to wait for 2 minutes, and then it will update the current item. Then once it updates, it enters in the log list. We'll wait for another 2 minutes, and we'll see how it works, or it gives an exact result or not. I'll open this one. Still it is waiting. Now the time is 2:07. We have a couple of minutes time. Meanwhile, we'll learn other actions. We have so many common actions here. When you go to the actions, we know that add comment, we are adding some comments into logs, but if you want to add the comments, you can add. And if you want to add time to date, which means if you have any date field and you want to add some time to the date, you can do. And next one is do calculation. We have the calculator column, same concept here also. And we are using log to history list. We used a couple of places, and pass for duration we used. And the same as, instead of using a pass for duration, if you want to use pass until date, something like after 10 days you want to utilize, maybe you want to pass this workflow until July 1st or June 15th, something like that, you can do that. And we have a very interesting concept called send an email. We'll see that, but we cannot able to see that in action, but we can able to see that here, how we can configure the workflow, how we can make the workflow should be dynamic, not in a static. We are not going to enter any user email ID. We are not going to enter any product details here, but
we want to make that as a dynamic. Every time when a user adds the data into list, I want to take the properties of that particular item. I can able to take and I can able to add that into an email. But unfortunately, we don't have an SMTP servers to send these emails. But if I get it, I'll show you from the SharePoint Online environment. Then we can able to send the emails and we can see. So most probably in the next session, I'll show you in the SharePoint Online. So in the SharePoint Online, we have the Exchange configured. We can able to send the emails as well. And if you want to set the time portion of a day or time field, you can able to do that. And if you want to change the workflow status now, just before visa that is in progress, and you want to change it to completed, or maybe you want to add more workflow status as something like it went for the approval, then it's approved by manager, then it is approved by director, like that. You want to set the workflow statuses, you can able to do that. And also there is a concept called variables, and this is same as any development kind of variables. If you are declaring a variable, or if you want to set a value to the variable, you can able to do that. And there is a concept called stop workflow. And for example, if you are in some condition, in that condition you want to stop the workflow, you don't want to check other conditions, or you don't want to go to a different step, you can stop the workflow at that place only. And the next one is document set actions, and this is related to document sets. And we have the list actions also. We know that what is check in, check out. And if you want to check in from workflow, if you want to check out from workflow, you can do that. If you want to copy the item, the current item, or maybe other items, you can able to copy. And we have the create list item. We'll see in that a bit later. And declare a record. If you want to declare the particular document as a record, and no one can able to edit that one because that declaring as a record, you can do that. Deleting item, we are trying out that one now. And discard checkout also, we know that if you want to discard the checkout from workflow, you can do that. Set content approval status. We heard about a content approval when somebody uploads or adds the data into list. If your content approval is enabled, so then the data will not visible to the other users until that is approved by the corresponding manager, or maybe a person who have a proper rights. And this is set field in current item. If you want to set the field, which means if you want to update any field, you can do that. And we see in that declare as a record, we can able to see the undeclared record. So if you want to make any record as undeclared record, you can do that from this. Update list item we did we did here, and we tested that. And wait for field change in the current item. For example, somebody added a data, and I want to wait until the manager updates anything on that. So we can wait for that. Once it is updated, then only the workflow moves from that particular place. You can use this one. And we have a lookup manager for a user option is available, and we have a task actions also. If you hit this one, you can able to see this more actions. These are task related. This is utility actions. This is mostly useful for the kind of development. If you want to extract the substring from the end of the string or index of the string, end of the string means if you have a name called Rishan, if you want to pick that last 2 digits or 3 digits, you can able to pick that one. Or you want to pick this first character, second character, or third character, you can use this one. And this is start of that string, and in the starting how many words you want to keep get, you can use this one. And this is about the substring from the index with the length. If it contains 20 characters, you want to pick starting 2 characters and maybe last 2 characters, something like that you can give. And find interval between the dates, like today is the date, and you want to find it out what is the difference between the today and 15th of this month, you can find using this one. There is a couple of actions we'll see. Of course, we are not going to see all the actions, but we can able to see some of these. Come on, it's still loading. We'll wait a couple of seconds. It will refresh and it will show the comments here. Now pass complete. When it is complete, it is 2:06, but it is completed at 2:10, and I was given only 2 minutes of time. There is a logic behind this. If you keep a 1 minute also, sometimes it waits 4 minutes time. If you keep 4 minutes time, it will also wait for a 4 minutes, but there is no proper reason for that.
There is a reason behind this one. There is a timer job which runs related to the workflow. If I put 1 minute, if I start this one, maybe this passing is started at 2:06 and it will update at 2:10 anyway. Why? Because the timer job runs every 5 minutes. If you put this one, or if it started at 2:08 and it completes at 2:10, because I was given only 2 minutes of time. But if you give 5 minutes of time, and when if it is started at 2:07 and then it will trigger at 2:15, it will wait another 8 minutes of time, because the timer job runs every 5 minutes. If you are not in this particular time loop, and it will update once it reaches to the time. If it is not completed in that loop, and it has to wait for the next iteration, which means the workflow timer job will runs every 5 minutes. If you put a 1 minute also, if it starts at 2:06, it will complete at 2:10. If it starts at 2:09, it will complete at 2:10, because it waits a minute, and then once it is completed in that particular time frame, it will trigger at 2:10. If it is not like that, it will go to the 2:15 again. There is little bit confusion. Need to understand that every item, if you pass 1 minute or 2 minutes, it will complete before that 5 minutes frame. Either it completed before 2:05, it will trigger at 2:05. It completes before 2:10, it will run at 2:10. If it completes before 2:15, it will complete at 2:15, because the timer job runs, then only it will take the actions what is happening in the workflow. So that is the reason it was waited 4 minutes. Now it is updated to Bangalore. We are done with the first test case. And the next test cases will not take more time, because we are not inserted a condition as pass for 2 minutes, right? So we'll go with this one. And I'm entering test again. This time product is AC, not description. Save it. And test 2. The product is TV, and then save. See, the test for AC is Hyderabad, it's completed. Now test 2, now it is in progress, and the location is Delhi, and will, of course, it is updated the Delhi. And I'm trying to add a new value here. This is test 4. Remember that, and I'm going to enter another one called refrigerator, and I'm expecting this item should be delete. So test 4 is here, and the product is refrigerator, and now it is in progress. Now this is completed, because TVs belongs to Delhi, and ACs belongs to Hyderabad, and then fans belongs to Bangalore. We'll see this one. We'll refresh what happens. See, the test 4 item is not available. Why? Because we given a condition name called delete item else, which means if it is not a fan, if it is not AC, if it is not a TV, and it has to delete automatically. So that's what our condition is. We'll test with another one. I'm going to add test 6 here, and then select the product as computer this time, and then save it out. Just come back and refresh this one. No, nothing is available. The item is deleted. And we are publishing these workflows. We created a list workflow, and we published it to the list, and where this workflows resides. To see that, you can go back to list settings. To go back to the list settings, we have the site action gear in the modern page. If you go to the list settings from there, you can able to see a concept called workflow settings. When we go to the workflow settings, we can able to see the previous instances. Remember that this is very interesting point here. When you publish a workflow, and all the previous versions of the workflows also will be reside here. The reason behind this, if you publish a workflow and then it starts working on some of the items, maybe you already started this workflow on a 10 items or 20 items, maybe 20 items created earlier, and you got a requirement to modify the workflow. When you modify the workflow and when you publish it, the new workflow it won't have any instances of it. It would be empty now, And then if you already started this workflow and the 10 items were there in this workflow, that should be here. So which means if you add the new functionality, the new functionality will not affect on the previous instances, which is already started. Remember that this is very interesting point. If you create a workflow and you published it into list, and then 10 to 15 items already created, and the workflow is started working on that particular 15 items, imagine. Now, when you got a requirement to modify the workflow and you published it again, but this 15 items workflow will be remain same. There is no functionality changes on that. Only the new instances, after you publish this workflow, if maybe the 5 to 6 items were added and the workflow is started on 5 to 6 items, only that items will take the new workflow. The previous workflows or previous instances will not affect that which you modified in the workflow. Remember that. If every time if you publish, the previous versions also will store here. If you want to stop any of the workflow, maybe you have a 6 to 7 workflows on the same list. I'm sorry, 6 to 7 workflows on the same list. If you want to stop or if you want to remove, you can able to remove from here. Now see here, these are the previous workflows, and the instances is 0, but in the real time you may see the instances maybe 10, 15 or something like that. And here the option to run the allow option here, these are 3 are not selected, only the latest one is selected. Now you can able to see the no new instances message here. If you want to add the instances also, you can able to add, but this is not a good practice because we already have a latest workflow. And if you don't want to run this one also, you can able to select this no new instances. Or if you want to remove the any of the previous version, for example, I want to remove this version. I don't know the number of this version, but the version which saved with the date. And if I want to remove this instance, I can able to remove this one. When I click this one, now you can able to say now it's 3 only. Earlier it was 4. So like that, if you want to delete the previous versions, you can able to delete from here. And if you don't want to run the current workflow also, you can able to click a new instances. When I click OK, now when I go back to list, I'm sorry, back to settings and then test. And then if I create any new test or something, demo 2, I'm adding a TV, I'm not adding location, description, whatever it is. When I click save, what happens, we'll see. We'll refresh this one. No workflows in progress. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. Refresh. Nothing is happening here because the workflow we selected as a new instances, which means if somebody added the data and it will not start a new instance on that particular items. So to modify that again, you have to go back to list settings and go back to workflow settings and then remove block or a restore workflow and select this one with an new instances. Click OK. Now it's now it will work. So for that we have to go back to the settings and then test and then come back here and we'll try to add a data. No, I don't want to try to add a data and I want to run this manually. You can able to run this manually. To run the workflow manually, we have to go to the Eclipse and you can able to see the more and you can able to see the workflow option. When you select this workflow, see here you can able to see a window to start this workflow, start a new workflow, and then when you hit this one, click start, and now it's completed. It is updated with the Delhi, and I want to create a new item, and then this time I'm also creating demo new, and then select the product as AC, and then click save, and now this workflow in progress. Now it is updated with an location Hyderabad. So this way, if you want to stop the workflow instances, you can able to stop for a time being. Later, you can able to add that one into the list. So that is one more advantage. And if you are hitting this eclipses and you can able to see the more, and under that you can able to see the workflow option. But this is only, come on. If you hit the workflows, now you can able to see the start option here. This is only available if you configure your workflow to be start manually. So for that, I'll show you where is the option. We already seen that. Here we have a start option. If you unselect this one, if you unselect this, allow this workflow to be started manually, and then come back here and then save it out and then publish. Once you publish, you cannot able to start the workflow on the items. Now hit publish. Okay, done. If you go back to your list, site contents, no, demo site, no, here. Go back to the list. Now, if you select any one of the item, if you go back to more and you can able to see workflows, when I hit workflows, see this is not available. This item has no workflows to start. Earlier we have a demo workflow option and we can able to hit and we can able to see that. This is the previous history. For example, if you have a doubt on that, the workflow which is already ran on that. So this is the previous item. We are not run any workflow on this. Go to more. If you hit workflows, and you cannot able to see any history for that particular item, and you don't have an option to start this workflow manually. So that is about starting manual option. And we have total 3 options to start the workflow. That is start manually, start automatically when an item created, start workflow automatically when an item is changed, which means item is updated. So that is about the start option. And remember that all are asynchronous action. Here, if you don't have any item, you cannot able to start. And if you are not added any item, you cannot able to start this workflow. So all are the synchronous actions, which means the data is already updated in the database, and then only these actions will trigger. So that's why workflows are asynchronous actions. Remember that. And we have a different workflows also. When I go back to the workflows, I can able to see in the top, I have a list workflow, reusable workflow, and site workflow. 3 options were available. But these workflows, reusable workflows, will associate with the content type. We'll discuss in the next session. And then site workflows will associate with the list. And also I have the workflow settings option in the top. When I select this one, and I'm going back, when I select this one, I can able to see the workflow settings and edit workflow in the top as well. When I hit this workflow settings, I can able to see the workflow settings page here, the page which we discussed deeply just before. And also when I go back to workflows, I can able to see the edit workflow and delete workflow. We have a delete workflow option. When I hit this delete workflow, it will delete. So we'll see what happens, but it also passes on a message if you want to delete this one or not. It's asking on a pop-up window, confirm delete. Are you sure want to delete this workflow? This operation will also remove all workflow history data for this workflow, and we cannot able to retrieve back this one. So that's why I'm not going to delete this one. If you want to edit the workflow, hit this edit workflow. It will go to your text editor. And remember that this is looks like an algorithm fashion. When you go to the Visual Studio workflows, when you go to the Nintex workflows or any third-party tool workflows, you can able to see the graphical representation like a flowchart. But SharePoint Designer workflows in an algorithm fashion. It's something like a step-by-step process which we have written here. We are giving a condition and we are giving a statement here with an action, and also we are giving a statement here with the action. This one also, this one also. We have 2 different types of things here. One is conditions, another one is actions. The conditions will give you a flexibility to select a specific condition, and then only you want to perform some action, you can go with the conditions. You don't want to go with any condition also, directly you can insert the actions. Actions will trigger when an item added or updated. You can able to see that. And these are the steps. If you want to perform an action in one step, and then if you want to perform another action in another step, you can able to do that. And we have another concept called stages that is in the SharePoint 2013 workflow.